Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
Damn!
As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs.
Yo, I gotta run this back. I gotta run this back.
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time.
I gotta run this back because this is wild.
And often involved a variety of narcotics. 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Right.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
Damn, did he?
As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
Oh, my God.
On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal.
Just an angry, horny motherfucker.
The indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance.
God damn.
Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandish firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs.
This sounds crazy.
The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
God dang.
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, you recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP.
When they put the number out there, you know it's real.
Appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backluther and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky,
ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Well, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julie Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Chad Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
What's up, Rabbit?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident.
You missed all the good parts.
We have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed.
You missed all the good parts.
Details and
I need to rewind it for you, don't I?
But we don't have anything more beyond that.
I need to rewind it for you.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
All right, I'm gonna rewind it.
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them.
Yeah, it get worse.
Freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB. which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way,
They got this dude sounding like a horny
victims
monster.
to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs. And that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
Damn.
On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson.
I'm sorry, Diddy. Well, I'm not sorry. Your ass going to jail. They gonna cook you, bro.
The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricants, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016...
So that's why they added... This is where the RICO comes in. Because he he didn't act alone, because the members, like the employees that he got, household members, people around him, security guards, etc., they helped him with this. So this is where they can get him with the RICO and racketeering, because there were more people involved. It was not just him. So that's how they was able to get the RICO. Pay attention.
Incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened.
Like, they got briberies, blackmail. Like, he blackmailing people with the videos that they got of him. He blackmailing them to keep on doing it, because he like, I get somebody to put this tape out and mess up your senator run or your church or this or that. And then he's also paying off people. It's get crazy. Listen.
And Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet.
The oiler.
And as the indictment alleges, in late
Diddy the
2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, In March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment.
Take that,
They
take that,
seized
take that.
firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of
And this is where they about to school him on, because because the guns that they found had scratched off serial numbers. Diddy, why you got scratched off serial numbers, bro? On guns. Criminals do that. They do that to stolen guns. Guns that's not registered. Dirty guns, etc., etc. Diddy, you a mogul. Why you got scratched off serial numbered guns in your house? Make it make sense.
the freak-offs.
So I'm sorry. So that's what he mean by defaced. He just means scratched off serial numbers.
Electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seize cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Wait, run it
that
back.
we recovered during the searches.
He said,
Some of the items, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Freak-offs. More than 1,000 homes seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
God damn.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the search. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things.
They said, Diddy, we ain't done.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP.
And that right there, folks, that's when you know it's real. When the federal government put that tip line number out, that's confirmation that it's about to go down. Take that, take that, take that. The diddler is
I want to
over.
express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners.
I doubt it.
I also want to thank the incredible agents and
I doubt
analysts
they're
from
gonna raid the
NEWYORK
headquarters
who
of
have
Bad
also provided
Boys.
tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases.
Yeah, but they got everything they need
I'll answer
from.
questions.
You gotta think they got a lot of that they need from his houses and on video. And Diddy barely at Bad Boy Enterprises. He hardly there. He don't really be there. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? They're ready to go to his house where they know the personal shit at. But I don't know. I don't think they are. If they already didn't, they probably did.
Eric Katursky.
ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
You can't say why did it take law enforcement so long to get involved. They can't pursue nothing they don't know about. So they had to sit back and wait for people to speak out. And not only that, they had to wait for the right person to speak out. On top of what that person is saying, it gotta make sense to them for them to go pursue it. Anybody can say, oh, I was taken advantage of. But if you got video details, stuff like that, then yeah, they're gonna pursue it. But anybody can come up and make up a story and say, oh, Diddy sexually assaulted me. Okay, do you got any type of proof or anything that we can go on? Because I can't just go accuse this billionaire. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant.
Yeah, I know.
I
know. Yeah, Mary J. Blige, Jaguar Wright, all these people. But at the end of the day, it's all hearsay. When it comes to the feds, that shit is hearsay. I don't care what you talking about. And they like, oh, you probably just mad at Diddy because he ain't do something for you. Or he ain't do a record for you, or he ain't do this for you, or you know what I'm saying? That's the way the feds gonna look at it. Now if you come at them with hard facts and evidence that this is what he doing, because all them people that was talking that stuff, they ain't show no evidence. They ain't pop out no videos or none of that. Pictures, nothing. So to the feds, it's just hearsay. That's all. It's hearsay. They like, give me the proof.
I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today.
Facts.
And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Shannon Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and
Double tap the screen, like the live,
prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points.
Facts. Yeah, that's against the law. He can't do that right now.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
They
Are
be
any of
asking
his
some crazy
accomplices
questions.
or associates under investigation, and additionally, could he face any more
Right.
charges?
Well, no. Well, he can say the number
So the
of them,
investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him.
but I don't
and
think he
anyone
knows
else
the
who,
number right now. He don't know how many it is. He probably got a.
Hi.
He probably got a thought like, all right, for right now they might only got 10 people, right? But they still got to work the case. So that 10 can easily turn into 100. So he don't know, but he can say a number, but he definitely ain't gonna say no names. That he ain't gonna do that at all.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also,
Damn, like a
indicted here,
dungeon?
although there were searches and raids in LA,
Diddy better not
Miami,
have a
Hawaii,
dungeon.
New York.
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking.
You just putting everything on him. Like you just want him to have everything.
The District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from.
Everything that they possibly say, he did it. Yeah, he got it. Like you, yo.
All I can say is that I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video, where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case
What up, King?
in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to explain.
All right. So what they mean by pre-trial detention is Diddy has no bail. They're not granting bail. That's pre-trial detention. He's going to stay there until litigations and all that stuff start. He ain't got no bail. So whoever was wondering, oh, is he going to get out? No. He's cooked. You feel me? Stick a fork in, buddy. He's done. Double tap the screen, like the live. Let's get it.
Expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about
Facts. Diddy the oiler, for sure.
The guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos found amongst his residents.
Hey, King, this motherfucker had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. It's crazy. That's nasty work. One wasn't enough? You don't need that much baby oil. Damn. Diddy was oiling. He was going down the line oiling motherfuckers up. Diddy the oiler. The oiler. The diddler, the oiler is crazy.
That's where they all scattered around the houses in one place. So kind of wanted to just get a better picture of.
Look at this freaky question he just asked him.
I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, two of the three defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines.
Some of his sex partners were huge. What?
In them. So some of that detail is in the
What?
detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to
Watch
get
your
into,
mouth.
where other items were stored.
On here.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office
knows
was
that's
the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are
No
concerned
Diddy,
with
facts.
safety
Watch
whenever
your mouth.
Detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position.
No, you're a female. You can say that.
Under the law, and
But you saying it to a bunch of dudes is no Diddy. That's
Are
crazy.
some of the prosecutors on this case?
We don't want to hear that nobody was huge. No Diddy.
That, or that worked on the Maxwell case.
So, I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally...
Well, we don't want to know anything. Anything concerning the word huge. We don't want to know what you were talking about. Don't say the word huge, Rabbit.
The word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity.
Diddy was snitching on people too.
Any relation
Diddy getting people locked up right along with him. Y'all think Diddy going down alone? Yeah, all right.
Context. So,
Diddy ain't going down alone.
Process and the like does not qualify.
Diddy say he taking everybody with him.
We use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was detained in custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan.
Oh, you already know, Jay-Z, They Jay-Z next. Jay-Z next.
Taken into custody, and when he is in custody right now, he will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given, they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when
all right, bro, I see when you get back.
That developments are certainly foreseeable.
Yeah, 50 Cent been tearing Diddy behind up on Instagram all day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
That is crazy. Diddy's cooked. They gonna cook Diddy. I'll tell you that now. They gonna cook the bull crap out of Diddy. And I'm about to get into The joint with cause academic. I was gonna sit here and read the paperwork out, but I don't feel like reading it out at all. Cause that is just long as crap. It's just too long. Like I'm not sitting here for 3 hours reading out the charges and breaking down where they found everything at, and no, I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. Diddy's indictment unsealed, freak off, extortions, arsons, kidnap, witness tampering, breakdown. Should I watch this one? Or should I watch, let me see. How long is this one right here? This one is like 18 minutes. Just that out later. I don't know what you just wrote, Rabbit. You need to reread that because it don't make sense. Let me listen to this real quick. Hold on. Let me see if this is
Her mission?
creditable.
Make middle-class life more affordable. New caps on the price of medicine. More clean energy to bring down costs for families. And instead of Trump's tax cuts for big corporations, she'll cut taxes for the middle class.
Jeez.
Fulton Bank, a community bank that's big and small in all the right ways.
I'm gonna check that out later on. No. His charge is long as crap. I'm about to listen to the video of it.
Nah, come on. Yo. What? All right, we got Mario Gaines on the line.
Hey, what's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, chat.
All right. I'm gonna get into this one.
I don't wish nothing on him, but his victims out there, so justice should be served on their side. I wish they could all sit down with him. I don't know if people was hurt, mentally fucked up, and maybe just work something out. But evidently they didn't take that route.
These proceedings through obstruction. He should be detained pending.
All right, I'm gonna watch. We're gonna watch Act and let Act break it down.
Actually named. So it's really a skeleton, bare bones indictment. Just kind of let you know, we're putting this guy in cuffs. We're probably gonna find out more, as time. I'm not too sure if we're putting a plea. We do have grab all the videos of.
Oh wait, hold on, wait, y'all. Damn, hold on. This right here.
This is the
rest in
beginning
peace
of the service. Honestly, we're gonna see.
Rest in peace, my guy.
Just doing like a viewing of the body.
Rich homie Quan. That closing balance make you feel some type of way. If I hit it break down, I make you feel some type of way. Rest in peace, Rich homie Quan. Yeah. Let's get a moment of silence. I'm Muslim, but we're gonna do a moment of silence for my man, Rich homie Quan. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آمين.
Body. And
yeah, his funeral was today.
You see the father that's obviously seated there. We're gonna see a couple people speak. I don't know if I don't want to jump from the Diddy shit constantly back to Rich homie Quan's celebration of life. So maybe I'll just kind of grab all the videos of the people, notable people that speak, and we'll go to it after we've exhausted this Diddy stuff. Pause. But just to let you know, Rich homie Quan's funeral service is happening as we speak. Okay.
Yeah, rest in peace, Rich homie.
What a lot of you guys are gathered here, folks, and I think this is a hotel. Nah, it looks like an apartment building.
All right, let's get into the Diddy.
Right? Or
I mean, damn, that was wild. That was nasty.
It is a federal building.
Let's get into the Diddy. That was nasty
I think
work.
that is the federal
No
building.
Diddy.
Earlier,
God
King
damn.
Combs and Justin Combs and Quincy Combs were seen showing up to the supposed very quick initial appearance that Diddy got read his charges. Not too sure if he put in a plea. We do have an indictment.
Yeah,
The
that no Diddy.
indictment,
That was
is kind of
nasty
bare
work. I
bones,
just said.
14 pages. It
Got a 14-page
accuses Diddy
indictment.
of many different things, but physical violence, extortion, arson, kidnapping, sexual assault, sexual abuse. A lot of interesting things to note. We don't see any co-conspirators. We don't see any other people charged. Doesn't mean that might not come later.
Right.
No victims are actually named. So it's really a skeleton, bare bones indictment.
Right.
Just kind of let you know.
This
put
the
it behind
outline.
cuffs.
Right.
We're probably gonna find out more, as time goes along.
But they already got more. They just didn't name it yet, though.
And possible who are the main witnesses.
Like when they do skeleton indictments like that, where it's just the outline of why they are arresting someone, that don't mean that they don't already have. They already got everything they need. Honestly, they just choose when they put it out to the public and let it be known that this is what's up. You feel what I'm saying? But they're definitely going to speak with Diddy and stuff like that, see where his head at and all that. Ooh, no Diddy on it, see where his head at was crazy. Yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to just stop. I'm going to just shut up for right now because I'm doing a lot of no Diddy moments and lubricant. And yeah, I'm doing a lot of, you know what I'm saying?
Witnesses or victims that the prosecutor hinged this whole indictment and this case on. So, we'll obviously they're setting up the microphones. As we see Entertainment News, the AP. We're actually streaming it directly from the AP's channel, Associated Press. Fox 5 is out there. A bunch of outlets. They are all ready. Okay. Okay. All right. The music's getting a little bit joyful on the Rich Homie Quan thing. Again, I don't want to skip between the both of them. I'm gonna put this over on the side. We'll do a recap of his homegoing ceremony. Okay. TMZ did have a video of the Suns leaving and entering the courtroom today. This is a video of the Suns.
Good spirits, Justin, King Combs.
Hold on, y'all. My camera dirty.
King, how you doing this morning? How's it going, Justin? Quincy, how you feeling this morning? How the twins?
As you can see, they walked out pretty much.
Oh no, it's the TMZ thing that's making me think my camera blurry. I'm tripping.
You shortly seen Prince, or they call him Prince. His name is Prince JDC on Instagram, but that's Justin Combs right here, and also Quincy Combs. Now, remember
I forgot Diddy had all them sons because all I hear about is King.
Possibly indicted. Well, it's clear at this point they're not indicted, and it doesn't mean that they won't, but they're at least free men to go and watch their father's initial appearance, right? We did get a lot more information, and I'll play that next. Again, we have the full indictment. We're going to get into it. It's about 15 minutes until we hear from the U.S. Attorney. We're trying to save my voice as long as possible because we're probably going to be, this is probably like a marathon day, so I'm probably locking in for,
oh, okay.
Pause, maybe 10 hours. So we might be doing a 10-hour stream. Okay. So first and foremost, again, his sons are free. They showed up to this initial appearance. His lawyer spoke, though. I'm going to be honest with you. His lawyer was super transparent. Not even too sure why he would need to be that transparent with the media, but he essentially admitted that, hey, did he move to New York because of a coordinated effort, knowing that these charges were coming down probably soon. And they even discussed with the U.S. Attorney Office to say,
okay,
hey,
he raised them, so that's his son.
We're gonna work.
It ain't. Man, listen.
Signs of good faith act.
Listen, ain't no piece of paper tell me or tell anybody that their kid ain't their kid. Like, he raised that boy. That's his son. Ain't no piece of paper gonna change that. You know what I'm saying? He raised that kid, taught him everything he know, like paid for him school, then get put clothes on his back, food in his mouth. Like that's his son. Rather, and can't no piece of paper take that away from nobody. I don't care what no. I feel you, but still, it don't matter. Did he raise that boy?
Actions that are going to play in part to a what do you call it again? To a bail hearing. We don't know about the bail application status at this point. We're probably going to hear about that. Okay. Chat, I'm not talking about Diddy for 10 hours, but what I'm saying is that like we're probably gonna give this 4 or 5 hours. Okay. But then I'm gonna still try to do a regular stream. We kind of did that last night too. Okay. This is obviously a breaking news. We've covered so much around it. Makes no sense. We half-ass this when it actually happens. Okay. For the people who like again, I want to see justice get served. I'm indifferent to whatever thoughts you guys might have. Whether you think against
I
Diddy,
definitely
pro
want to see
Diddy,
Diddy get what he deserved for real, because that was everything you did was out of
very
pocket,
much
bro.
keep what I've heard about him or my experience with him out of it. Because again, it doesn't
Oh,
fucking
act.
matter. Once we were at the
Act. What you mean your experience, act? Act. He hit you with the baby oil, bro? Did he rub you down? Did he lube you up? No, Diddy. This is a crazy conversation I'm having. Act. Act, look at me when I'm talking to you, Act. Did he lube you up, bro? Did he get you? You know what, Act? Alright, whatever, bro. You still my guy, bro, but I don't think you should have said that.
the point where we're now in a court proceeding is gonna be what could be proven, right? Obviously, there's victims all over.
Yeah, I don't think he did nothing, Act. I'm just messing with him.
So yes, so this is
That's my guy.
Noticeably, which you could imagine, there's no more smiles. They were dancing, doing all the shenanigans in the last couple of weeks, and I'm wondering how that conversation is. So I'm guessing Diddy wants
I
to
ain't
talk
dancing
to
no more.
I'm probably gonna get taken in. Hopefully, I get bail. I'm still trying to listen to my lawyers by acting like everything's good. I'm not panicking. Let's all go to New York until whenever I got to turn myself in, and let's try to be normal, right? Because all of them happened in New York. Like Quincy. Like I think Quincy lives on the West Coast, but it was in New York. Here's what the lawyer says, right? So this is Diddy's lawyer. His name is Mark Agnifilo, or am I saying it wrong? Mark Agnifilo. Okay.
Agnifilo.
Now, importantly, last night, he made some comments even before he got to court. Hold on. He had made a comment even before he got to court. Give me a second. Yeah, which again, this lawyer is pretty, transparent with the public, which I don't think he needs to be. Like his only concern is clearly Diddy. By the way, the U.S. attorney's name is Damian Williams. But he did say this. This is last night before he got to court, right? He put out a statement. He says he gave a statement to TMZ. I'm always wary about lawyers who are trying to talk to the press before talking to the prosecutors. That's a problem. But Diddy's getting the best of the best. He's not getting some run of the mill. He's not getting Max B's lawyer. No disrespect to that dude. So we are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and a proven philanthropist who spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the black community. He also added, he's an imperfect person, but not a criminal. To his credit, Diddy has been nothing but cooperative. That's going to be very important with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. I will say, everything he's doing, like on a optic level, obviously him addressing that Cassie video, like the Cassie video, you're guilty, right? Like there's no presumption of innocence there. But all of his other actions do seem cooperative. and do seem like he's trying to face these charges, right? Again, I won't say it's a you know, it means he's clearly innocent, but clearly, you know, he's not trying to run, duck, hide, or, you know, blatantly going on a PR campaign trying to, you know, convince people that he's innocent. Look like he's trying to have his day in court. Here's a lawyer, and the lawyer spoke this morning before going to court.
No, it's not planned. Certainly, it's not planned by us. I mean, he came here to surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night. I spent the evening with him. I was with him until about 1 o'clock. His spirits are good. He's confident. He is dealing with this head on, the way he's dealt with every challenge in his life, and he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges. We know what the charges are going to be. Without seeing the indictment, it's going to be racketeering, it's going to be sex trafficking, it's going to be things along those lines. This is what we've been expecting since the searches in March. He, to his great credit, he voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case, and it'll start today. And he's going to plead not guilty, obviously. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and the full confidence of his lawyers. And I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs.
Do you think he'll be released?
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released, and he should be released with all that he's done and coming here voluntarily. And guys, I'm going to cut it short because I have to go in. All right. So thank you all very much. And
all right. So you know the lawyer, you know, and I would imagine that the lawyer is speaking to the public, putting out a statement via TMZ. If you're wondering why my voice sounds like that, seeing someone in the chat say, lose my voice a little bit. Again, it's been like a couple of days of like, kind of like a little bit sick, but you know, powering through it nonetheless. It's okay, no days off. So I apologize if my voice sounds odd or stressed at times. Okay, all right. So that was the lawyer. By the way, again, we are waiting on, you know, the press conference to start. It's scheduled to start at 11:30. This is outside the federal building, the federal courthouse in Manhattan. And here is where you see, obviously, you know, these federal security guards and, okay, actually, yeah. Oh, so I thought it was going to be outside. It's inside. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here we go, people. Once again, I do have the indictment that I'll get into afterwards. I'll actually give you a brief preview of that on the screen now. And, you know, again, not to give you out a little bit of foreplay. No, Diddy. I'll show you some of the things that they've mentioned in there. In this indictment, they gave him racketeering. And under racketeering, they have a bunch of things, right? Obviously, they mentioned the freak-offs. But what we're going to see is, here we go. So this is how they describe the racketeering conspiracy. We're going to read through this line by line, okay? Again, we're waiting for this to start. That they haven't officially started yet. Again, this is going to start in 7 minutes, supposedly. But look at these acts. These are things they're going to have to prove. Multiple acts include kidnapping, arson, bribery, which, by the way, they're saying this is, some of these things happen in different places as well. Okay, bribery, witness tampering, what else? Forced labor, sex trafficking, also another charge or another act of, you know, the RICO statute by saying he was relating to transport and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal activities. Again, remember I said last night about drug charges? Yep, we got him. Drug charges, multiple offenses involving possession with intent to distribute of narcotics.
Dang, Diddy, you was slinging drugs too?
You might not. Obviously, cocaine, oxycodone, or oxycontin, as some people say.
Oxycontin.
And some of these other drugs, I probably got to Google them, but ketamine and
GHB.
hydroxybutyric acid. Wow, that don't sound too safe. Okay, cool. Again, it doesn't name anybody else. It names that people in the organization were involved in the criminal activity.
Yeah, he's
not
cooked.
Named in this indictment, in the initial indictment, and they're actually just not, you know, indicted, at least on this case file. So maybe they get indicted on a superseding indictment, or I don't know if this is possible. I got to speak to an attorney. Maybe I'm gonna get Bradford Code or somebody over here who's a real expert to break it down for y'all. Shit, maybe all the people in the organization flipped on him. They already talked to the fans like, we gave this nigga up. Like, Diddy gotta go. So, again, we'll get into that. Another interesting thing before the proceedings start is that, give me 1 second. We also find out the details of the raid, supposedly. Remember the raid that happened on his property back in March?
Oh, yeah.
They found 1,000. Like, listen to this shit. They said the indictment references, so I'm guessing this is the indictment. We're going to read it eventually. References what was seized during the raids at Diddy's homes in Beverly Hills and Miami. Various freak-off supplies. Man, this is crazy. Include narcotics, okay, little party drugs, more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They seized firearms, including 3 AR-15s with the face serial numbers and a drum magazine. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Wow. You know what was interesting? Nigga, they said they found the freak-off supplies. Mad drugs, mad baby oil and lubricant. We heard they didn't find one condom. How is this possible, my nigga? They found everything but the condoms. What type of shit is this? Nigga, they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and not one lambskin.
Not one condom. Not one condom. He was raw dog and everything.
Watch, they're gonna be like, yeah, we found mad honey packs. We found some this.
We found some blue chew.
This is crazy. Anyway, we are waiting, chat. We're waiting. It looks like they're starting to set up. Now, here's what's interesting. I let it play.
7, 6. You just came in from the left. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you.
By the way, we see a whiteboard here. Sometimes they'll use that. Hold on. They'll use that to like map out a conspiracy. We'll see. Wow. I'll shut up. We'll watch it.
I know, Rabbit. Nasty work, right? That's your uncle, though.
Of course I still have it. Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay.
Here's where we're about to start.
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing with you.
It looks like we're gonna start. Maybe not.
He used to be my uncle until I start hearing this type of stuff.
Okay, real quick while we wait. It's important, you know, I'm gonna look this guy up as well. So Damian Williams, so he's the U.S. attorney. He's the Fonnie Willis in this case. Damian Williams.
Yeah, Damian Williams is the one that's going to be prosecuting Diddy. Just like Fannie Wilson and the Young Thug trial and all that. He's basically the head of the case. He's the U.S. attorney.
U.S. attorney. So let's look this guy up. Okay. All right, black man, I see you. All right. So we can't be like the white man trying to get Diddy down. It's definitely a black U.S. attorney. This guy right here. He's the guy who we'll see talk shortly. But he's the one who signed the bottom of the
subpoena.
Make sure I'm not listening. Oh shit! Never mind. Look. Oh, here they go. Here they go. Where's the baby oil? Johnson & Johnson stock going up. Invest in Johnson & Johnson.
Yo.
I'm not financial advice, but god damn it. Oh, these were the guns. Why wouldn't Diddy just have legal guns? Apparently these were defaced. You know,
I said the same thing, Ed.
You know what I'm saying? And usually it's probably not a legally obtained gun, because that's why you're defacing the serial number, right?
He said, "Where is the baby oil?" Remy, he said, "Where is the baby oil?"
This isn't that shocking. It is. Diddy has a few rifles. Okay.
Come here.
In about 2 minutes. If you have any questions about presentment, I'll come back out and we'll go over timing and give you a few updates.
Wait, what's y'all barking at? What you got? Let me see. Shadow. Shadow.
Again, I could probably quickly, I don't want to miss anything at all. If they start talking, let me switch immediately back. Do they have weapons? I want to see if that's part of it. No, they found weapons in the face, so they can just add it on, right? Do they have firearms? Probably sure there's going to be some firearms somewhere in this. Okay. We'll read through it. Here we go. These are rifles that have been clearly disassembled. Not too sure if this is how they found it or the feds disassembled it. But there's a drum magazine. Clearly a rifle. You can see these are 223 or 5.56.
I think they 5.56s.
Here we go.
Excuse me.
Whoa. I'm not going off just this to say he's done. None of the crimes, at least that we know, did he put guns to the women's head, right? So we want to see the condoms or lack of condoms. We want to see the fucking stiff sheets that's just soaked in the freak off cum pause.
You nasty man. Ack. You're a nasty man, Ack.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing
That's
of
both
a
of them.
three-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his...
We already had watched this, yeah. That was the first video. We already had watched it, but we just gonna watch it again.
Sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
He said what?
As alleged in the indictment, his reputation threatened and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them.
Whoa.
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers.
But wait, when you dealing with somebody like Diddy, and they say bad boys, he is the brand. He is the name at this point. Can't no building beat Diddy. You feel what I'm saying?
And often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB. which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016,
Diddy was a
that
violent,
conduct was
horny
captured on
man.
video and later reported in the media.
That's the
Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security
They're
or
describing
facing more
Cassie a
abuse.
lot. They're describing Cassie a lot.
The indictment
No,
also
yeah, hell
alleges
yeah.
other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
Oh, shit.
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee.
Sounds like Cassie.
As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. Altogether.
KY, stop going up.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Y'all better go grab them KY and Johnson & Johnson baby oil stocks. Now they going up.
Large capacity. And it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here The serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
Like I said earlier, Diddy, you're a billionaire. There's no reason why you should have filed off serial number guns in your house, bro. No reason why you should have illegal pistols in your home, bro. You're a billionaire, gang. You ain't in the streets. You ain't a criminal. You ain't running around here. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why.
Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our
No, you know what type of criminal I'm talking about.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleiter and Jacqueline Kelly.
Remember all those
They
names?
are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division.
Remember those names?
We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonic.
Yo, chat. All the prosecutors are white women. Diddy's cook, chat.
Oh my God.
Right.
How many women were victimized?
Yeah, if it's all women,
all white women.
How many others were involved?
no, hey, I ain't even peeped that until he says something. If all the prosecutors are white women, they gonna rotisserie style Diddy and lube him up.
Look, our investigation is ongoing.
No Diddy.
We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims, it's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Diddys, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Scattered around the houses in one place. So I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
Got it.
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
What part of his business empire is
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I do know there was an additional, area that was set up outside. Not too sure if, maybe any other authorities will get to this spot, that they'll be able to conduct something meaningful. Maybe some other questions could be asked. I guess whoever the AP reporter is, they're just like, they only showed this one thing. Now, here's the thing, chat. I do have the documents here for you. It's actually slow to be updated, I guess, because he hasn't appeared in court yet, which I thought he actually did, but he hasn't. They kind of unsealed it, but not officially, where it's fully in the system where you can look up any federal case. So it's not in the site that I usually use. But the documents are available, right? I think directly through the clerk. We're going to read the whole indictment. I do want to skip ahead, and this is kind of jumping ahead here, because I think I'm going off my train of thought. The U.S. attorney said repeatedly, there are certain things, more details that might not be in the indictment that's in the memo for detention. So essentially, there's a bunch of documents filed. Okay, here's the initial indictment, but we're also filing a memo for detention, hoping that the judge, or the magistrate judge, says, hey, we're going to deny bond, at least at this time.
Right.
Until, we'll reconsider maybe at a different point.
Right.
I have that document, and before we do get into the indictment, I do want to explore the possibility.
I don't think he gonna
on
get
bail,
bond.
right? And also, it's going to give us some more details about what they're using,
Especially
and what you're
from
gonna
that
realize
phone
is
call they said they heard.
I think by now, either Cassie or the feds with Cassie leaked that video, because that video of Diddy beating Cassie in that hotel, it's actually it's referenced in a detention memo and the indictment.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So let's do the math here. Like, it's clear that the feds probably played a nasty game with Diddy. Probably was also
Yeah,
trying
I don't think he gonna
to
get
encourage more
bail.
witnesses to come forward, right? Because when people seen that video, everybody backed up off Diddy, like, oh shit, never mind, it's not a witch hunt. It's shit's true. So it kind of looks like, hold on. No, this is the wrong thing I pulled up. Sorry. I didn't put it on screen yet. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So what I'm about to put up on screen is the detention memo. And this detention memo is supplementary to the indictment that essentially.
Hey, why you zoomed up on the gun like that?
Things that the prosecutor believes should keep Diddy in jail. Right? Here we go.
The audio is ultimately detailed audio as talk.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this to see if they go outside or there's more stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let's go to another outlet. Let's go to CNN or something like that. CNN. I imagine they would have like a live stream going on. Maybe not. I guess only AP has it right now. Let me search Diddy. I just want to see if anyone else is, doing some type of. Yeah, AP is pretty much point on this. Cool. All right, so we'll keep this going on in the background. I'm hoping they go outside and we can hear some more information. Here's the thing though. So this was filed. This is a detention memo for Sean Combs, which means this is the prosecutors attempt to try to make sure he's denied bail. Now we went over this last night. Factors in determining bail, federal court. We came up with a list, right? And the list was seen as the defendant's flight risk, defendant's criminal history, severity of the alleged crime, defendant's ties to community, employment status and financial resources, mental health and substance abuse history. There's other things that we're going to come into. The defendant's risk of reoffending, history of appearing in court, a lot of things, okay? Potential danger to the community or specific individuals, okay. Now, let's read this letter. It's 16 pages, right? It's actually longer than the indictment. So it says, Dear Judge, the defendant, Sean Diddy Combs, was taken into custody this morning after a grand jury sitting in this district returned a 3-count indictment charging him with crimes related to decades-long pattern of physical and sexual violence against multiple victims. His use of force, threats, coercion to enact his will, protect his reputation, to fulfill his sexual desires. That's going to be the nastiest and creepiest part of it, because they kind of literally just spell out Diddy as a guy using millions of dollars to get his fix sexually. Like just some deranged, decrepit type of creep who just needed by any means necessary to nut. You know what I mean? The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before this court later today.
Wait, Act, run it back, Act.
So any means necessary to nut. You know what I mean? To get his fix sexually. Like just some deranged, to protect his will, protect his reputation, to fulfill his sexual desires. That's going to be the nastiest and creepiest part of it. As a guy using millions of dollars to get his fix sexually. Like just some deranged, decrepit type of creep who just needed by any means necessary.
The nasty nympho Neanderthal.
The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before this court later today and in some support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others and the community. Not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious flight risk. despite the conditions offered by his counsel. By the way, clearly, they anticipate that Diddy's counsel offered something. So we're going to try to find what Diddy's counsel offered. Or, like, maybe, I don't know if they would go with an official offering, but they probably just can make it a case that, he's not a flight risk. He'll show up to court. He'll stay in New York or some shit like that, right? We'll see if we can find that document. All right. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk to obstructing justice. Indeed, as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, which, by the way, we're going to get to that. I'll make a little note of it. I know a lot of people are saying, is he going to be charged for things he did in the 90s? By the way, one of these sex situations, right, with a 17-year-old, which I think a lot of people thought
there you go. There go the 17-year-old thing you was talking about.
Case of sex trafficking, right? You flew a 17-year-old underage girl from Pontiac, Michigan, to New York by your private jet, and supposedly she had sex with one of your employees there, and then you later on sex trafficking, right? Except we're gonna read the indictment. The indictment actually says they only started the racketeering conspiracy from 2008. So
they ain't get that. So they ain't get that.
Doesn't seem to be part of this indictment.
Okay.
So that's also very important to know for people who are thinking about that, right? Okay, cool.
So he's saying the 17-year-old girl situation is not in the indictment because they only indicting from 2008 to now. So anything he's done in the 90s, it don't look like it's appearing in the indictment right now. So the thing with the 17-year-old girl, the Tupac Shakur, the Biggie, that type of stuff right there is not being mentioned in the indictment right now. And I wish it was, but but again, this is partially unsealed documents, so it's not all out yet. So it might go back to the 90s when the other half of the unsealed indictment charges are revealed. So we don't know yet. But as of right now, anything in the 90s that happened, they're not mentioning hitting Diddy with that stuff. So the club shooting, the Biggie, the Pop thing, the 17-year-old little girl, all that's not off the table, but it's not mentioned right now.
Cool. This is gonna be the thing that might keep him in jail. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation.
Yep.
Repeatedly contacted victims and witnesses, feeding them false narratives of events. And as described in detail, there are simply no conditions that would ensure the defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. The court should order him detained. Okay? On September 17, 2024, an indictment returned by the federal grand jury. Okay. We're not trying to read the same thing twice. Okay, cool. Sex trafficking and abuse. Okay, most of this is gonna be in the indictment. So we'll just go through the indictment for that. What we should probably care about, and here we see the firearms, right? Even though I don't think that he was charged with a firearm crime, but the mere fact that, there's illegal firearms around while other criminal activities is alleged to have been going on, big problem, which the judge might factor in, right? Basically saying this guy is having an arsenal of illegal weapons while he's doing illegal shit, right? 59 rounds of .223 ammunition seized from his LA home. Obviously, that would be illegal. I don't know what the magazine capacity is in LA, but definitely you can't have no 59 rounds.
No, that's illegal.
Okay. In addition, 6 legally. Okay, so he did have more guns. 6 legal purchased guns with serial numbers. Some were stored in gun safes, were recovered. So they're saying they were legal guns, but clearly they're not mentioning the legal guns. They only show the illegal guns. Although these particular guns, both the legal and illegal firearms, were seized, their presence in the defendant's homes demonstrates the defendant has access to them, surrounds himself with both guns and ammunition. Likewise, if the defendant were personally restrained by the court from obtaining new firearms himself, he could retain access to them through others. In sum, the defendant's regular use of violence and threats of violence, as well as coercion described above, against the victims and others, foster a culture of fear in which these individuals believed they were unable to reject the defendant's demands without subjecting themselves to physical violence or other abuse. Now, this is the important part. Him supposedly bribing witnesses and supposedly interfering, right? Throughout the time of the period charged in the indictment, when the defendant faced the possibility that his violent and criminal conduct could become public, the defendant and other members of the and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims to not report what they saw or heard to law enforcement, or to otherwise conceal the criminal conduct. For example, as noted in March 2016, that's the Cassie video we all see, the defendant was captured on video surveillance, striking and kicking and dragging a woman in a public area of a hotel in an apparent attempt to prevent her from leaving a freak-off. A member of the hotel security staff intervened. The defendant attempted to offer the security staff a stack of cash to ensure silence after the security guard refused the bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of the hotel security. At the same time, the staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server.
Damn.
So who had if it disappeared from the server, who had the video? Because we see that now. Okay. Similarly, throughout the period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently in 2023, immediately following the public allegations of a certain defendant's crimes, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendants and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses, during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. So basically, last year, Diddy was ringing up the phone, calling people who could be victims. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls. Oh, wow. He recorded the calls.
Oh, I want to hear that.
Co-conspirator. Ooh, this is going to be big. It says a co-conspirator. Now, when you hear co-conspirator, it doesn't mean they're going to be charged, because sometimes there is unindicted co-conspirators. But they're basically saying whoever this person is was helping Diddy cover up crimes. They're not a victim, okay? Because everybody's gonna be like, I was only fucking them guys because Diddy told me to, or I only beat up that guy because Diddy told me to. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to. Diddy
Facts. That's what I was saying last night.
Go kill it, or not kill them, but beat that.
Well,
person,
and today.
Right? But they're saying this person's co-conspirator.
Man, we all make our own choices and decisions.
Constantly helping Diddy. Anyway, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement in the instruction. So the government is investigation is ongoing. While the indictment against the defendant was on seal today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing. As a result of that ongoing investigation, as well as the defendant's charged conduct outlined above, including obstruction of justice and witness tampering, the government is limited in its ability to fully set forth all known details of his criminal conduct, including details of certain witness testimony. So they're saying there's witnesses who have told them about methods and means that Diddy has taken to try to cover up his crimes that they don't want to put right now in this detention letter, but probably is still an active part of the investigation they got going on, and probably will be in the case, right? To the extent that the court has additional questions about the charged offenses, or the charged offense conduct, or any other information set forth herein, the government is prepared to proffer additional information on an ex parte basis. Wow, that's huge. We got to get a lawyer on here. I got to hit up Bradford Cohen. We need the top legal minds. To break this down. You know, I'm only limited in certain scope of what I could break down and interpret for you guys. Okay. Now, we all know from the Young Thug YSL case, an ex parte hearing or communication means ex parte means without a party. And in the court system, you have the prosecutor, the defense, and the neutral arbiter, which is the judge. So any conversations or meetings that excludes one of those people is considered ex parte. So it's apparent that the prosecutor is saying, we have more information about some witness testimony that we know we're not gonna call anyone snitches here because these are potential female victims. You know, again, this ain't a gang case, so there's no snitches. Let's be honest, right? These victims, or alleged victims, they probably are saying shit, either actively working or whoever knows what it is, and basically they're telling the judge, we'll tell you on the side what the depth, or if you have questions about, you know, some of these things we're alleging, because we're not saying everything because our investigations are going.
Right.
We'll say it in an ex parte context. And again, you know, unlike the the Young Thug case, this ex parte communication would not be seen and deemed as, you know, as something that, you know, is you know, it has some Brady element, which means, you know, you need to disclose to the other side, because this is about bail and the conditions of bail and what could be considered isn't the same level of, you know, transparency as what you would expect in a trial. Now, if this was trial, it'd be very different, but this is just on bail. They're just saying, don't get this nigga bail. If you want to know why, we laid out some general shit. If you want to know the specifics, we'll come into your chambers or we'll do a sidebar. We'll tell you that. But don't tell Diddy, because that's probably, you know, crucial to our current investigation, and we probably got more charges or maybe a superseded indictment. So,
right.
Makes sense. So they start arguing some applicable law. They're using the Bail Reform Act, 18 USC, whatever. And they're basically just outlining that there is a lot of case law that matches up and actually co-signs their idea that Diddy should not be let out on bond. So let's go back to last night. We're talking to Myron. And when we're talking to him,
Diddy. Yeah, it's going to jail.
Look like Diddy's cooperative. And I said, at what point do you think this become uncooperative? And I mean uncooperative like he's like, I'm not going to... And cooperative doesn't mean he's snitching, right? It just means they're communicating. Hey, we are investigating you. Just to let you know. Hey, don't go too far. Hey, this grand jury proceeding might be wrapping up soon. Don't make it hard for us to find you. We shouldn't have to dispatch the marshals to come look for you under a rock. He's like, no, I'm not running. I'll come to New York. I'll make myself readily available. Maybe they've sat in for an interview session or two. Who knows? Here's the thing. Again, no matter how cooperative he's been, the prosecutors are still taking the stance. Yeah, he came to New York. Yeah, he's been quote unquote cooperative, but we still don't think he should be let out on bail. Keep in mind, all these cooperative things were to probably kind of have the prosecutors say to the judge, like, hey, you know, he has been cooperative. We're going to, of course, put up a motion to oppose bail, but we're not going to go too hard. It looked like they're going pretty hard. And
hell yeah.
They're pretty much going as hard as saying, yo, he's trying to fuck up additional investigations we got going on. So definitely
right.
So they go with dangerousness. They say he's charged with serious and violent crimes. It's charged in the indictment. I'm about to get some water. Can't lose my voice.
Rabbit, you still there?
I got water here. Okay. So it says, as charged in the indictment, the defendant has physical and sexually abused women and others for the better part of 2 decades. Now that's the interesting part, because it's, well...
Damn, 20 years.
The indictment starts in... Well, the RICO part of it starts in 2008, as they're looking at it. But they're saying for a better part of 2 decades. Well, actually, that's the better part. So since 2018, it'll be 16 years, right? Yeah, better part. Okay.
Well, you said 2 decades. Well, rounded off, yeah.
The sex trafficking charge based on a defendant's abusive conduct, count 2, carries with it a presumption of detention.
I was just checking.
Wow. And they're citing direct statutes here. And detention is particularly supported by the facts of the case. Since at least 2008, the defendant has engaged in serious acts of violence, including forcing and coercing women to participate in sexual activity, including sex acts with commercial sex workers. I'm wondering if the sex workers... Yeah, I'm guessing so, right? There got to be a couple sex workers that are, you know, witnesses, like, are working, right? Like, yo, we're going to testify like Diddy paid us to fuck Cassie. The shit smell like KY jelly and a honey pack.
And baby oil.
No condoms. Niggas just had a cock ring. in the corner with a fucking toothpick in his mouth, recording like he thought he was like some, you know, I mean, Steven Spielberg shit, and was stroking his fucking cock, but he wasn't looking at Cassie.
Oh,
he was
no,
looking at
Diddy.
me. Like, I'm pretty sure
On the
there's gonna be
stroking
some
of the
sex
cock.
Probably gonna say some shit like that, right? All right. Commercial sex workers by use of physical force, financial pressure, emotional abuse, narcotics. These acts described above, they were referred to as freak-offs, among other names. Involved orchestrated sexual performances facilitated through drug use that sometimes lasted days at a time. Also, again, you're gonna realize that they also say, and I'm skipping ahead here, but I'm just giving you a little bit of notice. They will eventually say that Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum, right? A mandatory minimum. Hey, give me 1 second here. I just want to click back on this to see what's going on. Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum. Okay, nothing has happened out here. Cool. All right, yeah. He's facing a mandatory minimum of 15 years all the way to life. So it is very, very much possible that Diddy, I know last night people said I was trumping up, what he's facing, but I'll even go to it in this detention memo, which, again, that's going to be part of why they're going to want to detain someone saying, hey, yo, this guy is facing being incarcerated for the rest of his life. Like, I'll scroll down. It says 15 years. Listen, look, the risk of flight. Nor can a defendant overcome the presumption that he's a risk of flight. The crimes the defendant is charged with carry significant penalties, including a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years imprisonment and a statutory maximum of life imprisonment. Now, we all know how it works on a federal level. If you get convicted on a federal level, there's only pretty much one way. You could go below what they have imposed as a mandatory minimum. You got to get that 5K1 letter. You got to be snitching, right? Now, granted, if we're thinking that, they kind of levy him to be the head of this enterprise, so who could he snitch on? So if he can't snitch, if he gets found guilty on these things, right, even through a plea bargain deal, that's 15 years, right? 15 years, right? And again, remember, this is a mandatory minimum, which is why people are definitely scared of the feds, right? Like, they have imposed a lot of mandatory minimums that it doesn't really give to the judge discretion in what they think you should get. These are hardline mandatory minimums that could only be bypassed for a very small handful of reasons. One, the biggest and the most known one is snitching, which is if a prosecutor writes what's called a 5K1 letter on your behalf at sentencing, it tells the judge you have cooperated, snitched, and that they could now bypass the mandatory minimum. Okay? Again, we don't think that's going to be applicable here for Diddy. Who can he tell on? What is he going to tell on? Like some other mogul? Right? Like, come on. We don't even see that happening. But maybe it's possible, but, let's be realistic, right? So if Diddy's facing minimum 15 years, minimum. How old is Diddy right now? By the way, I'm keeping an eye on this. How old is Diddy? 54. In 15 years, he'd be, obviously would have to serve 85% federally. So 85% of 15 years, 85% would be 8.5. It's 10. So it's 8.5. It's 10. 4.25. So it's about 12, 13 years. Yeah, 13 years actually. So yeah, 85%.
I follow you. I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so even if that's the case,
I'm back.
Again, obviously, I'm going to worst case scenario because who knows? Maybe be.
All right, I told y'all, 50 to life, 15 years to life max.
But if he gets a mandatory minimum, 15 years, he's 54. You get out in 13 years, he'll be 67, right?
He's done.
Like, could you get out at 67? Order another
And
batch of baby
and still
oil
be
and
rich.
cock rings, and get the free gloves. 69 or 67 or whatever.
Ain't gonna be doing
Maybe.
69 and 67 is crazy.
I don't know if the money's gonna be hitting the same, right? I think the financial discussion. I'm gonna see if I could there's a few people I want to get on. For a criminal level, I want to get on Bradford Cohen. I'm gonna contact him and make sure I try to get him on today or maybe tomorrow. Bradford Cohen, let me see if I can break it down. I would love for him. I know he's probably bogged down today, and also he's not like just a media guy. He's a actual attorney, so he got his own cases. But let me hit him up. I would love for him to kind of break this down.
He trolling. That's what act dope.
I would love for him to break this down. I would also like for maybe an attorney or, I don't know if it's a financial expert I should probably go to. We got to figure out how Diddy, what would be the advisable thing to do if you're Diddy, a guy with allegedly a net worth of 100.
Diddy, the best thing for you to do at this moment, I'm going to answer this. To me, the best thing you can do in this moment, Diddy, is come out and tell everybody that you gay. That you bisexual, bro. Boom. That's it.
Now facing life imprisonment. Also, you have your financial opportunities cut. Obviously, he's selling a couple of homes. He's liquidating a few things. But how does this work out financially? By the way, I'll show you this, which we'll get to it in the indictment. Where's the indictment? So this is the detention memo. We got the indictment here. By the way, let me just keep looking over here to make sure nothing's going on. All right, so we see a little bit more. These are the federal officers right here. So we're waiting for somebody to get on this mic. Pause, no Diddy. What you're going to see in the indictment, and I know I'm all over the place, but I hope you're following a little bit. The government is talking about forfeiture, and they're also talking about his assets. And they're talking about that, hey, he's probably going to owe some damages. And they're also pushing forth to say he could forfeit some assets if he can't pay it. Or if he's transferred, I'll read it real quick. Forfeiture allegations, it says as a result of committing these offenses, they're saying, according to, he should forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, right?
Damn, Title 18, y'all can declare bankruptcy?
In violation of Title 18, right? Which means any and all interest in securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any affording a source of influence, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let me try to get to layman's terms. Okay. He should forfeit any, look, here we go. According to Title 18, forfeit any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used. So they're saying if you had a freak off at your $60 million crib, we want to put that for a Title 18 forfeiture clause.
He not gonna have to though.
The judge can say you forfeit that property.
That's what they want them to do.
Crimes. By the way, we see this obviously with drug dealing, right? So like, if you got a car, you got a Charger, and you're using a fucking Charger to transfer, move coke around the U.S. You know what I mean?
Then they're gonna make you
like there's damages. Or if you had a bando, right? Like you use your grandma's house as the stash house, they might go for forfeiture to get to own your grandma's house because that's where the drugs was being stored, and they're saying that place was being used as a place to continue this either criminal conspiracy or obviously to continue crime. So they are looking forward.
Yeah, you might be right.
Possibly try to either, and you're gonna see they're gonna say we want maybe some injunctive shit to stop any property sales that he don't try to liquidate shit, or Diddy might be like, yo, I'm about to put everything in my daughter's name or my mama's name, and they're trying to stop that too. Look. So real or personal involved in or using or intended for the use of commit or facilitate the commission of said offenses, and any property traceable to such any and all property traceable to such property, and in all property, real and personal, blah blah blah. And they said the same thing like twice. Okay. Then they said, and in all property constituted or derived from the proceeds obtained. They're saying that if he made money from freak offs and bought a spot, they want that too. Right? They're using Title 18 a lot. Right? Cool. If we get to here, they says if any of the above forfeitable property, so they're going at him for real estate, as an act of, if any of the above described forfeitable property, as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty, is in the intent of the United States to seek forfeiture of the property of the defendant up to the value of the forfeitable property. So basically, yo, if they're like, yo, you have a property that has 5 other people's names and they're subdivided and get whatever interest out of it we need, we could try to get that interest from somewhere else, which, shit, they are.
But basically, it's like, they basically saying like, if the lawsuit is dropped down and a certain amount of money is declared that he needs to pay, if he cannot pay it, they need him to forfeit his assets if he's not able to carry out to pay that number. But just in case we get to that type of point, we would like it to be as though we can hold on to some of these things just in case it come up. That's all.
They're trying to cook this nigga, bro.
For sure.
Damn. Again, we're still waiting. This is live outside of the courthouse. I don't know exactly who we're waiting for, but we do see the mic set up here. I don't think the U.S. Attorney Office would be out here. No, not the office. I don't think the U.S. Attorney, Damian Williams, would come out here and do the same thing he just did in there. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's a top dog that just spoke, so.
The DA might.
Show the women, and we all seen the women that was standing next to him, right? Some of these people supposedly are the prosecutors. Like, and you know, it's very important to note. If these are the people who are going to be working on the case, a bunch of white women coming out, with all due respect. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Once I seen this shit, I said, damn.
I'm cooked.
If you charge with sex trafficking, the last 6 people, or 7 people, no, 6 people, you want to see is a pregnant Becky.
Right, a pregnant one too.
An old Karen.
A pregnant Becky prosecutor is crazy. Her emotions already all over the place. She already got mad switch up moods. You might mess around and get her on one of the days where she having a bad mood. Today, that baby whooping her behind. Got her spinal cord twisted up, her feet swollen. She got a headache, her nipples hurt, and she be, that nigga's guilty. She's gonna cook you. Yup, you got a pregnant one. They knew what they was doing. You put a pregnant lady as a prosecutor, she's going to fry you, put you back up, hang you in the air, spin you around rotisserie style, put you back in the oven again, turn it on to 500 degrees, take you back out, sear you on a pan, then hang you out back, let you air dry, put you back in the oven again, and then back in the grease. That's what's going to happen to you. You're cooked.
These are the 4 people right here. These are the worst. You don't see them. Hell no. Cooked. Cooked. You got to realize, and he said it. So, by the way, if you think this U.S. attorney, just like Fonnie Willis, will not be in court, who you're going to see in court are these people.
Mm-hmm. That's his team.
Yeah, this nigga, he just came for the press conference, chuck his deuce up, you know what I mean, get his clout points and level up in his ascension to, hopefully he probably is trying to get to U.S. Attorney General or some shit, right? But, yeah, he's like, all right, I'm gonna be the nigga who get Diddy. All right, nigga, see y'all. But these white women are gonna be prosecuting and be involved in dealing with this case.
Mm-hmm.
These Caucasians right here spells nothing but fucking trouble, man. Okay? All right, they're still waiting. They're still setting the mics. We don't know for what. Do not know for what. But something clearly is gonna happen here. Okay? Oh, wow. Wow. Give me 1 second, by the way. Ooh. I was looking on the other screen at the Rich Homie Quan thing. It's actually about 30,000 people watching that. All right. Cool. Let me see if there's any more other live things before I kind of delve into the indictment. Once again, we do have the indictment. It's 14 pages. We're gonna read through this, and then we're gonna get back to the detention letter. Then hopefully I can bring on a few experts on here to help assist, and just other people to react. Oh shit. Oh wow. My man Bradford Cohen just hit me. He said, "Yo, I was just on Law and Crimes talking about this." I'm pretty sure he'll come on here show some love as well. But let's see what he just talked about on Law and Crimes. If that was a thing, let's see. Law and Crimes. An hour ago. I don't know if this was live. Was it live? Was it live? No, we gotta go see what Bradford Cohen said. Gotta see what my man said. Okay. Give me a second. Are they live with it? Okay. All right. Let's see if we can find. No, that's just the stream. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a serious.
Here we go.
They've also highlighted how he allegedly obstructed justice and tried.
Come on, Bradford. Shout out to Bradford.
Who were coming forward during the course of this investigation. So there is
Oh, actually, we're gonna go back. So this is my man Bradford Cohen here. Good, perfect. Let's see what he got going on. Sorry, Chad.
Nope.
All those places that don't have extradition.
No conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. Now, one of the things they highlight later on, Bradford, is that he is facing...
He don't even look like Diddy.
A minimum of 15 years in prison to potentially life in prison. Your thoughts on the government's position here?
This is normally pretty common, and I called this a while ago that I don't think they would be agreeing to a bond. I knew that they wouldn't be agreeing to a bond because of the situation, even as it unfolded yesterday. When you have an individual that's arrested at his home.
By the way, I don't know who sent in that donation. Someone said check 50 Cent's page. I don't see him posting anything. I'll check his story. 50 is unusually quiet. I'm gonna be very honest. And matter of fact, 50 Cent just posted something. Has nothing to do with Diddy or the indictment. So he just, I don't think so, right? He posted picture and he says, "Here I am keeping good company with Drew Barrymore, and I don't." Oh, my bad. Okay, never mind. I have 100 bottles of lube at the house, but he's not really taking the biggest. You know, like this is the day you would think he's the most happiest in the world. Diddy's gotten indicted. You know what I think it is? I think, and I could be wrong. We'll see how 50 plays this. Number two things. 50's going into a new, path in his career. He's getting shown a lot of love culturally, but even from like place like Louisiana, Shreveport, they're showing him a lot of love. I don't think he want to go there on some petty, super toxic shit. I think he wants to show that he's a little bit mature, grown up, and maybe that's scaling back some of the Instagram antics. But still, 50 usually never changes, so I'm not banking on that being a thing. The other thing I would say why he hasn't made 20 posts about Diddy so far is potentially, especially after we seen last week, because he didn't comment on this either. His baby mama, who he was calling little sex worker, Daphne Joy, she was the subject of a subpoena with him for the same time period, 2008 till present, that Diddy's actually indicted in, 2008 till present. So maybe, who knows, maybe his baby mama is either a witness or is either going to be a listed co-conspirator. And I would imagine, at some point, 50 got to cut the bullshit, because no matter, even if you're getting petty with your baby moms for fucking Diddy, because we know that's the real thing, right? Like, you don't want your baby moms fucking your op, right? You have to remember that's the mother of your child, and your son does care about that person. So maybe that's one of the reasons he hasn't gone completely crazy, because maybe the mom is tied up in this thing. Again, we don't know about any co-conspirators. They haven't been named, even though they have been just referenced, like co-conspirator, but we haven't seen the names. And we don't know if they'll be indicted or not, okay? Anyway, let's get back to this real quick.
Home or arrested wherever he is at night, and they want to hold him overnight until the next day for a hearing. Generally speaking, you don't have an agreement for a bond. If you had an agreement for a bond, there's usually a surrender date. You have a quick hearing in front of a judge. There are things that take place that are very easy to do and easy to breeze through the system. And this isn't what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was they picked him up, they held him overnight. I predicted that they were not going to agree to a bond, and I kind of knew the situation in terms of the danger to society, which is, I think, is going to be their biggest argument. The flight of risk is the risk of flight, is a little bit more difficult to argue. They're going to say he's got a lot of money, he has access to jets, but that's what they said originally when they raided his home. So he didn't go anywhere. He could have flown to Morocco. He could have flown to Vietnam, all those places that don't have extradition. He didn't attempt to. He didn't do those things. Those are going to be the arguments that his lawyer is going to make about risk of flight. The more troublesome thing is whether or not he is a risk to society, danger to society, and whether or not his contact with these witnesses was ongoing obstruction thing. The judge could say, hey, if he was obstructing, why didn't you charge him with all these obstructing, charges? If you thought that he was really obstructing these witnesses, it's a difficult argument to make, especially where the presumption falls on the defense to put forth why they feel he's not a danger to society. And if they do have evidence, which I think they do, I mean, this has been an ongoing investigation for the past 5 months with a grand jury meeting, a couple times a week. I think they're going to have, as they say in cards, I think they have the nuts. I think they're going to show exactly the individuals that they have that will testify that he attempted to give them money, or he attempted to tell them, they were part of this ongoing criminal enterprise.
And by the way, obstruction does make its way into this indictment. He's not specifically charged with it, but it's part of like one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering. Look, I thought it was interesting. He showed up in New York in anticipation of these charges. My thought is he probably did that to say, I'm not a flight risk. I never ran during the course of this. I came here voluntarily. But the idea that you're learning from this document, the allegations that he might have been trying to influence witnesses, is particularly problematic. Okay, so now...
is that Chris Hansen?
I think so.
What an indictment, okay? 14 pages. It's kind of what we expected, but it's also, to see it and hear the allegations and hear how comprehensive it is. What's your takeaway?
Well, it is very comprehensive, and it's detailed, and we're talking about human trafficking, we're talking about racketeering, we're talking about serious charges.
By the way, also, we should mention, to be fair, and a lot of people thought there were going to be references to underage women, minors, right?
Yeah.
Again, I know I haven't gone through the full indictment with you guys here. I know some of you guys are going through it independently, or you're seeing third-party reports about what's supposedly in there. It doesn't really make any mention of Diddy with underage women. It doesn't. It doesn't make any references of him having sex, putting into, forced sex labor, women who are underage. Not sure if that will come out later, but we should probably, just to be fair, we that was talked about heavily, that, there's probably some 17 and 16-year-olds that blah, blah, but we didn't see it, or at least I didn't see it when I looked at it. I am going to go through it again on here, okay?
That all have to link together, and they result in potentially a very long prison sentence. The federal government, the Homeland Security agents, had the roadmap here. They had the civil suit by Cassie. They had 11 other civil suits. It was almost as if there weren't an investigation. It would be dereliction of duty not to start looking into it. But once they did open a federal investigation, they had a pretty good roadmap to go to get the search warrants, which we saw. And it seems to me, and I've heard from people close to the investigation, that they were able to recover a treasure trove of evidence, video evidence, digital evidence in those raids that were so closely held back when they went down. I mean, there were agents on those raids who didn't know whose house they were going to raid until they pulled up on it. That's how closely held this was going into it. So, but the fact that they have this evidence they got.
Okay, let me bring this also information to light. I just seen it. I have a different computer down here, so I'm looking at some stuff while I'm playing that. This is also interesting. This is what the U.S. attorney was talking about when he said there's a little bit more info about, and I wrote notes on it, about the arson. Like, there's a statute of arson, or a crime of arson that's under the Racketeering Act, and it's actually addressed. It's not really detailed in the indictment, but on page what page is this? On page 4 of the detention letter. Right? You'll see it here. The defendants. Is it this? No. Wait. Let me just make sure. No. This isn't the. Yeah. Am I looking at the same thing? I'm using two different computers. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is page 3. Okay, page 3, page 2, page 3. Sorry, chat. Cool. right, so this was the, oh yeah, page 3 is here, I'm sorry. Okay. It says, for example, early in the morning, so this is about other violence. It says, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of his enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking, shoving others. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed and experienced violence from the defendant firsthand and sustained lasting trauma as a result. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual one. By the way, it's very important. See, now they're giving a little bit more. So there's a person, individual one, that's going to be referred to multiple times. We'll find out who this person is eventually. But somebody got kidnapped. They kidnapped someone to get into the residence of individual one. Now, the importance of them calling the person individual one, this isn't, we don't know if that person's a victim. I don't know if they would normally call the person victim one, but individual one just seems like, okay, maybe somebody not a victim or a co-conspirator. Anyway, multiple witnesses will testify or would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. The latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Ooh, who got kidnapped? Chat, search the blogs. Everybody search the blogs right now. Well, obviously probably didn't make the blogs, but there's a police report. There's a police report, right? So December 22nd, 2011. We're gonna figure out who was he trying to break into that person's house. Let me go to, I know YouTube gonna have some information for me. They said Diddy was armed with a motherfucking, he was armed with 5 bottles of baby oil. No, I'm playing, that's a joke. Okay. Yeah, I think that's Kim Porter. I think that's Cassie. Now, well, here's the thing. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendants, oh, that's Kid Cudi. Got him. Kid Cudi, chat.
Yeah, with that when
he
set his car on fire.
Set fire to individuals' vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside when he set Kid Cudi on fire. Police and fire departments reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses will also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying his individual's car. Wow. He was about to kill that nigga Kid Cudi. Yo, Kid Cudi, niggas think you gay. Yeah, you can't be fucking my bitch. Get that. Let me not co-sign no Diddy's action. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. No. Oh my God. Yo, this court case is gonna be a movie. Now, let me read this once again. Multiple witnesses will testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. So, is a witness, maybe, because remember it says, look, the defendant, so Diddy and a co-conspirator. So they're saying Diddy was damn near there. So Diddy and somebody else. Oh, they call the person a co-conspirator. Never mind. Yeah. So the person they snitch on Diddy. They call him a co-conspirator. Yeah. Well, we think they snitch because they could still be called a co-conspirator and still told, right? But individual one, chat, write this down. Individual one is Kid Cudi. Wow. Okay. So the arson, so basically he's getting charged, part of the RICO, and again, we're going to get to the indictment. Part of the RICO, as I mentioned, is one of the things under there is multiple acts of, no, not multiple acts. You're going to see arson. Where's arson? Arson. Arson. Oh, multiple acts of arson.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So these are one of the things that are underneath the racketeering conspiracy, which means dumbass nigga Diddy is getting charged for trying to intimidate Diddy's side dude. Okay, cool. All right, so individual one is Kid Cudi. Approximately 2 weeks later, the co-conspirator set fire to individual one's car by slicing open the convertible top, dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Fire and police departments extensively documented the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Why didn't he get arrested then? Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying.
Because they tampered with that witness. That's why I paid them off.
Multiple witnesses would also testify. Now, here's the thing. They say multiple witnesses. You know who this reminds me of? Said Diddy set fire Kid Cudi car. There's a few people who went on social media who said that. Not Kid Cudi. Who was it?
Kid Cudi.
Here we go.
One of the other allegations in the question is, could Diddy be under witness protection? I wonder if they're saying they want to build a case against someone bigger.
It's the internet. Gene Deal, he will give an interview, and I think.
Yeah, Gene Deal said this, right?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Gene Deal will be some type of witness.
The allegations in their face.
Well, actually, no, Gene Deal wasn't around during this time. Like, who are the people who came out and said this? By the way, we're still waiting for this press conference outside of the thing.
I always go back to the line.
Who was the people who said this?
Is it too loud, Rabbit?
Who told the story of the Kid Cudi thing? We know Cassie said it, right? Cassie said it, but they're saying multiple witnesses. So who else could have been the multiple witnesses?
Roger Bonds, a former...
Ooh, Roger Bonds said it, right? Did he?
Diddy security guard, claims Diddy beat Cassie after learning about her 2011 affair with Kid Cudi, which he discovered...
Yeah, Tiffany Red, thank you. Tiffany Red. Tiffany Red did say it, thank you. But Tiffany Red is the friend of Cassie.
Okay.
I know y'all saying Jaguar right, but they say witnesses, so we got to think about people who were actually around. No disrespect to
That's
Jaguar,
the girl
right?
from Danity Kane, right? Right there.
Tiffany Red was like Cassie's best friend, so she may have been a witness. Cassie's clearly a witness, right? Who else would have either
I know. Okay. I think I know you're talking about. I seen her.
Because remember,
I seen her interview talking about Diddy. I know you're talking about
that Diddy bragged about it. So Diddy was going off, and remember, Lil Rod has these videotapes of Diddy just in a room, just running his mouth. So maybe Diddy was like, man, y'all niggas gotta stop fucking with me. Yo, I get niggas. Yo. Remember that one video of Diddy saying, like he was with a barber and he was saying, oh, niggas get killed, like something like that. Diddy barber video. Let me see. Y'all remember this video right here? Where he was talking crazy shit. He was talking crazy shit. Like, he was like, yo, Diddy threatening. It was like haircut. Like, it was while he was getting a haircut, I remember it. And I remember the barber just kind of watching, like, all right, brother. Y'all remember the video I'm talking about? He was talking crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I remember her interview.
Diddy. Y'all know the video I'm talking about? Diddy makes threats on video. Nigga said Fabulous booty hole is finally safe. Man, stop playing with Fabulous, man.
Right, stop
playing with Fabolous. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh my God, I know that video, bro. Please, somebody help me find it. It was a video where like he's kind of sitting and like you could tell everybody kind of looking at him like, y'all know a video, like he started just talking crazy, like yo, niggas get fucked up. Diddy, no, it wasn't Drink Champs. No, which one was it? Fuck. Bro, it's a video like it's like a nonchalant video. He's talking crazy in it though.
Yeah, but at this point, it don't really matter too much about Cassie abuse because I'm not saying it don't matter, but it don't really matter too much about it because they got it on video of her being abused. All it take is one time. for them to actually see that she's being abused. Any other time after that, it don't matter because he's still gonna get charged with the same thing. So as long as they know that it happened, that's good enough. He don't need nobody. And Gene Dill sometimes be capping. He be lying about some stuff. So you don't know when to believe Gene and when to. And that was whatchamacallit, the old security guard.
He's talking, I think it was like around a barber. He wasn't in a club. It wasn't Drink Champs. It wasn't Drink Champs. He was like, God damn it. I said Freddie P. Art of Dialogue. No, Freddie P. has his own stories, but there's a video where like Diddy's like he's just talking crazy. Nah, oh, fuck. Y'all definitely know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, I'm gonna find it. It's okay. I'm gonna find it. All right. Okay, so real quick, we now know one of the acts of this racketeering criminal enterprise is him blowing up Kid Cudi's car. Okay? So more broadly, at least since 2008, allegations of the defendant's physical abuse of women have been publicly reported in the media, including Hollywood blogs and on podcasts. Law enforcement reports corroborate. Police responded to several instances, including assaults against victims, blah, blah. More recently, there's been outpour of public allegations against him. Okay, cool. Let's go back to this. I'm going to try to find it on my other screen real quick.
Trades that help them to go to the grand jury and get this indictment, and it's a big case.
It's interesting, Bradford, that they haven't in this indictment, and you tell me if it's commonplace, they haven't listed what the evidence is they have, right? They haven't said we have this digital evidence, we spoke to X, Y, and Z witnesses. They haven't even publicly specifically identified any of the cooperating witnesses. They mention a victim one, but it's not like you see Cassandra Ventura's name. It's not like you see Joy Dickerson-Neal's name or Rodney Jones' name. It's comprehensive, but it's broad. It doesn't go into the specifics that I think many of us were anticipating, but having said that, this is also just the first charging document. This is the indictment. Is it not surprising we don't have that information? And when would we learn what information and what evidence the prosecution has?
Sure, it's not surprising. Usually indictments don't have a lot of detail in them. It's unusual when they do. And usually when they lay out a ton of detail, it's because there's some weakness in the case. There's something they're trying to do to cover up with all these allegations. In this case, the indictment is what's expected. It makes the bare allegations. It lists victim one, which we can assume is Cassie because of the way that they address it. But you're guessing at who victim one is. You're guessing at who cooperating witness is. All these things that normally happen in an indictment happened in this indictment. I've had many, many cases in the Southern District of New York, and these indictments are commonplace anywhere. Southern District of Florida, same thing. Usually you don't find where there's an indictment with great detail as to individuals' names, individual places, different areas. Usually it's an area of time, so it gives you kind of a goalpost of what time they're looking at, what time frame, and the allegations that they're making during that time frame. Especially when it comes to RICO charges, you're not going to find something like the YSL case where the attorneys in that case went into great detail about all this RICO and racketeering and what they did and when they did it. You're not going to find that in a federal case. This is a more streamlined type RICO case, and you're not going to find, like, again, the circus that's happening in Atlanta. That doesn't happen in federal court.
Right.
So a couple of things. One, at 11:30 a.m., we are waiting for a press conference to be held by Damian Williams, who's the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who will go into more detail about this indictment and what the possible penalties are. We talked about it. I believe racketeering could be 20 years. You have another charge that could be 15 to life, another 10. So he's looking at very, very serious prison time if ultimately convicted. I do want to go over this with you, Chris. Sure. So this is a racketeering case. The first charge is the racketeering conspiracy to violate the racketeering statute. And you're talking about an agreement to violate the law. You're talking about a criminal enterprise. And there are all these underlying...
Yo, all right, my boy. Thank you for finding it. Yo, this shit was gonna drive me mad. I know I'm not crazy, bro. Got a memory of an elephant, bro. Thank you so much, dog. How do I get to this? It says, all I gotta type in is this. This was the clip. P. Diddy talking about throwing somebody out the window. Like, listen to this shit. When I was DJ, give me the beat, man. I'm loved now, y'all. So you know, back in the day, somebody may got thrown out the window for that shit, but not no more. When I was, he said back in the day, I would have threw a nigga out the window for that. God damn, man. He said my name is Love now. I don't do that shit no more. DJ, give me the beat, man. I'm loved now, y'all. So you know, back in the day, somebody may got thrown out the window for that shit, but not no more. Damn, Diddy was really running around here thinking he Pac. Holy shit.
Crimes is part of what a criminal enterprise is. There is a section of this indictment that talks about the means and the methods of the enterprise, and I want your reaction to it. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, right? These really disgusting sexual sessions. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transport...
Yo, just imagine Diddy when he was about to do his thing, and he like, hey, Cassie, hey, go get some people together. I already got everything set up. I'm trying to have a freak off. He wake up in the morning. Cassie be like, hey Diddy, what you in the mood for today? I'm in the mood for a freak off, baby. Take that.
Transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. This is why you get the sex trafficking. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, often involved multiple sex workers. And the allegation was he would force women to have group sex with male, sometimes male sex workers. And during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And then it says this part, that, they talk about how he had help, that members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the hotel rooms, stocking the hotel rooms, including with controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs. It's really disgusting stuff.
Well, it is. And what you see... right? This is the extreme of what we see in our investigations, our takedown investigations on True Blue.
He said...
Predators who come in.
He said... Unc said, really disgusting stuff. Yo, why you say no, Rabbit? What's wrong?
The ultimate groomer, according to this indictment, allegedly.
Wait, is True Blue like Blue Chew? Hell no.
All these allegations.
Blue Chew.
He set it up. He had a fantasy. He couldn't resist this fantasy. And he had the means and the contacts, the power and the money, the access to pull all this together. Now, here's a guy who's a mega music producer. A lot of people depend on him for their celebrity, their success, everything else. So he holds a lot of this power over their heads. Then you introduce the alcohol, the drugs, the notion that if you go along with this, you're going to be someone.
Mace ain't feel no type of way. Mace got away from that before all this even started.
And it became acceptable in his mind. And so,
but no, Mace made a comment on what he said. He said, I ain't got nothing to do with that grown man and whatever he went through.
So the predator, being Combs in this case, can relive it and show it.
Mace
and brag
said
about
Mace
it
made a
and
couple
experience
remarks
it over
about
and
it.
over again. It is so typical of a predator.
Now, look, these are very disturbing
Okay,
allegations.
okay. I got another part. Again, you don't. Obviously, my voice is a little bit limited here because we would just read every single word of every single thing, but especially since we're still at the top of the broadcast, I want to get to the most interesting things that's at the top of our list. So I'm kind of like parsing it. Anytime I play a video, I'm looking through some shit to read you some more interesting shit. Page 10 of the detention letter shows how they said Diddy allegedly went to try to, right after the Cassie thing, they said he was making mad calls to other women because he knew basically the house was coming down. For example, let me start reading here. Okay, so this is the Cassie thing here. More recently, the defendant has directly or through intermediaries, engaged in obstructed conduct related to the matters under investigation in this case. Specifically, following the November 2023 lawsuit, that's Cassie lawsuit, the defendants and intermediaries acted on his behalf, reached out to potential victims and witnesses to the alleged conduct, including individuals he did not speak to regularly and had not spoken to in years, to attempt to feed those victims and witnesses false narratives about the defendant's criminal conduct. With respect to at least two of these individuals, the defendant's co-conspirators assisted in efforts to protect the defendant. For example, on or about November 19th, just 3 days after the filing of the lawsuit, so Cassie lawsuit, so that's after he settled, because he settled basically, well, pretty much he settled by Friday, right? And it was filed like on a Friday. The defendant made multiple calls to another victim of his sexual abuse and recorded certain of those calls using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. Ooh, who's that co-conspirator who's trying to help him cover shit up? I wonder if this woman is going to be called the co-conspirator. As people keep saying, the real Ghislaine Maxwell, they're accusing this woman. I know I'm putting her name up here, and I'm not trying to disparage her, but they're saying that this is like an assistant, like his chief of staff, Diddy Quorum. Okay, this person here. They believe this woman here that you've seen right here was supposedly the woman who was trying to help, make sure things were on the up and up. So, they kind of describe her as Diddy right-hand woman.
Oh, wow.
And potentially she would be the person to do some of the things to try to cover. Look, he's in the fetal position. She's sending out a text, trying to make shit, okay. And it's always good when either your personal assistant or your chief of staff, is in a bathrobe at your crib. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Facts.
But maybe this is the person who was helping Diddy, right? Anyway, so multiple calls was made to another victim using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. During the calls, the defendant. So, and I'm wondering if this means the phone calls were tapped. That's also very interesting to know. We're not going to know these things at this moment, but clearly, actually, it wasn't tapped because they said it was being recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So it was being recorded on that person's phone, right? And so during the calls, the defendant repeatedly asked for the victim's support and friendship and attempted to convince the victims that she had willingly engaged in acts constituting sexual abuse. The defendants also assured the victim that if she needed the defendant to, she ain't got to worry about nothing else. A thinly veiled attempt to coerce the victim into adopting and supporting the defendant's false version of the events to protect the defendant. Basically saying, yo, I'm going to take care of you if you hold me down. You know what I mean? That's what
right.
He was doing, right? Even more concerned, and since learning about the criminal investigation, so by the way, at that point, he didn't know about the criminal investigation. That was only a civil suit. Said, since learning about the criminal investigation, including following the execution of the search warrant, Combs contacted other witnesses on multiple occasions, including witnesses who had received grand jury subpoenas. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is... Fuck. His recent conduct is similar to that in United States versus LaFontaine, in which the Second Circuit affirmed the district court's revocation of pre-trial release after the defendant in that case engaged in witness tampering. Now, granted, his lawyers are going to have something to say to this, basically saying, well, Diddy didn't know these people were witnesses, and in his opinion, these people aren't victims. So witness tampering is I would believe, and obviously I'm just not a lawyer, but still, that would assume he has some knowledge that these people are witnesses or potential witnesses, and maybe they could somehow explain to say, nah, he was just reaching out to friends, right? Whatever. Anyway, specifically, the defendant who was charged with multiple counts of fraud in connection with the providing false claims to medical insurers called the witness to remind the witness that the particular patient had received surgeries that the patient had not received, in fact, received. The Second Circuit affirmed the district that the patient, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right. So they're saying, based on another case, Diddy has done worse. He's hitting up people who got subpoenaed. What's not clear is if he knew they got subpoenaed and was trying to like, yo, remember, they do ask you about the freak off we had at the W. Just remember, you was the one who said, yo, if I got you 3 bottles of Ciroc, 15 bottles of baby oil, and two long dick niggas that were gigolos,
Diddy,
you said you were down. Remember, that was your idea, girl. Just trying to make sure you know what it is. Who knows what the fuck he was probably saying, but I'm just making that up, right? Okay. Wow, interesting. Okay. Oh, here we go. The government is aware through electronic evidence, toll records, conversations with witnesses, and other evidences that the defendant has contacted witnesses, including subpoenaed witness, prior to the dates on which the witness were to appear before a grand jury. In addition, the defendant has recorded calls with at least one victim and provided, either directly or through intermediaries, false narrative of events that transpired so that the witnesses would adopt that false testimony. Moreover, the defendant's obstructive conduct is made even more alarming by the manner in which he carried it out to evade detection. In some instances, by having intermediary make calls on his behalf and recording certain calls on another individual's device. These deliberate actions show that the defendant was aware that he was doing was obstructive, and that his aim was to evade detection. Even the most stringent conditions, including monitoring of a court-authorized electronic device, would fail to ensure that the defendant would not engage in this kind of obstruction from his home. So they're saying, fuck house arrest, keep his ass in jail, including by acting through intermediaries and using other devices. Given his history of obstruction as well as violent nature of the charges, the defendant cannot overcome the presumption that no condition or combination of condition can ensure the safety of the community. Wow. Still waiting on this, chat. Still waiting. No update yet.
Bradford, that's clear. How do you defend?
Okay. Oh.
Defend this. So if you can, again, I said this before, there are eerie similarities between this and the R. Kelly indictment, which was also out in New York. It was also a federal case. There was racketeering charges. There was sex trafficking charges. How does one defend this in front of a jury?
So there's a couple different ways. Number one is because of the other individuals that were involved, I'm sure you're going to have multiple flipping witnesses. The government generally, approaches these individuals. They say, hey, listen, you can either be on, the defendant's side of the case, which will be more than happy to add you to this racketeering charge, or you can be on the state side or government side of the case, and we would give you immunity for.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta put my charger on. Hold on, y'all.
Different things coming about Cassie and like that video that was leaked. And I said this at the time. The video was being leaked. My belief is that the video was being leaked to show that Cassie was a victim and should not be a defendant in the case. I'm sure Cassie was, according to reports, according to other individuals that have talked about it, and according to individuals that I've spoken to, Cassie engaged in some of these allegations that are going to be going on against Sean Combs. So because of that, and they know that was going to come out, I think they wanted to make sure that she was labeled as a victim and not as a co-conspirator. Because I think very easily a lot of individuals could be co-conspirators with Diddy. My understanding is that there was a lot of individuals that were involved. And I think by looking at the indictment and seeing that only Sean Combs is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs,
Yep.
and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it.
Wow, we just talked about that. I said, this is a racketeering fucking case. There's only one person, but I would say maybe a supersede, right? And you hear Bradford Cohen say this.
Is the only defendant currently who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant.
Diddy,
my guess
right.
is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs, and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it's usually very unusual to have a RICO case with one individual as a defendant.
That's true.
Interesting. By the way, I'm also getting told I might be incorrect here. I'm also getting told I might be incorrect. This is the indictment. We didn't go through it completely yet, but apparently there is mention of children. And I can't hit the search button there. Variety just ran an article. Variety.com. They ran an article basically saying children. It says, wait, hold on. According to their tweet, they have a tweet out. Let me just go to the tweet, and then I'll find it from there. Again, we're going to read this for ourselves, but... Wait, my computer freezing up? Come on now. Variety. Here we go. Here we go, Chad. This is the, wait. Yeah, this, we're going to find it in a second. Give me a second, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. By the way, Kevin Lyles just left Warner Music Group. I think it's a cash out option, I think. But today's not the day we'll get to that, really. I got to talk about a whole lot of shit going on at Atlantic. A lot of moving parts. Music industry drama, there's a lot of shit going on there. I got to spend like 2 hours on that. Just not important right now. Okay, look. It says Sean Diddy Combs has been charged with 3 counts, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking of children.
Damn.
Children by
No, wait.
I didn't see the children part, but let me
That might be, hold on.
Article, and then see if I can find it in the original. Children. It doesn't say. Hopefully this indictment is searchable. Yeah, I think it is. No, it isn't. No, they just scan this in. Let me scan through this real quickly. Actually, I'll do it on the screen below, just like usual. I hate wasting our time, so let me just play a little bit more of this. I'm going to find what aspects they mention children, okay?
Because you're right, he's the only one charged, and you're seeing that he allegedly had a lot of coordination and cooperation. I want to read you something here, Chris. So this is now from that letter that I mentioned from the government to the judge requesting that no bail be issued. And they talk about how he's violent. They said, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards the employees and his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another, individual 1. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, the latter of which is corroborated by police reports.
Once again, Kid Cudi. This is Kid Cudi.
Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual 1's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual 1's car. I think that this is Kid Cudi.
Yeah.
So if we go back to the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit, she made an allegation that Diddy blew up his car because she was, talking to him or whatever it was. When you hear this, this is a whole separate component of this case as well.
Well, it goes to the power, the enforcement, the thought that you are too big to be busted. You get away with things enough times in your life at this level, you think you're invincible. And you're not, because at some point, people are going to see the Cassie video. They're going to see.
Why you
the
keep saying,
brutality.
wait, what happened?
This
What
wasn't
happened to
an
you? Why
argument
you ain't, how
just
you
a
don't know what happened? What
domestic
happened?
case in a hotel lobby. This was an all-out ass whooping.
Where you
of
go?
an innocent, vulnerable woman.
You fell asleep
And
or something?
He did not give up. And that video, although that the case is probably beyond the statute of limitations in terms of charging a crime, that was significant for the reasons Bradford said, and in the back of the minds of the federal investigators, because they're thinking, we can't let this guy get away with this. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You talk about the allegations in the indictment. You're talking about arson, kidnapping. You know, this can't be allowed in society, no matter who you are. And there are a lot of allegations here. And I think going back to him making himself available into New York, you know, knowing this was coming, clearly that's an attempt to bargain for his short-term freedom as this case works through the court system. But it's going to be very tough when the judge takes a look at this and sees the potential danger, the potential witness tampering, the things that have already happened. What, suddenly he's going to change? It's going to be a tough argument for his lawyers.
And it says that the government's investigation is ongoing in this letter. You know, while the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing.
And you have to wonder how many of these events were somehow videotaped or captured to show other people, to encourage this notion that, you know, if you cross me, this is what's going to happen to you. And it doesn't matter how big you think you are, I'm bigger and I'll crush you. So, you know, was some of that taken from one of the raids?
So now I'm curious, Bradford, if once we knew that he was arrested last night and we knew this indictment was coming, I went back and I looked at all of the lawsuits. I looked at all of the lawsuits that he's facing, from April Lampros, to Rodney Jones, to even the Cassandra Ventura one that was settled, to Dawn Richard. There's the Grace O'Markey one that lists him as a defendant, but his son is the one who's the main defendant. There's Joy Dickerson-Neal. Do you have a sense from reading these papers?
Ain't nothing really happened. They just reading out what's going on. They just reading out the indictment stuff.
How much of they are cooperating witnesses? How much are their accounts part of these criminal charges? Do you have a sense of that?
I think that, I mean, when I read some of these lawsuits, some of them I think are so fantastical that I don't think they would make great witnesses. I think Cassie's is the most credible. In terms of looking at the other lawsuits, I think that those witnesses can provide some backup and some confirmation of some allegations, but I don't think they're going to be the star witness. I think there's probably going to be 5 main core witnesses, and those are going to be the 5 individuals that were closest to Sean Combs. I'm sure they have subpoenaed assistants or personal assistants.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This does look incredibly horrible for Diddy. I mean, again, this is the indictment. You know, obviously they spell out his. I mean, I guess we could kind of go through it. Let's go through it. Once again, this is the 14-page indictment. This is the first document. I'm actually, let me look it up to see if it's fully in the system as yet. Diddy hasn't appeared in court from what I've been told. I do believe that his attorney, after the court hearing, I think that's what that's for. It said this afternoon. We don't know what time.
Yeah, they're not really talking about too much. They were just going over it.
What this is for? This is most likely for after the attorney is walking into court and out of court, that they could possibly have a press conference. I don't know if Diddy's attorney will address the press again. I don't even think it was a need for him to address the press this morning. Again, let your PR people do the PR shit. Let the lawyer go beat the case. But regardless, they've set this up. You know, Diddy's set to appear in court later. He's currently in custody, so you won't see him walk through these doors or walk out most likely. And we're gonna hear some updates about, hey, was there consideration for bail given? Did the judge say, hey, we're gonna grant bail, or will it be a motion to remand, or not motion, but it will be the judge. Will the judge remand him into custody for the foreseeable future? Which, you know, at that point, you know, who knows the next, you know, shot they'll have to try to get bail. Obviously, that's probably one of his biggest priority. Like a billionaire in jail is probably not used to that lifestyle. You don't get $1 billion to go sit in jail, right? So his lawyers at every turn, even if he's denied bail today, they're going to try to get him, you know, additional opportunities to apply for bail, and hopefully, you know, in their case, they could get him out on some type of bail, whether it's house. You know, we all seen YoungBoy. YoungBoy was in like a $10 million crib, you know, with an armed militia around there 24/7. But at least you're in a mansion. You know what I mean? You'd rather be in a $10 million crib rather than be in some New York City rat hole jail, right? You know what I mean? You don't want to be bunkies with taxstone. You get what I'm saying? So, of course, we're going to see what happens there. Let me see. I actually don't think it's going to be still in the system yet. I'm searching it right now. Because we're going to see a bunch of documents fly off, including what's going to be important is, you know, maybe if there is a premeditated motion for pretrial release, maybe that's also submitted, but that might be just, you know, submitted after court, even though I think they would want to have him, have the judge consider it in court today. Give me 1 second. I'm looking some shit up right here. Because right now we only have 2 documents, the indictment and the detention memo, which is both from the prosecutor. Give me 1 second. Yeah, and yeah, I still don't see it in here yet. It's probably going to take some while. They'll probably officially file it. The clerk will file it to the government website after the court hearing is done. But regardless, we don't know what time. Let me see if I can Google it and figure out what time. Diddy is scheduled to appear in court. We don't know what time, though. What time? Don't know what time, but apparently it's supposed to be in the afternoon. Here we go. Diddy's gonna appear in court at 2:30 p.m. From what I'm hearing, I've talked to a few people who are like, you know, legal experts. They think it's gonna be quick. They think they're gonna have him in there and out. Probably a 30-minute hearing. There will be no video. This is federal court, so we're not gonna see no video of it. Obviously, there's gonna be reporters in there. So I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna be in there trying to get a drawing of Diddy. I'm guessing he would probably be in cuffs, even though I still can't even like imagine Diddy in cuffs. But they're gonna you know, they're gonna come out with a description of his demeanor, the proceedings, and obviously we're gonna see the documents fly off afterwards with the results of that. But 2:30 today, which means it's about another hour and 15 minutes until Diddy goes to court or Diddy sees that judge. Again, his indictment was unsealed, which means that his lawyers know what charges he has. They're going to be read to him at his first appearance. They're going to apparently try to get bond, but there's already a memo filed to heavily oppose bond. Like this is a pretty, again, the memo to oppose bond is 16 pages. The indictment is 14 pages. You get what I'm saying? This is the memo to oppose bond. This is the indictment, right? Okay. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then, you know, we're gonna. Oh no, this is what I wanted to get to. This is how disgusting they kind of set this shit up in terms of when they start describing the freak off. Keep in mind, I've never heard Diddy say the word freak off, but like, god damn it, it's such like a disgusting thing, even when you think about it now. Here we go. They're gonna describe a freak off. Here we go. Here we go. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, P Diddy, Diddy, PD, Love, the defendant and other members of the associates of Combs Enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct and affairs include the following, right? They wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at his businesses to intimidate, threaten, lure females into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. He then used force, threats of force, coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts. Now, this is the disgusting part. Extended sex acts. You're gonna hear freak offs
Bam, 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 bam. You're here for the extended sex X extended stay on the freak off. Let's get it.
I'm like, yo, what type of level of horny?
Oh God, I told you. Listen, I told you, man. Diddy had about 30 honey packs, 2 blue chews, 18 extends, couple rhinos, and he ready. He woke up like, I want to have a freak off. Hudson, get the jet. He talk about.
Like, this is some new shit, brother. Okay, so freak offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. In a range of these freak offs, Combs, with the assistance of members of associates,
Freaky man.
of his
Yeah,
enterprise,
that's
transported and
you.
caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Damn, you was bringing in bitches overseas. God damn. Freak offs occurred regularly. Sometimes it lasted multiple days. I see why this nigga need 1,000 bottles of lube. Cause if nigga, you must have found Aqua Woman if she could stay with for fucking 3 days. Like, what the fuck?
Facts.
No wonder he needed lube.
Facts.
Lasted multiple days and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During the freak offs, he distributed a variety of controlled substance to the victims, in part to keep them obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, they kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts. Oh my God. Members of the Associates of Combs Enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated freak offs by, among other things, booking hotel for the freak off, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with lube, and freak off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra cleaning the hotel rooms. Oh my God. Yo, chat, how much would you need to get paid if you work for Combs Enterprise and your job is to clean up after the freak off?
Nasty word.
You're running into all type of like fluid.
Yeah.
You see something that's like gooey, it could be semen.
Yeah.
Between 50 niggas semen, because you know apparently it was mad niggas in this shit. You don't know what type of semen that was. Vaginal discharge.
You don't know.
Saliva. Lube.
Nasty work.
God damn it. Yo, I could see
God damn it.
Said, I'm getting the fuck
My fault.
It looked good when Farnsworth Bentley was just holding the fucking umbrella.
Yo.
Imagine, be like, all right, nigga, ain't no fucking rain going on in here, nigga. The only thing raining down is semen.
He said, God damn it.
Scrub all the cum off the wall. All the ejaculation stains.
This is nasty work.
Yo, I kid you not, man. If I was the feds and I raided Diddy's cribs,
you be scared to touch anything in there.
I'm scouring the crib through is with a, what's it called, a black light? You know the light they used to. I remember the show, Raid My Room.
Yeah.
Room Raiders, black light, and they'd be like, yo, that's the cum stain. That's the cum stain right there. That's the cum stain right there. Yeah. Imagine when they do this at Diddy's mansion.
Y'all remember that show, Room Raiders? Well, it's time to do the bed check.
Yes. Oh my God, you do this at Diddy's mansion, it's over. It's fucking over.
My own bed. Alright, so we have the
nigga, just go
that here, do it to myself and see some hairs. See some hairs. Pillows clean.
Nah, on shit. Diabolical. How much you think the nigga who's cleaning up the lube, baby oil, vaginal discharge, semen is getting paid? It's gotta be a good gig, right? Like, you gotta get 6 figures for that, right? I'm not saying I would do that shit. I'm just saying. If that was a job you had to do, like, how much I would want to get paid for that? You walk into the room, that shit smell like pussy.
Right.
Diddy was just getting his ass eaten by some dude. Cassie was just gonna be cocky. Some other little chick was having a mukbang with just mad assortment of semen.
Facts.
Piss.
And they're having a fucking mad orgy. They having a mukbang of different juices from each other. It's smelling like badussy and titty sweat and that jaw. It like that is nasty work. Toenails been bit off, hair follicles everywhere, spit, saliva. They done cut each other open. Man, get the hell out of here. They done had the whole mukbang with body fluids. It's nasty work.
Remember, this is P. Diddy. P. I wanna pee on you. You're cleaning pee, maybe some fecal matter. The only thing you won't find, no condoms.
No condoms, for sure.
Ain't that a bitch?
No condoms.
You know this shit gotta be nasty.
It ain't a condom in sight.
They found 1,000 bottles of lube. One condom. You walk up in Diddy's freak off, like a slip and slide up in that bitch. Oh my God. It's a slip and slide.
That shit slip and slide. Take it to the house. Take it to the house.
Nigga, you show up to clean up after the freak off.
Yo,
you know what you gonna sound like?
You show up to clean up after the freak off and look like a thrift store. It's everywhere of all kinds of stuff. Who they gonna look like, Act?
You gonna sound like this.
One nigga got that nigga up out of there. Thank God. Yeah, I had to fight some nigga in the bathroom. No homo. We slipping on semen.
You gotta be slipping on semen when you enter the freak off room and this nigga's all lube.
You said they gotta wear non-slip protection gear in there. They gotta wear non-slip protection gear when they go in there. You gotta have on steel toe.
It's lube everywhere. You slipping on semen at cleaning up the freak off.
They done turned it to a semen rink, a semen ice skating rink. You motherfuckers is nasty. Everybody gotta put condoms on their feet because their shoes will get pregnant.
But niggas was jerking off in the bathroom.
Jerking off in the corner.
Some nigga in the bathroom, no homo. We slipping on semen. But niggas was jerking off in the bathroom. We got that nigga up out of there.
This is nasty work, man. No Diddy.
Yo, I know.
Yo, man, this is crazy work, bro. Like, yo.
Fucked up shit.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
They ended up having a mukbang with every different body fluid you can name, and it ain't a condom in sight.
You have to be the person to go bring some extra lube in the room.
Right. He'd be like, hey, yo, I need some extra, I need more lube. You walk in with the bottle of baby oil on a little silver platter tray. With no condoms in sight, he raw dogged everything.
While Diddy and 10 other niggas and Cassie are having a freak off. Resupplying Combs with requested supplies.
Oh my God.
Stacks or sums of cash to Combs to pay the sex workers. And then, yo, this is when I realized, nigga, how much fucking you gotta be doing that you fucking for days. If your fuck session lasts days, god damn it. Nigga, even in the jungle. Nigga, you know they say the lion, when the lion has sex, it only lasts a minute.
That nigga was mixing.
It takes the lion a minute to nut.
Hey, Act, that nigga was mixing honey packs and blue chews together. This shit was lasting for days. He's a nymphomaniac. Seriously.
The most fucking powerful creature in the jungle. But Diddy, it was taking him days? What type of deranged nigga is this?
He's a psychomaniac. He's a nymphomaniac.
What type of edging was he doing?
Yeah.
Chat, keep it a beat. When y'all niggas is like, and I know, no homo, feel me? But How long is the longest y'all even jacked? All right, so you open up Pornhub. You ain't got no bitch around. You open up Pornhub. You running one out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't do it. Come on, let's not act like, you know. What's the longest you jacked off for?
Probably like 15 minutes.
Imagine Diddy is jacking off to this shit for days.
Shit,
I see why this nigga need lubricant and baby oil.
If I pop on the hub and I'm in a mad session, you know what I'm saying? Pamela come out, bow. You feel me? Hold the baby oil. You hold the baby oil. You hold the baby oil. We don't need no baby oil. You feel me? Cocoa butter. You feel me? You mean? And I pull Pamela out, bow. You feel me? And I got on a right video. If just on a regular, you mean? 15, about 15-minute joint. You feel me? But if it's the right joint, oh, I'm out of here in 3 minutes. I'm out. Game over. Yeah.
Or nigga, you will chafe your dick. Nigga, at some point, your palm gotta feel like sandpaper.
That shit gonna hurt.
What the fuck?
Gots to go.
This nigga was jacking off for days. Nah, if you jerk off to Pornhub for an hour, something wrong with you, bro.
Yeah, you done.
Something wrong with you. An hour?
You're done.
Hours.
You're a
3
sex
hours,
addict.
you're wilding.
You're a sex addict.
You niggas jerked off for 3 hours to Pornhub?
It's crazy work.
I'm sending U.S. attorney to y'all house next. Who said that?
Facts, because he's dangerous.
Nah, 5 minutes too short. Like maybe like, you know,
Yeah,
between
look,
10 and 30.
10 and 15. 10 and 30. Yeah, that's what I said.
Now, we're
Quick
not
15.
counting the parts where like you're on the 89th page.
Yeah, you gotta scroll through. You gotta scroll to get the right video.
Next. That's cool. We're talking about jerk off time.
The sounds gotta be on point.
But
Everything.
fuck all that. Even if you went 3 hours, Diddy's going 3 days. In or about March 24, during the search of his cribs in Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, California, they seized freak-off supplies, narcotics, and 1,000 bottles.
Get to the kit. Get to the freak-off kit. Diddy, when they send the phone call out to the freak-off participants, they be like, yeah, you know, Diddy, he throwing a party, so make sure you bring your freak-off kit. What is in the freak-off kit? What is in the kit? Definitely, they definitely got bottles of water on deck at Diddy crib, because they got to stay hydrated. You feel me? Even after the parties, he said everybody gets IVs to be rehydrated. That's crazy work.
Oh, my God. This is... Now, here's the thing, too. Doesn't make it any better that we've seen Diddy with this IV fluid shit.
No, I just said that.
In the pandemic, I used to see that nigga have the IV thing. Did Diddy get these videos scrubbed from the internet, bro?
Probably.
Diddy IV...
That's how you knew he just had a freak off. Every time y'all seen him,
videos of him with IV.
every time y'all seen him with an IV in his arm, he getting rehydrated because he just got done with a freak off.
I spelled pandemic wrong. I've never took that IV shit, but now I'm associating the IV shit to freak off. Somebody was trying to say, yo, Ack, you be drinking a lot. You know what you should do? In the morning, just get an IV. It just replenishes you. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I'm drinking, but I ain't drinking that hard, bro. Like, what type of shit you gotta be doing to stick a needle in and just have to pump fluids into yourself? This was a post, nigga, this was his post freak off ritual. Let me see what I can find.
Right.
Fluid, specific to find it.
Yo.
I know I've seen it before. Definitely seen it before.
You seen the freak off kit, Act? That's what you saying to me?
Nah, Diddy might have had some people scrub some shit. I can't find this bitch. Oh, here we go. Look. Right here. Thank you. What the fuck is this? This is the drip bar? The fuck is the drip bar?
Yeah, the freak off. That's the freak off rehydrator. The drip bar.
This was during 2021.
That was a nasty name. The drip bar.
Yeah, this was after a freak off. After a freak off.
Look at Diddy's face.
You see, Diddy drip off. Trying to see.
And you gonna mess around and pull up the wrong thing. You keep entering drip bar. Oh man.
Right now. I'll file later. It's all good.
Yeah, you violating right now. Act.
What's this though?
Let's go ahead and
we listened to that already.
When we say
not being off the table.
Here we go.
Charges racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He called what Sean Diddy Combs organized a business empire that he said he controlled using kidnapping, bribery, saying that he exploited people, used force, threats. And when you really understand where all of this comes from, you have to go back to the lawsuit, that civil lawsuit that was fired by Combs's longtime ex-girlfriend. Mr. Williams mentioned that video that would later show up after he settled with her in that civil case when she was claiming that he sexually assaulted her and beat her. And then we saw evidence of that months later in a 2016 video in a hotel where she is hit, kicked, and dragged. Those were the exact words that he used in this criminal case. Something else worth noting, Lindsay, is what he talked about when referencing what they were able to find when searching the home. He said that they searched and seized evidence, 3 defaced AR-15s, evidence of freak-offs. Again, this was a term used in the civil suit. But
every time they say freak-offs, man.
He said also that this is not done, that there could be more people that are prosecuted as a result of this. But today, of course, the focus being on Sean Diddy Combs.
And Jerika, many reporters were quick to ask whether any more charges could be coming because this indictment says that he did not do this alone. He was essentially enabled by the people around him, the apparatus that he built, according to prosecutors, as part of this criminal enterprise, again, according to the indictment, that essentially enabled this behavior and led to a pattern of coercion and intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, he said it again by saying we are not done. He even gave a phone number for people to call if they have any tips, because this is an ongoing investigation, as he said a couple of times. He also talked about other charges not being off the table. One of the first questions, though, I think that many people have had, this is someone who's been so well known, a business entrepreneur, a mogul for 30 years. And the question was, why did this take so long and are there any other victims? He would not specify about how many victims there are allegedly, only to say that there's multiple based on that indictment. When it comes to why it took so long, he said the better focus should be that we are here today.
I mean, that is the question. He just got the key to New York City in 2023. He was asked to give it back. He did give it back, and yet here we are. Prosecutors saying that this behavior went on for decades. Jerika, we are expecting to learn more from this detention document that Williams kept mentioning, that they will be trying to seek pre-trial detention. What do we know about what that document will contain and when we might get it?
So we're working on getting that document right now. What I can tell you is that we're hearing that Combs is expected to appear in court now just after 2:30 this afternoon. So we're, of course, going to keep a close eye on that. As for the pretrial detention, essentially Williams is saying we want him to remain behind bars. We'll look at that document and get back to you in terms of the reasons, but they obviously feel that he's a threat to the public. When asked about his cooperation, he also mentioned that he said the word cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and that responding
damn
to the
dog's
law
over here
in their
having a
eyes is
freak
not
off.
necessarily cooperating with authorities. So we know that he's going to be in custody, but we do know that they're not going to get into, at least Damian Williams saying, they're not going to get into the why and when they took him into custody the way that they did as far as that investigation is concerned. But a lot came out of this. Also, I thought worth mentioning, having covered R. Kelly several times in both trials, he said that he was not going to compare
or sort of contrast the two. But we.
By the way, there is a proposed bail package. I'm looking to get that for you immediately. Give me 1 second. Let me keep playing this. I'm going to pull it up in a second. So there's a proposed bail package.
Do know that Homeland Security Investigations is the same group that really took on a bulk of the responsibility when it came to R. Kelly. Same group, again, looking at these charges that are also similar in nature when you think about sexual assault and sex trafficking.
Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. We'll see you at the top of the hour. And joining me right now is celebrity attorney Chris Melcher. Chris, obviously, we just heard that press conference. We were talking to you on the front end. Did not think that the U.S. attorney was going to get as graphic as he did because this is so disturbing, but he did. The nature of the allegations are disturbing. Your thoughts after that press conference?
Well, they certainly took their time, and that was a very well-crafted press conference where they were laying out a little bit more detail than we saw in the charging document. And I do have that detention letter, so that's a letter to the judge saying that Diddy should, or Mr. Combs should remain in custody pending trial. So that's pretty unusual. Many times somebody's going to be released on a bond. His attorney, according to that detention letter, had offered a $50 million bond to secure Mr. Combs' attendance at trial and also electronic monitoring. The government's saying that's not sufficient. That's not enough money to really dissuade Diddy from fleeing. And more importantly, it's alleged that he is a danger to the community, that he could dissuade witnesses from testifying. So what they're asking is that he be held in custody. He's in custody right now and they don't want him released. The judge will have to decide that, or magistrate, I should say, will decide that later today. But these are I mean, the conduct is depraved, multiple victims. And what is most significant to me is that these events were allegedly recorded and the government has those recordings. That's going to make it extremely difficult if
okay, I'll get back to what that gentleman is saying. Let me read through this, which is important. So this is what the government detention letter was trying to counteract. Okay, so this is a letter from the lawyer, Agnifilio Intrater, which that might be another lawyer or it might be a joint law firm. Anyway, it says, Dear Judge Tafornsky, Mr. Sean Combs, through his counsel, submits this letter to the court for release on certain specific or specified conditions. Yesterday evening, he was arrested on an indictment charging him with the following offenses. For these reasons set forth below, we ask this court to release Mr. Combs pursuant to our proposed bail package. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months that will prove he's not a flight risk or a danger to anyone in the community. These actions will prove that Mr. Combs is eminently trustworthy, that he's demonstrably committed to showing his innocence in court in the context of this case, and that he should be released on the condition proposed in order to do so. The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to his counsel that Mr. Combs would be at some point formally charged, he did something extraordinary. Oh, wow. It's extraordinary. Let's hear the extraordinary thing. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location of where the prosecutors and agents were investigating him. Through counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily come to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at an appropriate time. Even though Mr. Combs came to New York, authorized his lawyers to tell the government of his location, and offered to self-surrender, the government effected an arrest last evening. This, we know, is the government's right. However, that he traveled to New York to self-surrender is also something the court should consider. This was not the first action Mr. Combs took to show his trustworthiness and lack of flight risk. Indeed, it is part of his pattern since even before the March 25th, 2024 searches on his residence. Mr. Combs and his counsel have been fully aware that the United States attorney for the Southern District of New York has been conducting an investigation involving allegations concerning racketeering, sex trafficking, and other offenses, knowing for these many months that he would be indicted. Oh, wow. So basically, they're admitting that he knew he would be indicted. Wow. Damn. Mr. Combs has done everything, as will be set out below, to work with prosecutors in ways that are unusual, if not unprecedented. Okay? In light of these circumstances, he can rebut presumption of detention here due to his extraordinary actions taken in this investigation. He should be released on the conditions proposed so that he can fight the case in court effectively. By the way, let me see. Okay. All right. So we'll get to the extraordinary actions he took, but this is the proposed package. A $50 million bond, which clearly makes sense now. He was clearly liquidating some assets. One of the main things, securing a cash bond or a potential part of a cash bond, or being able to free up assets that he could possibly put up, right? They don't mention if the $50 million would be in a cash bond or maybe he could use a property or something of the sort. But yeah, $50 million bond, co-signed by Sean Combs' mother, his sister, the mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons. Okay? So I guess it's a bond co-signed by them. Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' residence located at 2 West Star Island in Miami, Florida. The appraised value of the home is about $48 million. The home is unencumbered. In anticipation of the bail hearing on August 20th, 2024, he paid off the mortgage. Oh, wow. He paid off the mortgage, which is $18 million.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So now he finally owns the house outright. And that's just sitting, equities in the value of the house.
Facts.
But there isn't a lien on the house, meaning a mortgage, that a mortgage company would control some interest in the house. So basically saying, yo, I'll give y'all, I'll put the title up, right? Like, shit, if I flee, that's $48 million. So that home could be used to secure a bond and be free of a mortgage. Cool. Secured by the equity of Combs' mother's house. Wow, they gave her, I wish this was blurred out, but this is where his mom lives. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York to attend court and meet with his counsel and attend medical appointments, which we will address the court in a separate sealed submission. Yes, they're probably going to do a sealed submission saying that Diddy is suffering from, again, you got to make this look good. He's suffering from some illness that cannot be cured if he's in a detention facility. He needs to be free. He needs to see the best specialist in the world. He needs to be able to go to his doctor's appointments every day, that he could be healthy, right? Typical. I think they did that with Harvey Weinstein as well. I mean, shit, they've been trying to do it with YNW Melly, saying he has some grave disease and he needs to be let out. And they keep saying, well, the niggas he allegedly killed can't get out of the casket, so you're not getting out. That's what they've told YNW Melly pretty much. Don't know if that they'll work, but clearly they're going to do a sealed submission that obviously the public don't know what that is, but the court or the judge could consider it. As well as the Eastern District of New York and the District of New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel from New York involves an airport in those districts. The airport in New York in Jersey would mean that he'll be flying via private jet. Teterboro Airport is a place that Jay-Z, Beyonce, anybody, when they come to New York, they land at Teterboro with their private jet. Okay, that's usually where Jay-Z used to rap about the Clearport. That's where that is, right? Teterboro, New Jersey. So he's trying to carve out places that I'll only be in Jersey to be at that, to be at the fucking Clearport. That my private jet can land there. I'm gonna go right to New York to go to court. I'm gonna be in Southern District of Florida, which is basically he said he was gonna stay at Star. He's basically kind of outlining house arrest, but not saying house arrest, because his residence in Southern District of Florida is at 2 Star Island. You get what I'm saying? His passport. Now we get to find out his passport was surrendered to his counsel. So he gave his passport to his lawyers, and his lawyers advised the prosecutor of this fact in an email dated the same day, and the counsel is now saying, please take his passport. He ain't going nowhere. Take his passport. So interesting to note, they didn't turn over his passport then, but he did turn it over to his lawyers. Okay, cool. The passports of the following family members who have already surrendered their passport to counsel after the raids. Oh, wow.
His sons and all that.
Oh. They're saying they're down to surrender. Janice is his mom, I believe. Janice Combs. Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Jesse Combs. Delilah Combs and Love Combs. I think this is the baby. Ain't this is the baby? Love Combs is the baby?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think Love Combs is the baby.
Yeah, I think that's the baby. Yeah, that's the new baby he had.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he's down to even give up the baby passport. Like, yo, I'm not getting my family out of here. I'm not dipping out of here. You could have their passports, my passports. Take it all.
Yeah, have everybody's passport. God's. I even got the baby on his passport.
Janice is his mom, I believe. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, that's his daughter. Okay.
Yep.
Jesse Combs, is that the other daughter? I don't know who Jesse Combs is. Who's Jesse Combs? Jesse Combs.
Just Google who is Jesse Combs, motherfucker.
Yeah, Jesse James Combs. Okay, cool. So that's the mom, the two daughters. Who's Delilah Combs? Does the sons not have passports, or did they already surrender their passports?
Probably.
They're not mentioned.
Probably already surrendered.
Delilah Combs. Oh, this is another daughter he has. Okay. Okay, Jesse and Delilah are twins. And then there's Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, she's not one of the twins. Oh, so there's a daughter that's not a twin. And the parents are Sarah Chapman and Diddy. Okay, cool. And then Love Combs. So basically, all of the women from the Combs family are here. By the way, we're gonna get down to exhibits. The exhibits are gonna show the appraisals. Is the exhibits attached? No, but there are exhibits supposedly. Look, the written appraisal. So the appraisal that property is worth $48 million is Exhibit 1. The satisfactory of the mortgage, which means he paid it off, is Exhibit 2. And the letter to the prosecutor, as mentioned, that he offered his passport up, is Exhibit 3. Or he didn't offer his passport up. He said he has turned his passport over to counsel, right? Yeah, they emailed on the first saying that they turned the passport over to counsel. Cool. All right. H, since at least 2024, April, Mr. Combs has been making efforts to sell his airplane. Oh my God. Damn, shit is going down. If y'all buy that plane, man, make sure y'all scrub the whole interior, black light, having freak offs on the ground. Imagine what it was doing.
Oh my God.
Trust me. He's been making efforts to sell his airplane. We informed the government of these efforts in May 2024 and explained further below. Just this weekend, Mr. Combs entered a letter of intent with the party to sell it. Oh, wow. Mr. Combs understands he is not to travel to Los Angeles, where the plane had been located this week. Oh, wow. He's been staying away from his own plane. I still think he's going to fly by private if they do give him this bail. But I guess he's trying to say, if you own a private jet, you probably have more leeway with what you could do with it. So he's like, nah, I'm gonna get rid of my private jet. I guess he probably just charter one. Damn. And further, the plane is not to be brought into any district where okay. That's why we could look it up now. Love Air LLC. That's Diddy's plane jet. We can find the tail number. This is Diddy's plane right here. Love Air. Yep. And what's the tail number? The tail number is where's the tail number? Tail number. Come on. Why can't I find the fucking tail number? Am I slow?
Mm-hmm.
Is it N119? N11969C. I think this is it. I think this is Diddy's jet, yeah. Diddy's jet. Yep. Yeah, flight aware. Okay, cool. Yes, it's owned by Diddy. Sorry, Chad. I'm just like looking this shit up. Yeah. And yeah, that's registration history. Let's see if we can look where it's at. We could. This is how it looks. Beautiful jet, still. Let's see if we could, we could track it. Tracker, flight radar, history of flights. Yeah, there's no recent flights. Yeah, that shit is parked. Holy shit. Okay, this is. Look how they tracking Jay-Z's. Yeah, having a jet is just having people in your business. Look, they're tracking Jay-Z's jet. Oh man. Flight history. Okay, here we go. Depart information. It looked like it is flying around somewhere, but at some point it was in LA. Yeah, that jet is moving. But apparently it was in LA for a while. Who's on the fucking door? Give me a second. All right. Anyway, let me play a little bit more of this.
For Diddy to defend himself if those recordings show coercion or violence.
Important point there. Chris, according to the indictment, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers and a drum magazine. How will that play in? We know as part of the allegations, they say that Combs regularly carried and even brandished weapons to create an atmosphere of intimidation.
Well, that is part of this allegation that these women unfortunately became part of his orbit.
Okay. Yeah, they're taking care of who's at the door. So okay, perfect. Let me go back. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it was the time of that letter. You know, they're still saying, I guess, like ever since they wrote that letter to the prosecutors, they kept the jet away from wherever Diddy's at. So the jet's still moving, but you know, they kept like it was in Van Nuys. Yeah, it was in Van Nuys a bunch, right? San Jose. It wasn't LA. It was definitely in California for a while. And I guess we're saying they made sure that the jet wasn't anywhere where Diddy was at, that the police could think that Diddy it has access to his jet. They're saying it's on the other side of the country. And they're saying they're down to keep it on the other side of the country or make sure the jet doesn't go anywhere where Diddy's at until it gets sold, which is, damn, I mean, my boy's definitely trying to make sure he's free, right? Okay, you understand he's not to travel to LA where it's been located this week? Oh, this week. He said this week. Has it been located in LA this week? Well, it went to Indianapolis. Last week it was in Jersey, Teterboro. Then it went to Indianapolis. And I'm guessing it probably is in LA, right? This isn't all the way accurate. This is just some of the flights. Cool, all right, bet. Then, now they finally say home detention. Home detention. So they're down for home detention. They're not going to say what crib, but come on, you know he wants to be up in the Star Island crib, right? All other standard conditions of pretrial release, right? The history of the investigation show a great degree of collaboration between the government, Mr. Combs, and his counsel, which should be weighed heavily in this court when thinking about releasing him on the conditions proposed. By the way, 30 minutes until Diddy goes to court. Once again, we're not going to have a live stream of that, but we expect to maybe hear a word or two from the lawyer as they enter or leave court, okay? On March 13th, counsel for Mr. Combs emailed the assigned assistant U.S. attorney in this introductory mail. Counsel identified himself as counsel for Combs and stated he wished to speak with the prosecutors and share information about Mr. Combs and the matters under investigation. After not hearing back, oh wow, at first AUSA didn't respond back. Counsels again emailed 5 days later on March 18th. Counsel did not get a response. Oh yeah, they don't give a fuck about Diddy. So this 2 emails sent to the prosecutor, deaf ears. Third time. This is before the search. Wait, so why did they email before the search? It was being heard that there was an investigation. So I guess they just wanted to get ahead of it. This is before the search was up. March 25th, search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' place of residence in Miami and LA. In addition, he was removed from his airplane and searched. The searches of his residence were unusually public and particularly heavy-handed. The agents had assault rifles trained on the heads and chests of his children, who were then handcuffed, brought before news cameras in a press helicopter. On the day of the searches, counsel called prosecutor and they spoke for the very first time. Counsel indicated that they would accept service of 2 grand jury subpoena to Mr. Combs' businesses. Counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' passport on April 1st. About a week following the searches on April 1st, counsel took his passport. As noted on the same day, they advised the AUSA of the fact that counsel had Mr. Combs' passport and we would not return it to him, and that he would not be allowed to leave the country during the pendency of the investigation. We have in fact maintained passports, and Mr. Combs has not in fact left the country. Despite knowing the investigation was ongoing, despite having a plane at his disposal, despite not being charged with any crime. As of this morning, the plane is in Teterboro for a charter flight. As of this morning, it says where is 4? Is that 4 is somewhere here. All right, yeah. Okay. So the Teterboro thing was right. As of this, well, this is 9/12, so it's probably a return flight. Whatever. Cool. Counsel agreed to advise government on all domestic travel. Myron said this. Bradford Cohen said this. I agreed. Vlad, please stop saying the bullshit you've been saying. And I love you, Vlad. You know, you're a peer, colleague, and a friend of mine. But you've been saying that dumb shit like too long, saying Diddy should have fled the country. It's very clear they could have arrested this guy a long time ago. He surrendered his passport. He was telling the government everywhere where he was at, because he was preparing for this moment. He was saying, I'm not going to be in the same city as my plane. He was never going to leave the country, and that was never an option. I don't even know why Vlad left. Vlad's the only person I've seen like say this shit. Like, I don't know why you're going to Russia. And I love you, Vlad, you know, but come on, bro. Like, you know, you're too smart to be saying this type of nonsense. He says, I've been saying this last month, a couple months of my interviews. Diddy should have fled to Russia. What? I'm too smart for this, okay? Like, this is some shit the dumb rappers you interview would say, right? Instead, he spent his time hanging around in Harlem and Miami. No, he spent his time trying to not look guilty, and knowing he's under federal surveillance, what more could he do? He can't do anything else. Anyway, I'm glad this letter came out. Now we know all the things that clearly was being done, right? These two promises, okay. Moreover, counsel advised the government that Mr. Combs intended to travel domestically. Counsel would inform the AUSA. Me, Bradford Cohen, Myron Gaines, former HSI agent, we all predicted this. You're telling the government where you're going, right? Like, you want him to feel very comfortable, right? I heard that through sources that he's telling them anytime he's going to get on a plane. They know before he went to LA, then went to LA and he popped up some random places, they knew before he came to New York, okay? These two promises have been kept. For example, June 9th, counsel advised AUSAs that Mr. Combs was traveling from Miami to Los Angeles to go on a road trip with his children. In addition, we provided AUSA with information about the flight, when his flight departed, when it would land. On June 29th, counsel emailed the prosecutors that Mr. Combs will be flying to Wyoming. And by the way, he did go to Wyoming. People seen him White River rafting. You ever seen this? Here we go. Diddy, Wyoming. White River rafting. Right here. Boy, Diddy. By the way, chat, apparently we got 23,000 people watching on YouTube, only like 2K likes. Please, could you guys just hit the like button? If you guys haven't subscribed as well, please subscribe to whatever platform you're watching on. It's greatly appreciated. I do this, guys. I do this for y'all, clearly. But just please hit the like button, hit the follow button. That's all I ask for, okay? That looks fun. imagine this is a way to, you gotta imagine Diddy's mind is probably going absolutely bonkers, right? Like, this is the worst scenario ever. He has to, have some time. Ooh, I almost bit my lip. I need that. He has to have some time to unwind. He has to try to, kind of, distract himself a bit, because that could be very mentally tolling. And not saying we feel bad for Diddy, but if you're constantly thinking about a potential prosecution or throwing up arrests for months, yeah, he has to unwind. And I guess that was what that trip was. Okay, so cool. That was the Wyoming trip. Okay, cool. So he was flying to Wyoming. He told them that via a chartered aircraft. On July 5th, the counsel emailed the prosecutor that he was traveling back to Los Angeles. 2 days later, July 7th, when he traveled back to Miami via chartered aircraft, they once again emailed the AUSA. In addition, when Mr. Combs planned travel but did not take those trips, they notified the prosecutors as well. Okay? They notified the government of Mr. Combs' efforts to sell the plane. On May 21st, counsel advised the AUSA during a phone call that Mr. Combs had commenced efforts to sell his airplane. We followed up with that conversation the next day on May 22nd, 2024, with a letter to the AUSA that the efforts were underway to sell the aircraft, reminding the AUSAs that the counsel continued to be in possession of his passport. Over the past several months, there have been several potential buyers for the airplane, and at least 2 buyers have signed a letter of intent to purchase the aircraft. Just this weekend, a buyer for the aircraft and representatives for Mr. Combs executed a letter of intent. Due to the nature of this asset, the amount of inspection and due diligence that's required for this purchase is just not a simple asset to offload. In advance of the plane being sold, which it eventually will be, we have agreed to keep the airplane in Los Angeles while Mr. Combs resides in his home in Florida, if it's not being chartered. So again, they do chartered rentals on the plane. Coincidentally, and not at Mr. Combs' request, last night the airplane was chartered. Oh, wow. Maybe that's why he got arrested. They've been keeping the plane away from Diddy. They've been telling the government that. Like, hey, we're keeping the plane away. Remember I told you? They're tracking that fucking plane. They're tracking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Diddy is in New York. The private jet location that everybody flies into is in Jersey. And all of a sudden, Diddy's plane shows up in Jersey. Yeah, I could imagine somebody says, before Diddy get on his jet, let's lock his ass up right fucking now. Maybe he's trying to, let's lock his ass up now. So this is probably why, right? So now his team is saying this is coincidentally. They're saying there was a chartered flight from Los Angeles to Teterboro. He had no advanced knowledge of the flight, nor did he possess any control over its movement last night. Obviously, Mr. Combs agrees to not go to any state, in this case, New Jersey, in which his plane is located.
I don't think he had anything to do with that last night. Like he said, he rents his plane out. So I think it was chartered on somebody else, and the feds probably jumped the. I don't know. I don't think Diddy had anything to do with that last night, though.
Is located pending its sale, which is being actively pursued, and I get it. New Jersey is not New York, but the place that people in New York usually go to board a private jet is in New Jersey, Teterboro. It's like from Manhattan. Let's see, we're talking about 10-15 minutes, so it's really in close proximity, even though technically it's not within New York State. All right, Mr. Combs voluntarily relocated to New York in advance of his arrest. Once it became apparent to counsel that Mr. Combs' arrest was imminent, he promptly relocated to New York City. On September 5th, 2024, he arrived in New York, and counsel immediately informed the government of Mr. Combs' whereabouts. By the way, here's the thing. I'll read this. It said, pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, a private jet may be available to the general public for use. That's about chartering. Part 135 pertains to Mr. Combs' airplane, and therefore it can be chartered by the general public. And many people who own a private jet, they'll allow other people. And by the way, this is why I look at Rick Ross's private jet, and I'm like, I don't know if people are chartering a private jet that just says Rick Ross, right? Like, it's so branded. You know, Diddy's private jet, at least, it's a distinct private jet, dark colored one, but it doesn't say Diddy. It doesn't say Diddy all over the shit. So, you know what I mean? It would probably say, let's get another jet. So he probably was chartering, and it's probably a good way to make money. A flight
Like
I can
30
price it out
grand.
now. A flight from LA
Like
to
30,
Teterboro.
like a
that's
30
cross
ball,
country,
30, 40.
5 hours in flight time. How much? Like how many people? I won't get too much into, but how many people? Let me see. Diddy's jet. Let me see. Love Air. What type of plane is it? It's a Gulfstream 550. I think it holds between. How many does it hold? And by the way, look. There's this website you can literally book his jet. Browse our empty leg flights to see if you could literally book Diddy's jet. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm pretty sure many other brokers or websites allow you to book the jet. Anyway, it's probably gonna be 60,000, around 60,000, 50, 60,000. Yeah,
I was
one
close.
way,
I was
right?
close.
So if you want to have 8 to maybe 12 people on Diddy's jet, and you want to afford the $60,000 fee, that's a one way. Now, obviously, you got to pay flight crew.
Yep, pilot,
Probably
all
have
that.
at least one stewardess, 2 pilots, right? Diddy gets the rest, and probably a broker fee for whoever is doing the booking. But that's a way to generate some money because jets are expensive. You got to park them, you got to service them, you got to maintain them, right? So yeah, all good. All right, cool. It says, council offered to continually share Mr. Combs' location. Damn, this is like when your bitch catch you cheating and you're like, yo, I'm gonna share my location. So they're saying that Mr. Combs was down to share his location with government constantly, right? Since arriving in New York on September 5th, Mr. Combs has been staying at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Okay, cool. We'll try to see if I can hit up a work over there to see if they got, one of them workers got a little security footage, guaranteed. They're gonna try to sell it to TMZ, but I'm see if we can get it from one of them. If you think there's no video of Diddy being taken into custody, you're wrong. Somebody's just trying to sell that bitch. So he was staying at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Let me Google that bitch. Let's see how that shit is. It's a luxury 5-star hotel. I don't expect Diddy to stay in anything else. Let's look at the suites. I could imagine he was staying at the big boy. They got a presidential on here now. Where's the presidential? Oh, here we go. 1-bedroom presidential suite. If there's a 2-bedroom, I imagine that Diddy would get it. And probably the rooms that he probably stay in aren't listed on here for you to publicly book. You know what I'm saying?
True.
If we were to book it, let me see how much this is costing. Yo, I'm such a pocket watcher, right? I ain't shit, right? Oh, it don't look like you can book these ones. It says you got to call. Yeah, you got to call for this. You can book these. Let me see what the price is looking for, though. Let's look next month. A 1-night stay. Let's see what we're looking at, chat. Chat, I'm such a pocket watcher, right? I know. Pray for me, chat. What? And this is just a 1-bedroom. $2,000? $2,000? Oh, hell nah. And so, if this is $2,000, the presidential is like $6,000, nigga. $7,000 for the night. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. Damn. So Diddy probably shelling out $6,000-$7,000 a night for this spot. Yeah, $2K a night for a 1-bedroom. This is the minimum room you could get there. Look, all right, so these are the rooms. Oh, here's the suites. Here are the suites. Okay, $2,500 for a double bed suite. Let's keep going. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I don't even think the presidential is listed on here. Show more. All right, never mind this. Oh yeah, so Diddy's staying in the presidential. So yeah, $10,000 a night. Yeah. Exactly. So $10,000 a night. You know Diddy staying in the president. Like, you Diddy money. Like, come on, bro. $10,000 a night. Fuck. Goddamn. Some good shit right there, bro.
But knowing that it's Diddy, he ain't paying that 10 bands. He getting a deal.
Look in this room. $10,000 a night for this shit. This shit better be. This shit got. Oh, I'm gonna call Whack 100 in a second too. I'm gonna call Whack 100 in a second. You gotta get Whack 100 on the line. Okay. I mean, it's a nice suite, but 10,000? Oh, let's do a 3D tour. Okay, here we go, chat. Ooh, okay. Chat, if you were Diddy, no pun intended, and you were gonna stage one last freak off.
Oh my God.
Which part in this presidential suite would you fucking stage the freak off at, Chad? Let's get to it.
In the fucking kitchen. Ooh. It's going down in the kitchen.
Ooh. Now this is a big ass 1-bedroom. Ooh. Ooh, look at the closet. I like this. Oh, that wasn't the closet. This is a room.
It's going down in the kitchen.
This closet looks nice.
Right on the balcony. Fuck it. Right on the balcony. Everybody can see it.
Okay, you got the mirrors. Okay. Here's the room. Okay. Chat, where would you stage a freak off? Ooh, this goes into another place. This is another bathroom? No. This is the bathroom. This is the master bathroom. Okay. So this is the master bathroom. This is the master bedroom, I'm thinking. Okay. Got this little, almost like little vanity area. Nice little closet over here. Go over to the the hallway. Now this is the living room. Nice living room. Okay. Has like a little kitchen area, right? Little kitchen area. Actually, it's a full kitchen. No, is it a full kitchen? We see a sink. Probably a microwave in one of these. It's clearly a fridge, right? I mean, shit. Chat. This is like where you would put, you know what I mean, the freak off supplies. Bottles of lube could go right here. You got to get the tons of lube all over here. Okay. I see what's going on. Okay. The last freak off, bro. God damn it.
Yo, he vicious.
Chat, who do you invite to the last freak off?
Oh my God.
This is another little entranceway. Oh, wow. And then this goes to here. Is this a closet or a connecting door? I think this is the outside of the suite. Yeah, okay, a nice little hallway. What is this connected to? Look like this is a closet, maybe like a coat closet. Okay, nice little mirror leading up here. It's pretty cool. Ooh, what type of thing is this? It's kind of nice. The feng shui is kind of good. Yeah, the energy in here, like, you know what I mean? Freak off energy, I ain't gonna lie. Not bad at all.
Yeah, right in the kitchen.
Not bad at all, but $10,000? $10,000? Like, hold up, man. $10,000 a night? All right, the pocket watcher and me just got to. I'm sorry, chat. He was there. He was there from the 5th. So that's 12 days. That's $120,000. Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie. I spent $120,000. I deserve a freak off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I spent $120,000 for 12 days? I deserve a freak off.
Nah, for real.
What? 120? Now, here's the thing. Look what they say. They say, due to bookings made at the Park Hyatt prior to Mr. Combs' reservation, after today, September 17th, he will no longer be able to stay at the Park Hyatt. Accordingly, he had a reservation to stay at the Carlisle Hotel starting today. Let's go over there and go pocket watch. Why do I like this so much? I'm not saying I like some weird freak off shit. I'm saying I just love seeing how much money niggas have. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, this is it. The Carlisle. This looks good. Damn, they give you like a little intro video, a drone type video. Okay. All right, let's check the rates. Let's go 16 to the 17. Whatever, just check rates. Let's see what's. Is this 5-star? What the fuck? 3,000 a night? What? Yo, I love looking at shit like this. It makes me feel broke. Sometimes you need a humbling. Yes. 3,000 a night? You know we gotta find a presidential. Where's the presidential? The Central Park Suite is 5,000. The Premier 2-bedroom suite is 5,000. Now you gotta have presidential. It's probably not listed. A lot of times they don't list their presidential suite. They usually, you gotta call. You gotta call to go get that shit. Because that's really meant for like special people, not only people that got the money. All right, but anyway, still minimum $5,000 a night, or if we're saying he's gonna stay at the best suite here, that's listed. Let me see how this place look. Maybe this is like Freak or Freddy. This is a Central Park suite. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, this doesn't give proper freak off energy, man. How's the gigolos gonna be on this type of floor, getting their backs blown out?
Oh my God, this is nasty work. What you just said.
The room too small. How 50 people gonna fit in this fucking bed? Hell no. Y'all only got 3. Nah, hell no. Y'all only got 3 pictures? Hell no. Let me see this one. I gotta have a little bit more. Nah, they not big on pictures of this. Nah. Diddy? This ain't gonna work. Whatever. Anyway, they're saying that he'll be staying at the Carlisle if he gets out. Since Mr. Combs relocated to New York early this month, council has been looking for a 1-month rental for Combs in New York City. Despite council's persistence, it has been challenging to find a rental for many reasons, including because numerous events occurring in New York City in September. U.S. Open, Fashion Week, UN Summit. And some landlords have discomfort having Mr. Combs as a tenant given the investigation. Last night, council had scheduled a viewing of a potential apartment. However, because of Mr. Combs' arrest, council and Mr. Combs obviously were not able to see the rental. Combs advised the government that it was in his possession of the council advised the government that it was in their possession the passports of members of Combs' family. On June 13th, council advised the government that we possess Mr. Combs' mother's passport. We also informed the government we possessed the passport of his 4 daughters, all who were minors at the time we took their passports. And wait, does Justin, Quincy, and Christian not have passports? Why are y'all only taking the daughters' passports? I don't know why that's a thing. Anyway. Council's assistance to the government concerning the subpoenas. As stated above, council accepted service of 2 subpoenas directed at its businesses in March of 2024. Separate counsel for the entities filed a motion to quash the subpoena in April of 2024 and May 2024 upon becoming the sole counsel in connection with the criminal investigation of Mr. Combs. So somebody got fired or left. Actually, didn't that make news? Lady Gaga, criminal counsel, Diddy, like somebody had stopped. Yeah, Diddy was dumped by a law firm after Lady Gaga told them, if y'all represent Diddy, I'm done with y'all. Right? Look, here we go. But we don't know if that was civil. Maybe that was civil, right?
Okay, so there's been some rumors floating around about Diddy and Lady Gaga, but we have the latest update on the situation. Manhattan law firm Grubman, Shire, Mycelis, and Sachs, known for representing top figures in the music industry, has cut ties with Sean Diddy Combs. A spokesperson for the firm confirmed that the decision to part ways with Diddy was made proactively by the partners months ago.
Okay, that might be it. So it appears that Mr. Aguafilo, I might be fucking up his name. There was a co-counsel, means lawyers, and that law firm dropped out, which, by the way, if you got Lady Gaga's and them saying, yo, I'm not using you as a law firm no more if you represent Diddy. Diddy's a creep. Damn, yeah, they're putting Diddy in a vice grip. Pause. Okay, upon becoming the sole counsel for Diddy, we advised the court that we would withdraw the motion to quash the subpoena, and instead the parties would meet and confer with the government to minimize the number of requests of which the parties disagreed. Counsel agreed to begin gathering documents in response to the subpoena. For several months, counsel for Mr. Combs and the AUSAs have had a regular discussion about what documents we've had, what we didn't have, and in regards to the documents we didn't have, where the governments may be able to find such documents. We did this for 2 reasons. First, there was nothing in counsel's estimation that will constitute evidence Mr. Combs being involved in any federal crime. Second, We wanted to appropriately be helpful to the government in the investigation. To that end, the Combs entities have produced over what? Oh, my bad, I can't see. I'm sorry. Fuck, I'm retarded. 144,000 pages. Damn, they gave this thing. They gave the government 144 pages of documents to the SDNY, Southern District of New York, in compliance with the subpoena. Oh. Just take a breather, y'all. By the way, Diddy is scheduled to be in court. He probably is in court currently as he waits for the proceedings to start. We don't know if it started exactly at 2:30, but it is scheduled for 2:30. Let me quickly. I'm looking at. Still no action here. Still no action here. Sorry, sir. Still no action. Okay, we won't get action for a while. So then.
They probably snuck him in through the back.
Right. So
oh,
next
no
thing
Diddy.
Is paying off the mortgage at 2 West Star Island in Miami. As noted in the discussion about the bail package on August 20th, 2024, Mr. Combs caused the outstanding mortgage to be paid on his primary residence in Miami. This payment of about $18 million was for one reason alone, so he would be able to have the $48 million residence free and clear of any encumbrances so that it could be used to secure a bond. We submit this truly extraordinary measure that shows resoundingly that Mr. Combs is appropriately focused on defending this case on the merits in this court. Legal standard. Mr. Combs is presumed to be innocent. The Supreme Court has observed that the liberty is the norm. Detention is prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception, U.S. versus Salerno. As the Supreme Court recognizes, the function of bail is limited. Stack v. Boyle. The underlying goal is securing the presence of the defendant rather than the sum of bail. So basically saying it shouldn't be about the amount of money he could put up. It should be securing him showing up to court. U.S. versus Nabia. Of course, should bear in mind that there's only a limited group of offenders who should be denied bail pending trial. U.S. versus Shakur. Is this what I think it is? Nah, that's not what it is. Okay, now bring it up. Okay, anyway. Who cares about this legal mumbo jumbo? Let me just move on. While there's a presumption of detention, so this is, I think, the biggest molehill they're gonna have to climb. I didn't know there was a presumption of detention in sex trafficking case, but apparently there is, and his own attorney is admitting that, right? So while there's a presumption of detention in sex trafficking cases, this presumption is rebuttable. The presumption imposes on the defendant a burden of production while the burden of persuasion remains with the government, U.S. versus Mercedes. Although this burden is not heavy, the defendant must introduce some evidence contrary to the presumed fact, U.S. versus Rodriguez. A defendant can satisfy this burden by coming forward with evidence that he does not pose a danger to the community, or risk of flight, Even if the defendant presents some evidence satisfying his or her burden, the presumption favoring detention does not disappear entirely, but remains a factor to be considered among those weighed by the district court. The benchmark case here is blah, blah, blah. Okay? Cool. All right. All right. This is more mumbo jumbo here. We don't have the rest of the documents regarding or relating to the exhibits, but I'll see if I can get them. All right. Let me go here to finish playing this. Then we'll get back to law and crime, and then I'm trying to pull some more documents for that.
Because he's famous, and that was his way of kind of preying on these folks. But then when they realized what was going on and wanted to escape, that he used threats and intimidation. And the allegation is weapons were displayed. And so we did see some weapons. Of course, it can be legal to own weapons. in the U.S., but these were high-capacity magazines or defaced serial numbers. So depending on where those weapons were possessed, that could make it illegal and kind of demonstrate the intimidation or fear that allegedly was used against these women. We definitely saw that in the Cassie video, the 2016 hotel surveillance video. And I would note that Diddy initially denied that. He said she was looking for a payday, and that and then when we saw that video, we know that that was untrue. So he is in a very difficult spot.
Okay. Nice and long crime video, which is here.
Distance, calendars, anyone that keeps those calendars. And what the government does is essentially they just put a story together. And those are the best cases, is that when you can put a story together where you're not relying on one individual witness, where if that witness gets crushed on the stand, your case is kind of over. What you do is you build up a case through, like I said, 5 or 10 core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying. Even if it's not the exact same story, it is confirmation that this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened, or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they would be like, yeah, Cassie was there, and then Cassie obviously testifies, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs and...
By the way, we also do have the email that was sent to the government. I think I'm typing her name. The email that was sent to the government essentially alerting them of Diddy going to Wyoming. Here's the letter in question. It says from, Teddy Duragos, okay, which is, obviously somebody who works at the law firm for this person. It says, Dear all, and by the way, they sent it to the USA Department of Justice.gov, right? So this is the AUSAs and pretty much prosecutors. Dear all, Mr. Combs will be departing from Miami tomorrow at 6 p.m. tomorrow on his plane for Los Angeles Tuesday. He and his family will depart on their road trip. They will go to Sedona, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Zion, and Death Valley. What? I don't know what places these are, but okay, cool. Yeah. They were gonna go to these places. We'll be in touch with his flight information back to Miami. We hope you've all had a nice weekend. So Diddy's lawyers were trying to play ball, man. They were trying to yo, we'll give you anything you want. Anything you want to make you feel comfortable, yo, we're trying to work with you.
Lawsuits of sexual assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of a particular law in New York that allowed people to look back window 1 year to file sexual assault claims. I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. The feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003, and in your head you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you have a co-defendant and you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out, you say hey, I'm out, I'm done with this, and that co-defendant continues to rob banks, they could try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, something else that they're saying, oh, it's not technically charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case, he used baby oil in this case. I use the example of the wet bandits from Home Alone. It's like they could have done something in 2000 where they got caught by flooding someone's house, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it's the same thing. They can say, hey, look, this is their MO. So a lot of ways those things come in, not necessarily as an individual charge, but as something to prove something else.
So I want to let everybody know in about 8 minutes we are anticipating this press conference, presumably held by federal authorities, but more specifically, Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. You see a live shot outside the courthouse right there. Elizabeth Milner, our reporter, is there as well. So hopefully when that gets going, we will be able to go live. Chris, I want to go back to you on something. So in this letter, again, from from the government to the judge, presumably overseeing this part of the case, asking that there be no bail set. They talk about how Combs is a danger because he has allegedly bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. I want your thoughts on this. So it talks about...
I think that's what's going to get him out, no bail.
Video. And at the same time, staff members were in close communications with victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault, prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. Again, this is exactly the allegations from Cassandra Ventura that she made in her lawsuit. Then, it talks about how throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 20...
Let me see if I can get Whack 100 on here. I know Whack is probably busy. I know Whack on Clubhouse getting it lit right now.
Hello?
My man, Whack 100, man.
What's up, bro?
What's going on with you, man? Did you see the news?
Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. R&B, go get me the baby oil.
Yo, hey.
Yo, listen. You know what's fucked up? There's no law against having baby oil, bro.
By the way, you're in the wrong business. You in the baby diaper business. You should get in the baby oil business. You could have been wholesaling to Diddys.
But what I'm saying is, why people how do you know the baby oil company didn't just ship him a bunch of goddamn boxes of shit just because maybe they hoping one day when he's preparing himself, he shows that. Why everybody gotta look at that shit like it's about the shit, bro? This shit is crazy. That's illegal about baby oil. Nah, we gotta kill the nigga because we be doing it to our own people, bro.
Well, they also said lubricant, so we're thinking KY jelly too.
Yeah, but they never say. You notice that it could have been one thing of lubricant, which majority of people have some form of lubricant for whatever reason, right? They never said how many bottles of lubricant, or how many tubes of lubricant. Right? You know, they never said that. They said it was 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They never said how many things of lubricant, bro. But end of the day, I sent Jason Lee 8,000 pieces of diapers, bro.
Oh, all right,
right?
Come on,
yeah, bro, I sent him this shit, bro, so he ain't got no babies.
Well, hey, if the feds came in, they would probably think he doing something else.
Yeah, but see, that's where the bullshit is at. There's nothing illegal about having baby oil unless the baby oil is diluted with some type of drug or some type of shit. Man, let's kill the motherfucking baby oil thing, bro. Come on, man. God damn that shit.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think that's a reasonable. I do think that they put the baby oil to jump off the page to make him look like a freaky sexual deviant that constantly had sexual. You know, again, you're right. Baby oil isn't necessarily like an item that could be used only in sex.
I'm with, bro, because they keep using this word freak off, right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting tired of that word too, right?
Why?
Because, okay, I went to Google. I said definition of freak off, right? It says African American vernacular, to masturbate or ejaculate or to have wild or unorthodox sex. So that's 4 things. I'm guilty of 3 of them.
Wait, hold on.
I'm a convict. I have definitely masturbated and ejaculated, and I definitely had wild sex with my woman. Now, I don't know what unorthodox sex is. I didn't look that up. What is that?
Well, I think that is the
Are you not guilty of a freak off yet? Cause
I've had a threesome. I've had a threesome.
Okay,
I don't think that's a freak off though. Nah, freak off ain't a freak off ain't a threesome. A freak off. I put like this. This is what I think a freak off.
That ain't what the definition says, Ack.
Yeah, some nigga made that up. We know what a freak off means for Diddy. He's in the cuck chair. He's in the cuck chair, and he has sex workers plowing his woman.
Hold on, listen to me. Okay, so we gonna say Adam 22 has freak off? Him and his wife?
It's contractual. If they were doing that recreationally and one of them chicks...
What do you mean?
Ho, Rabbit. Ho. That's one of my homies from the hood. Wack be speaking the truth, but motherfuckers just don't want to admit it. That's my guy. He from, come on. He from the set. That's the homie. Don't do that.
I don't think nobody that was in those rooms naked was forced to do shit.
You ain't got no reason not to like Wack. Tell me your reason.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't think a freak off is inherently illegal, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If you have a sex worker, I think that's like the basis of a freak off. Like, come on, you've hired a sex worker.
Okay, hold on, Act. Now see, tread lightly. Tread lightly. Because you yourself has said, I was over at the bar, the bitch was entertaining bad. I gave the bitch a couple $100 and asked if she wanted to come back with me.
Hell no. Hell no. Y'all like Bobby Schmurder. We not paying for vagina. Nope.
Yo, listen, we all pay for pussy in some way.
Well, okay.
You take a chick to the movies, to a dinner, and you pay for the room, you pay for some pussy.
Okay. Well,
so are we establishing that you have to know or be with somebody for a certain amount of time?
How? Wait.
So when you...
He did not disrespect Nip at all. That was his little homie. Like, he knew Nip, like, personally. He didn't disrespect Nip. They had a conversation about if Nipsey Hussle was a legend with his music when he was alive. And all Wack said was no. Nip's not a legend. But when he passed, but as he passed away, by people constantly playing his music, he will become a legend. Which was true. That was a fact. Nip had one album when he was alive. He just was getting started. And then the only other thing was the Nipsey Hussle sex tape. Wack didn't bring that out. That was Hassan Campbell who did that. And he dragged Wack into the conversation, and then people put it all on Wack. Like, Wack started that conversation. Hassan Campbell started that bull crap. Yeah, it's a sex tape. I holler at you. We'll talk about that in a little minute.
You have sex is not considered that. How many motherfucking bros you that went to the club, they come back from the club to the room and you hit.
Wack, I'm not gonna lie. You running right now you should be on the defense team. Let me ask you a question. So are you trying to say nothing sounds odd about the description you heard that a woman who, by the way, we've seen her on camera running away from him, supposedly she was running from the freak off. Cassie. He beat her ass, dragged her back to the room.
But listen, they did that to establish character. No, that is an assault. That is a domestic abuse. That's violence, right? We didn't see no sexual shit happening right there. It wasn't like, I didn't see no other tricks. I didn't see him forcing her head down. No, I seen her trying to leave. He came out and did some crazy shit. That's one thing. That's an assault. I don't see him charged with I think maybe, they probably put that up to establish character and it's going to fuck you up in the long run. But what I will say, the things that he probably did wrong because niggas, they get so much money, they live a lifestyle so long, they don't understand. Just because this is your house, your mansion, right? You still just can't do anything in your house, in your mansion. If you have a tray, and I'm speaking hypothetically, going around with cocaine, pills, and drugs on it, right? Around the party, right? At that point in time, you setting yourself up. Because if any users of these things that you are providing end up in one of those rooms and things happen, and then they wake up the next morning or the next day say, yo, what the fuck was I thinking? I was high. I wasn't in my right mind to make the right decision. You just fucked yourself.
Let me ask you this question, because you said you don't think that they were unwilling participants.
I don't think it was unwilling.
Basically,
I think that too. I don't think it was unwilling participants. I think that everybody that participated in these freak-offs was willing participants until they decided not to be a willing participant.
Basically, he's getting charged for being too freaky.
Facts.
He's getting charged
for
what
abuse.
they all wanted to do, but because certain things were incorporated, it's gonna make it look like they shouldn't have been doing it. The drug, if they could eliminate the drug factor, right? And you come to my house, right? And you get naked, and you locking lips and tongues with this other broad, right? And I'm hitting the other broad, and y'all switch positions. And I'm hitting you. There's no struggles nowhere. Nah, bro, I don't see him doing nothing wrong. I don't give a fuck if it's a man, a woman, whoever he doing it with. That's his preference. Bro, unless I see a struggle or I see somebody laying there and like, you know, moving and shit like that.
So what you're describing is like sexual assault. All right, so let me give you an example, because they're saying sex trafficking by coercion. Number one, there's a power dynamic, right?
Because they're saying because he's famous.
Yeah, what they're saying.
So the bitch showed up to his party because he's famous, and it's his fault that she wanted to give him some hate.
No. Basically, they're saying, well, like for example, Cassie would go higher, or supposedly he would tell Cassie.
Slow down right there. I'm glad you said that.
Go ahead.
Cassie would what?
Cassie would hire the sex workers, but supposedly Diddy would.
Yeah, but I hear you, right? But I don't think that they didn't know that what they was coming to. This ain't their first freak off. I'm pretty sure a lot of these people knew what the hell they was getting themselves into. That's just like people nowadays. They'll get into some ish, and then when they go bad, now they want to try to take themselves out of the equation by saying, I didn't do this and I didn't that. Yes, you knew what you was getting into when you was going. You know after 12 o'clock the freak off begins at this party. So if you decided to stay, then that means you know what's up. Keep it real. I'm not sugarcoating it for a bunch of grown people.
He would instruct her to saying, get the ones with the biggest dick. And
that's crazy work coming through my speaker.
So are you saying that she didn't want to do none of these things?
Well, that's what she's claiming. Again, I don't know. That's what she's claiming. That is the basis of
15 years.
That's what she's claiming. Maybe she just loved the lifestyle, so she was doing it against her will to maintain the lifestyle. They still look at that as coercion.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Who told Cassie to go suck the dick of the trainer Diddy was paying for? Did Diddy do that too? Now we talking about character, right?
Okay.
We talking character. Did Diddy tell his girl, go suck the trainer's dick that I'm paying to keep you in shape and behind my back and don't tell me about it?
Maybe that was trauma.
We talking character, right?
Maybe that's the post-freak-off trauma.
Did you just hear what you said?
Yeah, maybe that's trauma.
Okay.
You never heard a girl say that? You never heard a girl say that
So
she became a hoe?
When she fucked your homies in the backyard without you knowing, was ex-post freak-off trauma.
You said what?
Your ex-bitch, while you was in your room sleep, who went back there voluntarily on camera, fucked them two dudes in your backyard, is ex-post freak-off trauma. Or is that just a freak bitch? In our world, let's be real.
I mean, I don't
Nobody
know
pushed
what
you.
she got going on. I was just keeping it being with you when it comes to that.
So you telling me it doesn't establish character?
No, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate because this is how this is looked at in court, right? I'm playing devil's advocate. By the way, you got to realize he got indicted, right? So like, clearly the grand jury's seen, you know. And by the way, there's a shit ton of evidence, right? So,
oh, is he in trouble? He's definitely in trouble because some of the shit that we think is in nothing is actually something. See, we're all dumb to the law once we start to think we're above the law.
I hear you.
You get what I'm saying? Once you start to think, what?
Wait, my phone just died? My phone just died. Fuck. Yo, why the new iPhone die the quickest ever, bro? My bad, chat. This new iPhone died mad quick. Alright, it'll be back on like a few seconds. Fuck. This is like a debate, right? I actually like that Wack calling. He's giving a different perspective. Obviously, you know, here's the thing. I guess he's saying Diddy's in trouble, and not to rephrase what he's saying. He's saying, yeah, Diddy's in trouble. Did he do some fuck shit? Yeah. But he's staying very steadfast on the idea that these freak-offs that were happening were all consensual, right? Obviously I wasn't there. I can't tell you if it was or wasn't. But, you know...
Yeah, I don't think nobody coming to these parties not knowing what they getting themselves into. They knew what they was getting themselves into when they was going to them freak-offs.
Going to get some retribution.
They knew what was up.
Civil. Whatever. Obviously the prosecutor looking at different. They're saying, well, this guy is supporting her lifestyle. This guy controls her career. This guy controls her lifestyle. He controls her career. And by the mere description of what sex trafficking is, you know, even if you look at the Andrew Tate case, it's not necessary for you to hold a knife at somebody's throat to have them do something that is outside of their will, right? So, you know, Cassie essentially is claiming, I ain't never want to do it, right? I think that's going to be a conversation that, the only thing with what Wack is saying, there's potential of like maybe, just say you're having locker room talk, you could throw that in the air. But when you see the video of him beating her ass and dragging her back to the room, it's like, my nigga, if she wanted to...
That's true. Well,
yeah,
all we seen...
in the room, but if you got
all we seen was the fight. That's it. We don't know what was said in that room. We don't know if she did something. I'm not with a man doing that to a female at all. But we don't know what happened in that room for it to spill over into the hallway like that.
If you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, maybe she ain't want to be the freak off, right? Like if you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, you know what I mean? Fuck. My phone fucking died. Almost. Like USB-C, like all my old chargers, like don't work for this new fucking phone. All right, the phone will turn back on the same. I'll call Wack. Yeah, like Wack's making a point that as a defense attorney, I think you're gonna argue that the human in you is like hard to really like take that point too serious because you've seen the video. Like that video is very impactful. That video of allegedly, and again, couples fight. Not saying that this is we're gonna co-sign and we're not gonna act like couples don't get into it, but that alleged video supposedly is from a freak off. She's trying to tiptoe out the door and escape the freak off. He runs out with a towel around himself, clobbers her, knocks her out, and drags her ass back to the freak off. Yeah, it's kind of easy to sell the narrative that she ain't want to do that shit. You know what I mean? Right? Like again, I'm sorry. Now here's the thing, and this is the thing we got to be very careful and kind of like we're not saying any woman who makes an allegation is just automatically right. right? You know, obviously this is the court of public opinion to a certain extent, but I don't think when it comes to Diddy and what we've seen, we've just seen a lot of evidence that he's capable of doing some of these things. We've heard a lot of accusations. We've seen some proof of some of these things that he's been accused of. You gotta be like his man's to be like, nah, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, right? For me, I'm going into his potential criminal proceeding with an open mind. Like, okay, cool. If he's innocent, hopefully he'll be found innocent. But I don't know if I'll go as far as to like say and echo what Wack has said. Wack is saying, you know, everything was on the up and up. I don't know about that. Oh. Plug over here. Alright. Let me just get a little bit more juice on this phone and I'll call you back. Diddy should be in court right now, chat. They're showing a barricaded a entrance. By the way, this is all at the federal court building. It's very possible that Diddy's in court right now, listening to these charges, and we should find out pretty much within the next 30 minutes or so about if he'll be detained or not. One thing I'll point out, we go to Rolling Stone. Is Rolling Stone or Rolling Stones? No, Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone has a headline describing an incident that happened outside of the courtroom today. Listen to this. It's outside the courthouse. Combs has a smattering of support, so people are showing up in support of Diddy. So one man screamed, "Fuck y'all," while wearing a Combs shirt, while a black Cadillac rolled slowly past, blasting Combs' 1997 hit, "I'll Be Missing You." So look like, you know, Diddy's having some supporters. And by the way, you know, a lot of people have had supporters in these situations, including, you know, including, what do you call it again? You know, R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, OJ had some supporters as well.
I mean,
during these cases. So
I mean, just because they going through whatever it is that they going through, that don't delete their history. That don't delete their accolades. That don't delete their legend, their legendness. That don't delete none of their music, none of the things that they've done. They're just going through a rough time. They did some, you know what I'm saying? Some effed up stuff. So that's all that is. But they're still gonna have support. People still support R. Kelly. You know how many people said, "I'm never gonna stop listening to his music just because he did what he did"? You know how many people still going to support Diddy, no matter about the sex stuff. Like, this case is, listen, what make me mad is, not mad, but what make me laugh is, it's because out here that do that shit every day. They go out here, go to their local perk man, get some Erkies for him and his girl. You know what I'm saying? Get some drink. You know what I'm saying? And go home and have stupid wild sex perked up. I'm just saying. Keeping it a bean.
So again, these guys are celebrities. So no matter, even if you think they're guilty, they're gonna have their fair share of supporters. And again, I hope my coverage of this. I'm not here to defend Diddy, and I'm not here to also.
Diddy ain't doing no passing out. He ain't gonna pass out from what?
The road of like, oh,
Diddy he ain't doing no passing out, Rabbit. I ain't got him on that. He ain't doing no passing out.
But not being completely inhumane, right? Like there are people, and we have seen some proof. You know what I mean? It's not just these wild allegations. So hopefully I can be a little bit unbiased when it comes to that. All right, let me see if I can get Watt back online.
Yeah, but having baby oil is not a crime.
I think I hung up on him.
You can have 1,000,000 bottles of baby oil. That is not illegal. It's not a crime. He can have as many bottles of baby oil as he want. It's not a crime. You know what I'm saying? 1,000 grams of cocaine is a crime. That's a crime. 1,000 illegal guns, that's a crime.
My phone always dying, bro.
But
always
having lubricant is not a crime.
I did not hang up on you, Wack. My phone died.
Right, but okay, I hear you. He's only nasty because what? Why is he nasty? Now that's the question I want to ask everybody though. Why is he nasty? I'm serious. It's women out here that walk around with butt plugs in all day long. That light up and shit. Is they nasty? They bent over on camera showing you they butt plug that turn different colors. Is they nasty? It's other men that walk around with cock rings in they pipe and put it all on camera. Is they nasty too? So Diddy getting it because one, he's celebrity, and two, it's being publicized all over all over TV. So that's the only reason why I'm up, because it's saying that he nasty. But it ain't. But he's having sex. People have sex every day. Motherfuckers that have threesomes, foursomes, fivesomes every day. With drugs and all too, just like Diddy. And they ain't nowhere near half the celebrity as him. It's regular people. I know regular people right now that get drugged up, have crazy sex. I'm just saying, men and women. Yeah, I know what? There's people out here that do the same thing with men and women. There's women out here that do it with women and women. There's women out here that do that with men and women. What's the difference? So if a man do it with a man and a woman, is something wrong, but a woman can do it with a woman and a man? What's the difference? Y'all gotta make me understand. There's nothing wrong with it. The only thing that was wrong with this situation is him putting his hands on that girl.
Put it up a little later. What's up, girl, baby?
But whatever the only thing that was wrong with this was him beating the shit out of Cassie the way he did, and any other female that he put his hands on, right? That's the only thing I look at as wrong in it. Whatever that man decided to do in his bedroom, with his pipe, and whatever he allowed his girl to do or get done to her, that she allowed to get done to herself, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Whatever he want to do in his sex life, that's on him. He's a fucking billionaire. What's wrong with what he was doing? I'm confused. Because he was having sex with men and women? So what? There's bitches out here that have sex with men and women too at the same time. What video? The video of him beating on Cassie? I just said that. I said that's the only thing that's wrong with this whole situation to me, is him beating on Cassie. These rich celebrity famous motherfuckers been taking drugs forever. That ain't nothing new. They been taking drugs, having wild fucking crazy sex. This ain't nothing new. Diddy just getting crucified because of who he is.
On the Yellow Bees, you know they've been in that goddamn civil suit, right, for a couple years. So they've been going to civil court. They got at it outside in front of the courtroom. They sent me the content.
Are they fighting outside the courtroom?
Squabbling like a motherfucker.
No way.
Yeah, it was a one-on-one. Yellow Bees looked like he tried to rush up, but he slipped.
Whack.
I'm gonna put it up on the motherfucking Honey Show YouTube channel, man. 100 Toe YouTube channel's going up.
Yeah, by the way,
man.
Hold on, real quick. Just because I know they've done you dirty recently. Yo, what's your Instagram? By the way, everybody, y'all all know Whack 100. I think I low-key felt you got snubbed from that top media person list, because I ain't gonna lie. I'm on Clubhouse listening to you. Well, I'm on YouTube listening to your Clubhouse clips every day. What's your new Instagram? Because your Instagram got taken down. What is it?
_ the 100 show. _ the 100 show.
Okay, everybody, please go show my man Whack 100 some love. You know, this is his backup page until his main page gets back up. Please go show him some love on one of these posts. Or, if a lot of people disagree with what you just said, Whack. Y'all get on his Instagram. Go get that Whack. You don't give a fuck. He lets y'all get your comments off.
In the meantime, go subscribe to Echo ECCO. If you are sick and tired of going to all Prime and fucking Tubi and Netflix and trying to figure out what to watch, Echo is a new company launched with my man Jeremy Green and motherfucking goddamn Nick Cannon. It combines everything so you can just see everything, and when you hit it, then it'll send you to the network where you gotta watch it.
Perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. Hey, listen, by the way, that's the very least I could do. My man Whack always gives us amazing content. He always shows with us.
What they don't agree with, huh?
Nah, they don't agree with you saying everything was consensual. They feel like, they're not saying everything was non-consensual. And also, all right, let me ask you this question. Because you said, well, why would somebody be 15 years, right? Is it possible... Do you believe that it's possible that there could be non-consensual sex at times during maybe what's considered a relationship?
Yes, because there's a such thing called marital rape.
Yep.
No is no. I don't give a fuck where you married. There's a such thing called marital rape. Whether you with her, your girlfriend, 20 years, 30 years, or you married, if she says no and you keep going, that's rape.
But we don't know if none of them said no.
Do I believe that that was the only physical altercation that we saw in that hotel hallway? No.
I just said that.
I
No.
don't believe that.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say.
Expound on that.
Because the severity of what we saw, see, things always progress.
Right.
Just like things regress. You know what I'm saying? If you're an alcoholic, you're not going to just quit cold turkey overnight. You know what I mean? You're reduced, you get to a point where you're not doing nothing at all. What we saw was an extreme.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in order for it to get to that extreme,
they had to start somewhere.
It started someplace.
Right.
It started with a shove.
Right.
It started with a slap.
Right.
And then went to a shove and a slap.
Right.
And then went to
a kick.
A push, a shove, a pin down, and a slap.
Yeah.
So what we saw on that videotape, that was an extreme. At least I would hope that was an extreme. I would hope that wasn't a start.
You're making sense there. The only thing that I think defeats a lot of the points with Diddy is like we just hear too many acts of violence where like he was trying to intimidate people. So like the Kid Cudi situation, they put in the indictment. They said
we don't know, but we don't. That's based upon some hearsay. Somebody said what he said. And let me tell you what I know. A lot of industry cats do, and you know this shit. Some shit like a dude got into it with a dude, right?
Yeah.
And then he's with a chick, and they know this dude and went on Instagram and like, you bitch ass nigga, told this dude that, right? And then the chick comes out on the blogs, such and such just got rushed. He will act like in front of that chick like that was him. Yeah, you see what's up.
Okay.
Just right, knowing damn well it's probably never gonna come out who really sent these dudes and what it was really about, right? So I think Diddy is really guilty of that, of claiming some shit to try to save face of whatever because dude took his broad or whatever, and it's backfiring on him. Everybody know motherfuckers be at home, especially niggas that ain't about that life, claiming shit that can happen, so it makes them look good.
Hey, I don't know if you've read this. And by the way, I got all the paperwork. If you need me to send it to you for the out of 100,000 trenches, I got you. But I know you're probably gonna get it yourself. Anyway, Diddy's lawyers put together a bail package. In the bail package, they offer up $50 million. They paid off the whole mortgage for the Star Island property. It was $18 million left on the mortgage. They paid it off, and essentially, they offer $50 million home confinement. It appears that the reason why he got taken into custody last night is that his lawyers were communicating with the AUSA office, like all along. By the way, Diddy surrendered his passport after the raid to his lawyers, not to the feds, but to his lawyers. His lawyers told the feds, all the kids' passports, the girls, and the mom passport is surrendered. Anyway, the reason why it looks like they might have taken him last night, they were telling the feds, Diddy will not be in the same city as his plane. He has no access to it. Guess what happens? He's in New York. His plane last night comes to Teterboro. What happens? They take him into custody. I don't know if that's fully the reason, but it looks like if they were communicating with the feds.
But who came in? Here goes the thing. Diddy rent that plane out.
Yeah,
so did somebody come in on it? It could have been a customer.
Yeah, well, that's what his lawyers are saying. But who knows? The feds might be like, shit.
No, because when you get on those planes, they gotta have the passengers tied to those tail numbers. So if you look on there and see that this plane left Miami, went to Houston, and then sat there, then it picked up, 7 passengers coming to Peterborough, who was gonna be there overnight and fly back out to LA, that means that plane was booked out. Right now, with Diddy probably not knowing that his fucking plane that he's making money off of is restricted from being in actually it ain't even the city. Well, that's where we fly into if we go to New York. Yes. But he's probably not thinking that wherever I'm at, the plane can't fly in there, because I'm pretty sure it had shut down at Opalaca many days while he was at home in Miami.
Yeah, Opalaca.
And it wasn't no big deal. Probably set in bad eyes while he was in LA, right? That doesn't mean he's getting on it.
Hey,
and who's to say he can't get on the plane right within the USA?
Yeah, well, they were going as far as detailing every place he was going to be. So they would tell him he went to Wyoming. He told him how long he was going to be there. He told him when he went to LA. He told him when he was coming to New York. Hey, by the way, if he doesn't get out on bond, he offered $50 million home detention.
I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. I don't think if Diddy don't get out, bro, Diddy's 54, bro. He's been living a different type of life, bro.
Hey,
I don't think Diddy gonna be able to handle that shit, bro.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, my pocket watching ass, they said what hotel he was staying at. I looked up the presidential suite for the hotel he was staying at since September 5th, 10 grand a night. Like, this guy's used to luxury. He's not used to his jail cell. You know what I mean?
Nah, he's not used to that shit. He's not used to you can't move around and do this and do that and do this, and he ain't used to that shit, bro.
Okay, you give me your expertise, dealing at least with law enforcement. What do you think Diddy's going through? They picked him up last night. I can't even see Diddy in a cell. Do you think he's in a cell?
He's in high power. He's in high power by himself, but nobody talked to him.
I just said that. That's what I just said.
Yeah, he's in high power.
That's worse. That's right. Listen, being in high power or GP, or I mean not GP, high power or segregation or whatever. One thing about human beings, we need human interaction sometimes. We need that. We're social creatures. We're social creatures. We need that human interaction. So, okay, I understand y'all trying to keep me safe, but I ain't got not one person to talk to. The guards won't talk to me. I ain't got no celly. You there by yourself 23 hours a day. And when you do come out, sometimes they only let you out on the block. So now you still indoor. You know what I'm saying? But if they do let you out, they put you inside of a cage on the yard. So now you sitting on the yard in a cage. Nope, and the guards all around you. Nobody still can't come near the cage to talk to you or nothing. You need human interaction. It's going to drive you crazy itself.
You know what I'm saying?
How do you think Diddy prepares himself for this? Like how did you
don't.
prepare
You
yourself?
can't prepare yourself.
You
You
because
can't.
he was prepared to bail out. He thought they would allow him
You
to
can't
bail out.
prepare yourself for
But they're
jail,
gonna claim he's a
prison.
motherfucking flight risk and all kind of other shit like that, right? You can't prepare yourself for it. I'm gonna be real.
You can't.
And I'm prepared for it because I started doing time at 12.
Facts.
A lot of time.
When you done it already, you kind of know what it's heading for.
Old, living the type of life he lived, there's no way he can prepare himself for that.
Hell no.
Wow. Now,
no way, bro.
Okay, all right. Let's extrapolate. What do you think a federal trial looks like for him? How long you think he gonna have to be, like in jail?
Unless he takes a cop out plea, they gonna stretch him out. What we in 2024?
By the way, mandatory minimum is 15 on that, and that's federal.
Yeah, you're right about that. So I would say we'll be watching this case till probably like late 26, top of 27, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, I hate to even ask it, but do you think if Diddy has to stay incarcerated the whole time, do you think he makes it?
I think if Diddy could get over the 100-day threshold, if he gets over that 100-day threshold, and he believes he can beat it, I think he can make it. If we start seeing suicide attempts and attacks before that 100-day threshold, I don't see him make it.
Okay, why you say 100 days?
That's when your brain psychologically adjusts to where you at.
You start to normalize it.
Facts. That's what I just said. After 90 days, your brain starts to adapt to your surroundings.
Lock you in your studio, right? Mm-hmm. And all we had was that camera to go on, right?
Yeah.
For the people to see you to talk to. After 100 days of not being out that cell phone, you ain't gonna give a fuck about it.
Facts.
You're gonna be used to being without it.
Facts.
When you were incarcerated, obviously,
It took me probably my first time I was 12. It took me about 21. Yeah, I caught an assault, but I shot a man 32 times in the face with a pellet gun for calling my mama a bitch. I seen you my rap sheet. It'll say 245, assault with a deadly weapon, 9 firearms. That's all I had on me at the time, so I gave it to him. He had to go have, like, surgery and shit for them to dig them shits out. So it took me probably about 21 days for me to get used to that shit. Now, after that, like right now, it'll take me like 3 to 5 days, and it'll be like I never left jail.
Damn.
About 3 to 5 days, because I done did so much time. Now, I've been home 25 years. But I can sit here and tell you what's inside of the jail, what the hallways look like, what intake gonna be like, and tell you everything about it, because I done been there so many times, right? But Diddy's a 54-year-old guy that at least 30 of those years, the last 30, he's been a multi-millionaire.
Facts.
Private jets, having it his way, mansion, he's, jump up, let's go over here, let's do that. We all been kind of watching his life, the parts he let us see, right? So to take all that away, strip him down to a jumpsuit, some boxers, and some socks, right? And tell you we gonna shower you every other day, and you going in this cell with nothing to do, nobody to talk to.
Yeah.
He gonna start talking to the fucking guards like they work for Bad Boys.
And by the way,
you don't know no better.
By the way, breaking news: Diddy is currently in court as we speak. It just got announced via TMZ. The hearing is not even done.
They gonna get that 45-day return date.
Well, initially they've pled not guilty to all charges. They're going through the bail portion of it now. We're gonna get an update whenever the court proceedings is over. Wow, man, do you feel bad for Diddy or not? Yeah.
Do I feel bad for him? I feel bad for it. I know he got little kids. Them little girls. He got like a 1-year-old and those twins. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That aspect of it. But unfortunately, this should be like a lesson for those motherfuckers who start thinking they're above and they bigger than the program, bro. It is rules. This is the United States of America. And although people are with it today, that don't mean they can't line you up for the mall. It's just some shit you can't do. And if you do it, you have to protect yourself. You understand what I'm saying? If you do it, like, it has to be known that you guys are this. This is what we do. You gotta, you know, it damn near should be an act, a consensual act, bro. That a motherfucker go on video, screenshot you sign it, let them know you read it, and then y'all do what you gonna do. Because when it comes to these sexual acts, shit is such a setup that whoever you dealing with, you gotta trust them. You go to the club, you at a strip club, right? You hot and she got hot. Y'all go back to the room you just met her earlier that day. We on South Beach. You met her at the fucking pool party, right? Yo, we going to the club and now you want to go? She ain't got no shit. Cool, fuck it, right? You like, let me take you get something to wear. You take her, get her something to wear, drop her off. She meet you at the club, come in, she in the VIP, y'all going up, y'all bottling up, she doing her thing, you doing yours. She jumps in your motherfucking Lambo, your rental Lambo. You go back to the Fountain Blue, you got the 1,100 square foot suite on the motherfucking owner side over there, right? You go in there, y'all having some wild sex, watch this at. You start having anal sex. She tells you, put it here, and you do just that. She wakes up the next morning, her phone going off, look, it's her fucking husband or boyfriend. She ain't answered, she ain't did nothing. She gets dressed while you sleep, go out to the hallway, you wake up, she gone, you don't give a fuck, it was just a night. She on the phone crying, said, somebody put something in my drink. I even think they sodomized me. What? Yeah, I'm going to the police station now. Go to the station, go to the hospital, they check, yep, she was sodomized, right? Yeah, who was it? This guy. You get up in the morning about 1 o'clock, eat, you out rolling around, you get to the lobby, see a bunch of police, you like, God damn, somebody in trouble. Sir, is your name such and such? Yeah, come here, cuff you. And see what I'm trying to tell you is, some shit that you're doing, it's really against the law, but you're trusting that whoever you're doing this with, right, is cool. Sometimes you can't line yourself up. Hey, bro, ain't no female I'm just meeting in the club, getting in my car and coming back nowhere with me, bro. Okay. I don't give a fuck. I get you an Uber. You're not coming back with me, bro.
Not even then, though. Like, I think you're mentioning like an isolated like event, though. Like this shit with Diddy.
Bro,
like,
shit at his house. You ever been to Diddy party? You been to Diddy parties?
Hell no. I was never cool.
You never been? Okay, well,
I never let him.
Okay, well, listen. You show up to a Diddy party. Personally, a lot of us do the backyard thing, and about 1:30 we leave. We don't go in the house. Respectfully, right? And he ain't the only one we do like that. There's another motherfucker they do the same way, right? But shout out to him. What I'm saying is this, bro. People show up. People go in, they indulge, they get involved. A lot of people go to these parties because it was offered, was for free, and then one thing leads to another. But then they get caught up in some shit because maybe they weren't supposed to be there, or maybe whatever, and then they say what they say. I'm saying how it happened because of the distribution of drugs inside his home, inside his party. That's illegal. And they're going to say, based upon that, this person wasn't in control. They didn't really know what they was doing. You get what I'm saying? And when that shit starts to happen, it's an uphill battle fighting the law, bro. Because you're not supposed to offer or distribute drugs at any time.
At all.
Unless you're a pharmacy. And even then, it has to be to a person that has the right prescription. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where he's going to run into problem. Oh, we were just having fun. Yeah, but you weren't supposed to offer these things. And because she was under the influence of this, we got camera right here. And that camera shit, I'm going to be real, bro. When they went through all them tapes and they went back to some of them people who probably didn't know they was being recorded, right?
Well, let me ask you this, though. Like, for me,
out of embarrassment, they said something.
Wait. For me, I'm going to be honest, like, historically, like, and I'm talking about for many different situations. Like, shit, sometimes I've found out motherfuckers stole from me for using a camera. Cameras around me has always helped me. Because you know what? I know I'm not doing nothing wrong, so I like everything to be recorded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just learned, you know, at least in Jersey law, because there was a time I didn't have cameras like in my bedroom because I thought that was illegal. Now I get to find out.
I'm the same way. I don't have them in my bedroom.
No, my attorneys tell me the only place you can't have it, and actually you can have it everywhere,
is the bathroom.
You just can't use footage from the bathroom. You can't.
But you
can technically do it, like supposedly. Now, granted,
everywhere you can get into my bedroom is the camera there.
Yeah.
Every hallway, every door entrance, the staircase, the back, wherever the fuck, anywhere you can access my bedroom, there's a camera there to show who's coming into my bedroom.
I'm not gonna lie, Wack. Now in my master bedroom, I have 3 different cameras. I got Ring, I got a CCTV, and I got some other shit. Like every single, like I'm sorry, if we do something, it's gonna be on candid camera. I tell everybody, there's no hidden cameras. Hey, just let you know, this is for, you know, just clarity and for everybody protection. You get what I'm saying? It's stored on 15 different clouds, nothing to hide. We got nothing to hide.
Yeah, well, you might need to.
Why do you think Diddy would record this stuff if supposedly?
Well, that's part of his freak.
What do you mean part of his freak?
That's part of his freak shit, bro. Record. I'm gonna be real, bro. I got recordings of me, you know, having sex with my motherfuckers.
Facts. I got videos. Facts.
Yeah, but
everybody got their own freaky shit.
Again, these are allegations. We know that came out via a civil case, but the Cassie case said that he would threaten her with it, like he was blackmailing her, like, hey, remember I got this video of you, you better act right. Like, Diddy had to know that's illegal, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, you know what? I ain't finna say she lied. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say she lied.
So why would you think that Diddy thought it was above the law? And you've been, I guess you've been around.
A lot of them do.
Really?
You know that? Hell yeah.
I mean, I've never seen the level of power and money that Diddy got, but I've seen certain rappers who they clearly don't give 2 fucks about the law. They definitely think.
Okay, watch this. You see how Diddy be talking crazy to the people on them shows?
Yeah.
That ain't no motherfucking act.
Really?
You understand what I'm saying? That ain't no motherfucking act. Right? That's not no act, bro. It's not an act, so you got more.
You know what's funny? Because the whole thing with Diddy, a lot of people used to say, especially when you go back to the 90s, they used to say, nah, Shook had Diddy shook. Like, Diddy was a punk.
He
like,
did, but bro, this is not the same Diddy of back then. This Diddy that we know in the last 15 years would have told Suge suck his dick.
So you saying the more powerful he got, the more gangster he got?
Yeah, you motherfucking right, because he felt he had more resources. You know, he had to build. He could shut shit down. It's real shit.
God.
Yeah, so, you know, I feel like a lot of people do that, bro. They start doing shit instead of like, well, who gonna do something? And they start thinking everybody around them really fuck with it. You pretty good at that. You know, you understand everybody around you don't fuck with you, so you cut the fat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I think what Diddy went wrong is he disregarded his handling. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, what they give it, they feel they gonna take it away.
Hey, listen, I don't even know if this is possible because 2 things that came up, and I see some attorney, shout out to my man Bradford Cohen, he pointed that out. He said, you usually don't see a RICO case with only 1 person charged.
It's more to come. I think there's more to come.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's more to come. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're Diddy, right, do you explore the possibility of maybe rolling on somebody else?
Oh, that's a fact. That's definitely gonna happen.
So you think if he got somebody to offer up, he probably gonna lean towards doing that?
He got other people to offer up. He definitely do, and it's gonna be some pretty big people.
Not as powerful
You
as
know
him.
what I'm
Like,
saying?
I think he's the tip of the iceberg. Like I don't think he could offer up.
It's gonna be. Oh, they sending me pictures of Diddy parties. I'm about to see. They must be hearing us talking. parties at his house. Damn, this is security guy sending me this shit. I'll send it to you. This is my boy, who is this dude? He got, this Juggerlock Security. Yeah, he do a lot of people's security. Juggerlock Security. But yeah, definitely Diddy. You know Diddy gonna serve him up. He's 54 years old. Let's be real. These days, telling don't nothing happen to you. Diddy ain't no street dude. Who gonna do something to it? Nobody cares no more. You tell, you get bigger. Let's be real, bro. Right now today, telling nothing happens. We looking at Lil Woody. Shout out to Woody, living his best life. I ain't got nothing against the dude. But from him telling, he got famous.
Nah, he's a star. He's a star.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so you think if they say, yo, we'll let you go or we'll let you out 90 days, 12 months in the day, PI style, if you can give us this, you got the footage on that, what you think he gonna do?
Well, here's the thing. People are saying the only person that, there's two names. They're saying either Clive Davis or Jay-Z. I don't think he got nothing on either of them. I mean, anybody else that he probably was around, like he was always...
I don't think he got nothing on Clive. I think, whatever he has on Clive is some personal shit that they did that ain't against the law. Now, the other name, the only thing I know is ever since Diddy shit got raided and shit got hot, shit been quiet.
Well,
I don't know, bro.
Well, here's the thing, though. You see what prosecutors are saying about Diddy. They say he was continuing them freak-offs all the way to last year. At least with Jay-Z, if he used to do some shit, he got out of Dodge and got married and said, yo, I'm done with that big pimping shit. I'm done with all of that. I'm now a businessman. Diddy was still having freak-offs, peeing on Carisha, allegedly.
When it comes to Carisha Young Miami, I don't think she's saying Diddy did anything to violate her, bro.
No, she didn't. But like, again, part of the freak off is the extra freaky behavior, insatiable, like, yo, your thirst for sex can't be quenched shit. You know what I mean? Which that leads to, all right, when you come up with some...
That can mean anything, bro. Like, sometimes I lock up for a whole weekend, bro. And it ain't nothing but, nigga, we watch movies, order room service, and we having sex.
Yo, if you run through 1,000 bottles of baby oil, they said they were having free calls for days at a time.
Yeah, but bro, that's a whole household over there, bro.
You ever had a multi-day free call?
Well, I've had a weekend of just me and my woman ain't getting dressed, ain't moving no nothing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's not... Well, I'm still saying that's not what it means. The free call sounds like you got sex work...
I was just in St. Thomas, my nigga, for 4 or 5 days. Troy Ave was with us out there. Shit, Troy Ave, to tell you, he was there. Like, we was, you know what you think, I'm gonna put him in different rooms? We all in the same room.
Man.
That's my woman and her sister wife, so, I mean, shit, what you mean?
Oh, you got
Do I got video footage? Of course I got video footage. It's great video footage.
You got a little finesse 2 times shit going on. Look at you. You see finesse 2
I don't know.
times?
Nah, mine's is bad, though. Mine's is bad. I ain't dealing with no Uncle Boogers. I'm just saying. I mean, do I think that, bro, okay, our man, the one who kicked a lot of this shit off, he's telling us Diddy grabbed his ass, Diddy groped him, Diddy did this, Diddy did that, but the nigga got on the jet, went to the red carpet, went to the premiere. So it's like, but when Diddy didn't pay him, now it's you did this.
Exactly, that's what I said.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, also,
I'm not saying everybody's like on some bullshit, but I think a lot of them on some bullshit because they couldn't get something out of the man or some shit like that. So now we blowing the fake whistle.
That's what I'm saying.
It probably happened that Diddy might have grabbed his ass. Probably so. But if the nigga smiled at him like it's cool when he rubbed his ear and he handed him a drink and he took a shot and let him grab his ass again yesterday, then you came back the next day and then he grabs your ass and then he grabs you and it's cool and you smiling about it. At what point in time you're leaving and coming back? But then when you say you didn't get paid, now he did this, I'm gonna scratch my head about that shit, bro.
I agree with you. Hey, what do you think the kids are going through now? Like, I mean, as of a couple of days ago, they were partying. Like, they've done a good job of, not looking that bothered. right?
Older ones can handle it. Those girls with a 1-year-old, she's not gonna understand what's going on. But those two twins, brother, and not to say that his son hasn't been anything, you know, in the last decade or so, 5 years, whatever, they lost their mother, right, to a death, and then now to lose their father. You know, those, I believe they're like maybe 14, 15. I don't believe they're 18 yet. So yeah, bro, that's at this point in time, I really feel for those two. You know what I mean? It's a sad thing, bro. You know what I mean?
How much you think the lifestyle is gonna change, like even for the kids? By the way, so in the letter they wrote to the judge, they announced that Diddy been trying to sell the jet. They said they finally have a letter of intent to purchase. They executed it, and they're saying that they're going through a lot of inspections because the jet got a lot of inspections. But essentially they're selling the jet. That's more money to be liquidated. They sold. They're trying to sell the property in L.A. They paid off the property in Miami. He's clearly liquidating. How much you think, in the money wise, he's probably?
Well, this is what's fucksy. This was fucksy. He can't sell whatever he sells. It's a dude in prison who just hit him for $100 million. They gotta pay him.
Yeah, but that's a default judgment. They're gonna get that shit overturned, right?
No, I mean, we don't. That ain't necessarily true because they did go see that dude in prison. They can't claim they didn't know about it because once they got the letter, they went and visited that dude in prison on the books and offered him a deal for like $2.3 million. He didn't take it. So if you never got served and you didn't know nothing about it, why did you go visit this dude after the date that they say you served you, bro? That's gonna be an uphill battle, my guy. Yeah. And they're gonna tie up those properties and everything. They're gonna lean on everything. It's leaned on.
Hey,
you can't just ignore that.
Hey, by the way, so in the indictment, when you go down, once it's getting to the bottom of the indictment, probably on like 12 pages or so, they start talking about forfeiture. And according to what the prosecutors are saying, they're saying where all this criminal activity is happening in, they want to exercise a Title 18 forfeiture law that would give them, have Diddy forfeit these places because he was doing criminal acts in them. We see that in drug cases a lot. Like, you know what I mean? If, you was using your grandma's house as a trap house.
Yeah, but he didn't purchase those with criminal money. That's usually when you did.
Facts. That's what I'm saying.
Home, they could come take it.
That's what I was saying.
He wasn't. These parties cost him money. He wasn't fucking, having orgy parties and charging people to come in and do these things. Right? Nothing done in a home was used to generate income. He spent money on these parties. It's for his own personal pleasure, for his own fun, entertaining his people. If he wasn't dipping into the Ciroc budget or whatever else he was doing. But usually if somebody's selling drugs out of a home that's tied to a family member, yeah, they can come take it all day long.
Yeah, but of course they even, remember the Lil Rod dude was trying to paint a RICO racketeering conspiracy? They were saying, well, these parties may have not gained them money, but it added to the mystique and the brand, which gained them money. So it made him a bigger star.
Made who a bigger star?
Diddy. Because he was having this reputation of doing these crazy parties, it made him more
known.
No,
come on, bro. Let's not ignore the Ciroc boys. That was a nationwide thing with all the DJs and shit like that. Let's not ignore the DUI commercials, you know what I mean, how to drive home safe. This was a movement. Let's not ignore all these clubs, right, that was promoting the shit out of this. French Montana with the French Vanilla Ciroc. It's a lot of things that went into that. You can't say Diddy's personal parties, right, is what made Ciroc big. Come on. That's the reach.
Well, I'm just going off what they're saying.
Remember the Ciroc boys? There was literally DJs in every city and state who had a card that wherever they went, they had to order Ciroc.
Yeah.
K-Slay had one. They was on the radio, Ciroc boys in the building, pumping Ciroc. So, I think that, it's a tip. I don't think it'll work. Do I think they're going to let him out? No. I think they're going to try to break him. We've seen this with a little different case. They didn't let Thug out. He's on the state level. Do I think he's a flight risk? No. He's too noticeable. Do I think they'll give him a
By the way, they
a
found
tracking
those
device?
guns.
Yes.
They found
No, that's fake.
guns.
That's fake.
They found guns with shaved off serial numbers.
That's fake.
And well, with Diddy, they found the two AR.
That's fake.
Yeah, so they're looking at it and they're saying that Diddy might be using these guns because apparently he was threatening violence, and they're saying if we find illegal guns, because you know they're illegal ones, the serial numbers defaced. They're saying
the serial numbers being gone is a problem. Now where's the problem? Where's the charges at?
There's no charges for that, but they're presenting.
That's what I'm saying.
They're presenting it that the prosecutor's going to present it that the judge could consider. I mean, the judge might be like, well, file charges on it, but it looked like they're trying to just put it in the air that the judge says no bond.
No, yeah, that's a problem. Those guns with the shaved off serial numbers is a problem. That's a problem. That's a brand new problem. If nobody in that house doesn't claim those guns, that's a problem.
How much money do you think you're running through in lawyers? I heard a number. I heard $2 million a month.
I think he's gonna be in the ballpark of these lawyers because he's probably gonna hire at least 2 teams and PIs and all this shit. He's gonna be with that $50 to $150 million if it screams out 3 years.
Damn.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he gonna probably have 2 different teams, right? Because the last law firm he was with dropped him because of
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. So now once another law firm sees that, okay, it's more value in this because they dropped him, it's a problem with where he can go and who wants to take on the case. That just boosts his shit up 20-30%. Alone.
Do you think that, so this whole thing about him being a billionaire, apparently they're saying his net worth and liquid, especially after they lost the Diageo deal with De Leon and Ciroc. They're saying it's
$50 million a year alone.
Yeah, all right. They're saying it's a couple $100 million that he supposedly got. Do you think that this case, like, dries him out? Like he goes broke off this? How is he making money? Like we gotta imagine it's only off catalog. Like he owns
catalog and whatever. You never know what investment. Diddy could be invested in hotels overseas.
Oh, by the way, Diddy's a part owner of Twitter. That's what they found out in a filing. Diddy is one of the investors in Twitter. When Elon Musk went private with it, he got a few people. One of Diddy's holding companies, sent a few million in. So Diddy's
that's what I'm saying. You never know where the money spread out at. I mean, he definitely need to downsize. Need to be down to one house. I understand the security of the house needs to be in the right spot, gated community, whatever. He's not there. The kids are there. All the cars and jets and all that shit. Maybe downsize to a couple SUVs and whatever your little get around joint is. All that definitely needs to happen. The shopping sprees and all that crazy shit, all that shit got to come to a halt. He needs to take care of his legal. He don't want to be like Suge Knight. You don't remember? Suge Knight legal would start walking out the courtroom. He wasn't paying.
Really?
Hell yeah. This is why when I came on board, that was the number one thing was to get him legal. And I got Alex Kessel to go down to the scene and take on the case.
Wait, Suge Knight's lawyer walked out the courtroom.
He had a lawyer go to jail, and the rest of them was leaving because they wasn't getting paid. He didn't have the means to pay them. He was broke, bro.
How much?
He was dry.
How much was the legal fees?
When Kessel went and took the meeting, it was going to take us, I believe, the bottom number was like $150,000 was the bottom. And I think because I had a relationship with him, we had a top of $250 no matter what it was. And I was even with the appeal, so he was showing me some love. I've been paying Mr. Kessel for many years, spent a lot of money with him. But all this was tied up into the $30 million deal I had for the life rights to do the series. And once the hedge fund came back and said, yo, he did deals with 5 or 6 other people, That's when it fell apart. And that's when he went in there and took his deal. He had no legal when he took that deal for 28 years, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I was the last one. Yeah.
But you know, obviously, Suge Knight has never been close to being up like Diddy. Though. Diddy got that. Really?
No. Diddy had another 24 and 4, another 28-year run on top of Suge shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're right. You know, Suge was up at one time. You know, the niggas was doing $100 million a year.
Really?
You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely go put it up, bro. Go put it up.
Hey,
he was up at one time, but you know, he did close to 10 years, 8 to 10 years, bro. Bills and putting the bills and trying to put out acts and financing acts and lawsuits. You know, it has a wear on you.
Wow. Hey, by the way, all right. So that's the Suge situation. Could you compare this to the the R. Kelly situation? You know, a lot of people have argued, well, if R. Kelly had that Diddy money, maybe R. Kelly is free. What similarities you seen? By the way, I'm gonna look at the prosecutors. I don't know if you've seen the press conference. 6 white women who will be working this case. One's pregnant. It just looked like Diddy's cooked. 6 white women who's gonna be working from the AUSA's office to get you convicted, and you accused of sex trafficking. Oh my God.
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I hate to say it. I hate to say this. If they came at Diddy with 5 to 10, he should take it.
Anything is pop.
Indictment against music.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it because even on the 10, that means he gonna do 7, 8. And that puts him at damn near 61, 62. That sounds like a life sentence to him. The 5, the reason why the 5 sounds
really
right.
Take that? You think
I'm gonna tell you why the 5. No, I don't think you would. I'm gonna tell you why the 5 years sounds good, right? It's because whether you take it or not, you gonna fight this case at least 2-3 years. Which you'll be ready to come home. You gotta get, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You fight the case and say, okay, what they gonna do with me versus the time it's gonna take me to fight the case, I could be paroling.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? This is how you gotta look at it. It's kind of like, remember we had our discussion when it comes out, okay, she's suing me for $80,000. My attorney says it's gonna cost me $150,000 to fight it. What do? We pay the 80.
Yeah.
Right? So Diddy, okay, listen, 5 years, right, in the feds, or you could fight it for the next 3.5 years. 3.5 years you fight it, we might could get you 20 years, 15 years, right? Or you take the 5 today and be home in 3.5 4. Halfway house, you knock a year off doing some other shit or whatever in there, some milestones. Which one do you do? He's not gonna pay the $80,000 and keep him paying the $150. He's just gonna hear, oh, I know my hope is gone. No, your hope is you got a date, a closer date. You get what I'm saying? That's your hope.
Okay. Is it a possibility Diddy ends up like R. Kelly? What's the differences?
Strong possibility. R. Kelly's in there for one female, correct?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it.
I think it's the one that got him. The one that told him she was 19, but she was really 17. The one who the mother and father was texting R. Kelly as if she was as if he was talking to her, but really was talking to the parents. The guy that worked at the concert hall who did all the lights. I think that's the one that they let hear all the phone calls and messages he was sending other women and shit, and she kind of went across the street and testified against him. I believe that's the one that got him. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's maybe 1, maybe 2. The Diddy, his criminal shit, we don't even know how many of them it is, bro. Because remember, a lot of the other shit is civil. The shit with the producer, that's the civil thing. Did he go criminal? Well, that's civil, right?
Well, I mean, the only criminal thing is this indictment. There is no other criminal charges. This indictment. We don't know who's the victims. It appears Cassie's one of them, but we don't know if Lil Rod.
I don't know. Can Cassie do? I thought she signed something.
And by the way,
I she signed something?
Yeah, but that don't matter in the
Yeah, but the
criminal
feds
case,
can
right?
break
Because, yeah,
it.
she
The
signed
feds
an
can
NDA,
break that.
but every NDA is gonna say the only way you can speak about this is if you are legally required by a subpoena to talk about what happened.
Now, speaking about it and being charged for it, two different things. That is she coming in as a character witness? I don't know if when she accepted that money, there was something in there that said could not come or whatever that was.
Yeah, well, you gotta remember that's civil. This criminal thing, she's definitely a victim. Like I think she's even.
Yeah, but bro, majority of the time when people do this kind of shit, after know that type of footage has come out, it's stipulations in that paperwork to be paid out that they agreeing to.
Yeah, no, she probably definitely broke the NDA, right? But Diddy's gonna look crazy trying to sue her. But
no, I think she can come as a character witness against me, but I don't think they're gonna bring any of those charges are related to her. I don't think none of the criminal.
You don't think none of the criminal charges on Diddy's related to Cassie? She's numero uno as the victim. She's the only one whose story seems the most true. You think about that producer you talking about, Lil Rod. Yo,
we got statute of limitations on the hotel, right?
For assault.
Yeah.
Just for assault.
Yeah, we got statute of limitations on that.
Hold on.
Right?
And also, here's the thing with a RICO case, right? Because that's what Bradford Cole was saying.
I don't think is this a RICO?
Yes, it's a RICO. They said, put it like this: if they have you on tape selling drugs in, say the 80s, you were selling drugs in the 80s. The statute of limitations is past that. But if you kept selling drugs from the 80s up till 5 years ago, the statute of limitations usually is around like 5 years or so, right? If it was continued, so in a RICO they usually prove it's continued. So it started before the statute of limitations and continued up onto the point where statute of limitations exists. So yeah, that assault from 2016 would not be able to count. But if say that they could prove that it was a pattern of consistent abuse, physical abuse, they could use that. And by the way, they referenced that thing in the indictment. They referenced the videotape in the indictment, even though that's outside of statute of limitations.
Yeah, but But what I'm saying, it could be used for character, and it's gonna eat him up. That don't mean they're charging him for those acts. We gotta see that. You gotta go through it. Cause I think when she signed off, whatever she signed off on, I'm pretty sure Diddy put everything in there for whatever money he paid her. Okay. I could be wrong.
Wait a minute. Okay, all right. So let me tell you that. So it's 3 counts, right? Count one is. Give me a second. Scroll down. I have the whole indictment on the screen. Count one is the racketeering, right? And then under racketeering, these are the offenses they have, right? They have kidnapping, arson, bribery. They have witness tampering. They have forced labor, sex trafficking. They have a transportation for purposes of prostitution, and they have possession with intent to distribute narcotics. And then we get to count 2. Count 2 is just sex traffic. It's not sex traffic underneath RICO. It's sex traffic by force, fraud, or coercion. And this is where they list what they call victim 1. They say victim 1. Now, the reason why that is people think that's Cassie, it says from at least, because no act in this whole indictment is before 2008. So there was a 17-year-old supposedly in the 90s that got flown from Detroit, Michigan to a studio in New York. That's not listed at all in the indictment, right? But what is listed, it says from at least 2009 up until 2018. That matches with the time that Cassie was with them in the Southern District of New York. Diddy basically recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, solicited by any means. I'm skipping some words here. A person cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act, aided and abetted, willfully caused the same to wit, and blah 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 blah. A person named victim 1, and attempted to aid and abet, willfully cause victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts in reckless disregard of the fact that victim 1 was engaging in the sex act as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. So that's the second.
Listen.
So the second count
No,
is
listen,
all about
this is what I'm
victim one.
saying. This is what I'm telling you. The things that people think they're doing just to have their own personal fun, a lot of this shit be in violation of the law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think it's cool, but it ain't cool because if the other people involved choose to go this route, your ass is in trouble. He can't get up there. Let me tell you what's going to fuck him up. They're going to say, under oath, did you provide or did you ever provide drugs at any of these parties? He can't say no. Ain't no telling how many videos they got of this shit. You get what I'm saying? You can't say no. The minute you say yeah, everything after that, bro, it's, well, I was under the influence. He gave us drugs. Even though you voluntarily took them, well, you know, if I didn't take them, he was going to put me out. He coerced me. I felt threatened. You know, all this shit. And then I woke up in the morning and this, and then I never knew it was a tape. And when he asked me to do something, I said no, he threatened me with this tape that he says he has. Now, the feds and rated him actually got the tape. It's bad, bro. This ain't a thing about what's cool for you to do or what some bitch-ass nigga shit if somebody do to you. This is about if the things that you did is in violation of the law. If the person you did it with is saying they were violated. And on those terms, I think he in trouble. Now, personally, do I think people was willingly in there tooting and popping pills and taking their drinks? Fuck yeah.
Do you think that Cassie was ever at a point into this freak off idea, or do you think that maybe maybe she was just trying to do it for her man? Like, oh, I want to be with you.
I think there was a period of time to where she got used to it and submitted. Do I think Cassie had opportunity to leave, to call the police, to blow the whistle? Yes. Do I think it got to a point, there was ever a point where she might have said, no, I don't want to, and he like, fuck that, you this, that, you gon' this, that, bring your ass in here? Yes. Do I think it was times where she was willingly, like, maybe suggested it? Yes. I think all of the above, but some of those above is a violation of the law, bro. Some of those above is a violation of the law.
I'm gonna look up to see. I know she's not gonna post anything. You know, Cassie's lawyer, every time there was a search warrant ran, every time there was a major important news, he always made a statement. I'm waiting for him to make a statement today. Cassie, Cassie's not gonna post anything. What do you think Cassie's husband, is probably, thinking? Because obviously they got the payday already. But it looks like, they're definitely hell-bent to make sure Diddy spends his time in jail.
Well, end of the day, bro, you don't forget Cassie had a GoFundMe up or whatever that shit up for $5,000 trying to raise money to help her husband at one time.
No, she didn't. What?
Yes, she did. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Do you think funds got low a little bit?
Bro, dude was a personal trainer. When Diddy announced that the personal trainer he hired was fucking his girlfriend, what do you think all his clients did? That was female driven with a husband.
Yeah, that's true.
You hurt him. You crippled him.
Yeah, the trainer who fucks.
Now let's look at Cassie. Cassie wasn't fucking Beyonce or SZA, or she wasn't running around, that wasn't happening for her. I mean, she's a great artist. I love her music, but let's be real, that wasn't performing for her. So you got her, she's out, she ain't got no kids buying, he ain't got to pay her nothing. Dude's the fucking trainer, personal trainer, who everybody probably let go because of the situation. She ain't got no real means of it. Like, I think they fell on hard times. He like, when he heard about it, he like, fuck it, go get him. He was all with it.
God damn, man. So, chat, we're still waiting to see if he's going to be denied bond. I think we all believe he's going to be denied bond. The hearing's still going on. Supposedly, the prosecutor, as of about 20 minutes ago, they're still laying out their case why the bail should be denied. They're saying that they're worrying that Diddy will intimidate witnesses. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this part. They wrote a detention letter, which is a memo to the judge, hopefully to convince them that Diddy shouldn't be let out. Apparently, they said after Diddy got hit with a lawsuit from Cassie and he settled, he called 2 other victims. And he was trying to tell them, hey, if anybody reach out to you, remember this is what happened. So he was trying to like, you know, here we go. The feds say that witnesses, the witnesses they interviewed have universally expressed fear. And prosecutors claim Diddy called former artist Kalina Harper, which, by the way, Kalina Harper just stuck up for Diddy recently when her group member, Dawn Richards of Danny Kane, filed a lawsuit against him. So the Danny Kane girl filed a lawsuit, and the group member of that group said, hey, I can't speak for her, but everything with me and Diddy was good. Some people point out that Kalina Harper, she was married at the time when she was in the group Danny Kane, and her husband still supposedly does business with Diddy, so she's going to protect Diddy because Diddy and her husband are cool. But they say Diddy called her 54 times. 54 times the day before she made a statement about a recent lawsuit they were named in. So apparently, so she made the statement last week. So they said Diddy called her 54 times. Wow.
Dang,
That's
bad work.
To say that he may try to tamper with the victim.
Ooh. Oh, shit. And here's more. Prosecutors say that Diddy's got the money and the means to be a flight risk, and the feds say that what appeared to be narcotics was in his hotel room in this New York spot when he was arrested. They said they found a pink powder. What's a pink powder?
That's that Tusi.
Oh, that's that pink cocaine. See, that's bad business.
That's that Tusi.
They said that previously tested positive for ecstasy was found in Diddy's room as well as other drugs. Why the hell, if you think you're gonna get locked up, would you still have drugs in your room?
Bro, I keep telling you, bro, some of our people, listen, there's a few people out there, right? Listen, there's a few people out there, right, that have did it in reverse. Went to jail, did all this shit, got out, came up, they're well off. They know what not to do. You get what I'm saying? You hear Top Dog having wild TDE parties? They come into the penitentiary from the projects. He know what comes of that. He know what not to do. QCP the same way, right? You got Diddy ain't never been in the beast of the belly. So in his mind, shit don't stink. His shit don't stink. He still think it ain't that serious.
Hey, so everybody, I don't know too much about this drug. Some people say it's what they call Tusi. I don't know what that is. But
that's what they said, and I think it's a drug trafficking case still coming. The white boy they caught with the backpack full of drugs trying to get on Diddy's plane.
But they saying like they dealt with Danny Kane though, even though she was with Dirty Money, they still dealt with each other. She ain't never say she was with Danny Kane. She said, I can't speak for Dawn, but as far as me go, my business with Diddy was always good. She never said she was with Danny. They did. They probably messed up by saying that by mistake.
That's what they said was provided to a certain individual to fly on Diddy's jet to a studio in Virginia. Was that shit. Right? Then
go ahead.
Then they catch the white boy. The white boy do a couple days, get out on some whatever shit. You think that white boy ain't cooperated and told them people?
I don't think she lied.
He man did with that man?
I don't think Kalina lied. I think she told her side. Like, I don't think she lied. I think she kept it a bean.
Mixed with cocaine, and it has a pink tint to it.
Yeah, I just saw an article on it last night, pink cocaine. But that's the first time I heard about it was when they mentioned it with Diddy. Was somebody?
Everybody's business with Diddy wasn't bad.
Put an individual on the plane to fly some in, right? So now you got the white dude a week or two later after that, they catch trying to get on the plane, right? So now if they get this white dude, take him in as they did, and they ask him, did you?
Right, I hear what you're saying, right? But let's just be real here. Neither I or you was there to say that. To say, oh, Diddy never paid these people. he might not have paid them what they wanted or what they felt they was worth, because him running a label or taking a chance on them chicks, all that money come out of his pockets. They outfits, they marketing, they networking, radio play, they jewelry, they cars, they house they live in. All that money come out of his pockets. And when you deal with a label, with a label, they gotta recoup that money back. So if Diddy spent $2.53 million on his girl, and they drop a song and that song do 80,000, you still owe me a 2 point something million dollars. And if the stuff you putting out ain't getting me none of my money back, you think I'm gonna keep investing it into you and keep giving you money because you want to send on my label? No, I'm not. I'm gonna drop you off the label and cut my losses. I'm gonna keep the catalog because that's in the contract. I'm gonna keep the catalog, so that way, the little bit of money that your catalog is making is coming to me to pay me back. But like, he gave everybody their royalties back, and everybody, they complaining. Oh man, that little $300 and something a month ain't nothing. That little $300 and something a month is all that your music is worth. You can't blame Diddy for that. The people that listen to your music is in control of that. They the ones that's streaming that. Diddy not. So that's all I'm saying. People get it messed up with these record labels, man. Oh, they ain't pay me this, that. Bro, if I put 2-3 million into a person and I don't recoup my money back, I'm not putting no more money into you. So yeah, go ahead and run off with the I ain't pay you shit. Well, where you get that car from, that house, the exchange, this, that? Where you get all that from? From me. When you running around with 10, 20, 30,000 in your pocket, you called me and said you needed a $20,000, $30,000 advance. I gave it to you. All that money has to be paid back. That's all.
Did you ever provide this to this person? And he says yes. And he says, was it on this date? And they go on the phone and see any type of lineup. Then they got the person at the other end in VA talking about, Diddy called this in and this person got on a plane and brought this drug. And now they got that drug in New York. They gonna get the I think there's more charges to come. We don't see the gun cases there. We don't see drug trafficking there. I think there's more cases, more charges to come.
There is a drug charge under the RICO, but we don't see the guns. Hey, hold on. So what people are telling me, and I don't know too much about this drug, but they're saying this is a drug you take to turn up the party. Why the hell would Diddy, if you're facing sex trafficking charges, I would think this is some, you know, like some people be drinking, or taking Xanax to kind of drown themselves out or whatever going on. I would think he want that because he got a lot on his mind. Why he got party drugs? That's freak off drugs. The freak off is over. Why would he have that?
Bro, listen. Hey, listen, bro. You never know what extreme people would do, bro. And people that do drugs, a lot of drugs, they talk like this all the time. It takes more and more and more and more, bro, to get them to where they trying to go.
You think he had one last freak off in New York? In no way. That sounds.
No, I think that was just his personal shit. I would hope the only freak offs he had was personal, whatever woman he was with, right? And I'm a little confused. I thought I seen him get married, but then I thought I seen him in the room with somebody else. I don't know what Diddy got going on, but each his own. If they with it and they agree with it, shit, there ain't no law against it. But I'm just saying that the things he did, I think there was some things going on while he was doing these things that was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they're gonna use against him. Him having fun. Your fun was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? You can't be in a house and whip out your illegal gun and fire it in the backyard and say, nobody better not leave this motherfucker or else. Now put the music on. Because you can have one motherfucking Poindexter say, well, I did everything because he fired the gun in the air and said, well, we better not do. Everybody else gonna be like, yo, he was just clowning around, bullshit. No, for one, you can't fire a gun in the air like that. Two, the gun illegal, you ain't supposed to have it. Three, if this person saying they were in sustained fear or in fear or whatever, and because of that, this is why they did that, you're done.
Yeah, like even a kidnapping charge, you don't have to necessarily physically bar them. If they feel like they're in threat, that they can't leave without violence, that's kidnapping. Hey, if Diddy's an addict, how does the arrest, like he gotta come off some withdrawals. He's gonna have withdrawals immediately, right? Like if he's locked up.
He's definitely gonna have withdrawals. If he's doing something every day to keep him up, yeah, it's definitely gonna have some withdrawals.
Okay, so how does this work? Do they hit up his dealer to make sure he get a little bit more and then wean him off of it, or what?
What do you mean he in jail? What the fuck you mean? He gotta go through what he gotta go through.
He's gonna go to the withdrawals?
Hell yeah, what you mean? You think they gonna come bring him a little drug?
Bring him a little bit of Tootsie, like just give him a little.
No, you gotta kick. We all seen the kick process. He gotta go through his kick process.
Or are there like maybe drugs they could give him to help him with the withdrawals?
Yeah, they could definitely do that too.
Like prescription drugs, yeah.
They could definitely do that too, but then they'll have him addicted to something else.
Hey, I know you said, he's going to be on a different type of restriction and, obviously he's a high-powered person. But what do you think incarceration is looking like for him? Is he going to be near any inmates? Does he got to worry about trouble?
Nah, they going every time. The only time an inmate going to get to him unless the police want the inmate. The guards want the inmate to get to him. They're going to have Diddy ass locked away, on keep away. You know what I'm saying? When he go to court, he gonna go on his little paddy wagon. He gonna be single man selling, all that. Whenever he move, that hallway gonna be clear. He gonna be shackled down. They gonna take him to the showers every day and a half, back to his cell.
That's what I said.
You know what I'm saying? He gonna have his phone time, but other than that, he ain't gonna be around nobody. Because if something happens to him, the family gonna own New York.
I just said that.
Really?
Hell yeah.
If something happened to him, they gonna own that motherfucker.
They had Blueface on Keep Away High Power. Suge Knight, when he used to have to go to the phone, they took him to the roof. They put him in a cage.
Yep.
They what?
A cage.
Put him in a cage.
Yep.
They put him in a cage.
Locked him in a cage for the phone. Yeah.
Why? Like this.
High Power Keep Away. Drug kingpin. Yeah. It's real shit. If you go to jail, you gonna be high power keep away. That's a fact.
Well, good. Wait, hold on. Do they still got bars on your cell, or it looks like a regular room?
I mean, you don't depend on what institution you at. Most of the time is, sometimes it's bars, sometimes it's a solid door with a little window.
Now, this is gonna sound crazy, and if it sound mad square, it's cool. But do you think the level of privilege Diddy, or his, status? Do you think that he's ordering meals in there, or he's eating the same thing as a regular person? You think, he's getting, a little extra honey bun? He got a little gourmet meal. You know what I mean? My dude is used to whining and dining pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's down for the
that's
jail
gonna
toll.
come down to what little hookup he could have going on off the record. You know what I'm saying?
But no special treatment usually for like this.
Nah, you ain't finna just because you in this area we get that ain't happening.
Facts.
Now you could, you get you got somebody want to bring you something in because you making something happen. Shit happens.
Jesus Christ, man. This is chat. I'm in disbelief that Diddy would have drugs in his room. Come on, bro. Come the hell on. Like, even if you're still on the drugs, you gotta have it in your assistant's room down the hall, your homie's room. You can't have the drugs in children. No way. Like, this just seems like almost thinking you're above the process?
Bro, end of the day, if a motherfucker's an addict and he's addicted to something and he's free, it's a good chance he's gonna do his thing. You know what I'm saying? You know that.
Hey, by the way, 50 Cent hasn't really piled on yet. Why do you think that's the case? Do you think it's because,
I don't think 50 wished, he from the streets. We don't wish jail on nobody. He made trolling while he was out.
Nah, he definitely did with Preem, bro. Preem, he definitely did. I remember that nigga was on New York City radio laughing. He said, Preem, when you hear this, I know you're going to be in your cell, nigga. I hope you die in it. I remember you said that.
But we talking about some, some real personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Every time a motherfucker look in the mirror, he got to remind you if that's what really happened. You get what I'm saying? So I get that, but I don't think Diddy did nothing to 50 that serious to where he gon'
He was messing with
let
baby
Clown.
mamas.
Well, 50 didn't mess with a bunch of motherfuckers' baby mamas. What the fuck we talking about? I get it, but I don't think he was with her, right? And they don't have that type of relationship. You know what I'm saying?
No. 50 wasn't with her anymore, but clearly, these two had a little feud going on, so I think D always thought that he was trying to get to her. Well, 50 thought he was, always trying to
I would think so, too. I would think it was intentional. I can't front. Ain't no telling what 50 might do. 50 might... I thought he was putting together a little series or something, and that series gonna hurt Diddy. So that surviving R. Kelly definitely affected R. Kelly.
Yeah, well, a lot of people believe that's the reason why they went so hard, right? By the way,
R. Kelly?
Yeah, by the way, chat, they're saying Diddy appeared in court. He was sitting wearing a black shirt at the defense table with 2 U.S. Marshals standing behind him. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm reading. Again, in federal court, they don't allow cameras. So you gotta go from the reporters. They said his lawyer's Mark Agnafilo. You ever heard of his lawyer or no?
Nah, but I'm pretty sure wherever he got is top notch.
Okay. Apparently the judge says you have a right to be represented by a lawyer for this proceeding and question blah blah. The indictment is 3 counts for racketeering conspiracy, including sex trafficking, forced labor, bribery, arson, obstruction of justice. And victim 1 was forced to engage in sex acts. You're charged with knowingly transporting an individual to engage in prostitution. You have a copy of the indictment. Apparently his lawyer said yes. It said, Mr. Combs, how do you plead? And Diddy said, not guilty. The judge says, have we set a conference date? They said the conference date is Tuesday, September 24th at 10 a.m. Do you know what that means? The conference date?
I don't know. I don't know what that date is. I know this. They gonna start stretching them court dates out like the same way they do everybody else.
Oh, wow. Hey, by the way, this is what the AUSA says. These crimes carry a maximum sentence of life imprisonment or death. Wow. There's a risk of flight and that the person will obstruct justice or attempt to intimidate a witness. This is a presumption case based on sex trafficking.
See, and that's what's bad right now, bro, because that sex trafficking shit, bro, is bad. Mel Gibson had that movie that came out that everybody should go see. It's a real thing that's happening in our world. I'm gonna be real, I don't think Diddy's intent was to be sex trafficking, bro. I don't think he was like baiting people in and making you do this and keeping you hostage over here doing this. But whatever the definition is of that law, if he's within those parameters, that's how they gonna come at you, bro.
I was explaining last night, and
I don't think Diddy's a sex trafficker by how we know it to be. But the parameters in that law.
Well, that's the thing. I think some of these charges are ones that it's like even the RICO charge. I think we can even talk about let's say the YSL thing, right? They wanted to get Thug, couldn't get Thug, but then they used this gang charge to be like, well, All we gotta prove is that y'all are a criminal street organization, that y'all are tied to each other. We have this guy for this shooting, this guy for that shooting, and we know you're the guy at the top because you've given this guy this money, you paid for this. Now they create an organization that you didn't do anything in actuality in terms of what they have you physically doing, but you're now the head of some criminal organization and you're guilty of RICO, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how they came.
So it's like,
but they haven't been able to prove. They haven't been able to prove that.
What do you think? Oh wow. Oh shit. By the way, chat. Oh okay. This is what the AUSA. So the AUSA spoke. Then Diddy's lawyer spoke, and the AUSA, you know, Diddy's lawyer was saying, hey, we've been working with these guys, sending them emails. We were down to surrender passports. We stayed away from the jet. We've been trying to show that Diddy is someone who's looking forward to trial because we knew this was coming. The AUSA comes out and says this in response. It says the defendant poses danger to these proceedings through obstruction. He should be detained pending trial. Okay? It says the government spoken to over 50 witnesses. We have sworn out warrants for cloud accounts. I don't know what that means. The search yielded 90 cell phones and 30 other devices, including surveillance systems. The freak-offs are corroborated. Now, I don't know if that means it's on video, but probably means. It says 300 grand subpoenas have been sent out. And he says also, Diddy had appeared to be what seemingly is narcotics in his hotel room last night, a pink powder that previously tested positive for ecstasy and other drugs. This is a heartland detention case. His package is woefully inadequate. They're saying that the package that he offered, the $50 million, they're saying fuck all that. They say it only focuses on flight risk. He says that the defendant is a wealthy man. It allows him to flee quickly without detection. His counsel have taken steps to minimize his flight risk, to set him up for an argument to be made today, but then his incentives were entirely different. He flew to New York 2 weeks ago. To compare, R. Kelly was detained, Jeffrey Epstein was detained, on conduct going much farther back in time. Keith Rainier detained on all three grounds, even though the violence was committed by others. It says his incentive to flee changed when he was arrested last night. Wow.
They saw that jet land, but was fucked up. If the person that the company that's renting the jet out, he don't know what the fuck the jet's at, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? You just rent it to somebody who, you know, to fly to New York, you coming to Peterborough or Jersey or Connecticut, right? Mm-hmm. If somebody just came in there, that's fucked up, bro. If they didn't have Diddy on wiretap going, saying he headed over there or headed in that route, it'd be one thing if they cornered him out, put him into the spot. But just because the motherfucking jet landed over there, bro, you don't know if those passengers booked that flight. He's not going to be strict. You know, hey, yo, they want to fly from here to New York. Okay, we'll rent him the jet. That don't got nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what's fucked up.
By the way, do you think Diddy fucked up by making that apology video after the Cassie video came out? Because the prosecutors used that. They said, we fast forward to the video being publicized. They told about the Cassie video. It says the defendant admitted he was involved in the assault. It's clear you can't believe him because he previously denied doing any of the things he was accused of. It said, make no mistake, March 5th, and I guess that's what he apologized. It's just one example. There's numerous assaults, choking, and what else they told me? Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna lie. The prosecutors are giving this guy the business in court, man. This is bad.
They're gonna use all that against you, bro. Everything. That's what I'm saying. And we still don't see the drugs or the guns in there. Bro got some problems, bro.
Yeah, this is hella sad.
I remember you saying, you know, yo, what? All the money.
I think I figured out why. They ain't put the drugs or the guns in the indictment right now. Because That's federal. The drugs, the guns, the sex trafficking, that's all federal. Those three. So if he beat the charges that's up against him right now, that gives the feds a chance to come back at him. That gives the feds a chance to pick it up again with those other charges and get him on that. So yeah, I think that's why they ain't doing that. They trying to hit him with a whoop, because they can't double jeopardy him for the same charges twice. So I think that they ain't put that other shit in there because if he happened to beat these new charges right now that he got, they got some backup for his ass and hit him with those, and he ain't gonna beat that.
The money Diddy got, man, fuck all that, bro. That shit don't mean nothing. Not dealing with the feds.
No, you're right.
Nothing.
You're right. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I definitely thought he was, he's at the heights of being above, not necessarily prosecution or getting charged, but when you have so much power, you can make things happen. Like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, when they first caught him, I think it was like a Palm Beach case. They had a secret court hearing that they gave him some special plea, and he basically just got on probation for being a pedophile, and they let him off. And he still was able. They didn't publicize. He was still able to do all his businesses. Apparently, he got like a halfway house thing, but he was allowed to leave for half the day to go to work. So he would still do everything he had to do. He just had to check in once a day. And everyone was saying no one ever seen this type of plea. You know why? He's powerful. When you see powerful men who has reach, like Diddy used to do the election stuff. Remember vote or die? So we don't know what politicians he might have, he might have up his sleeve, or maybe he brought them to a freak off. He got some information on them.
Yeah, but bro, you're right. But at the end of the day, none of that shit gonna matter. All that's gonna do is expose the fact that he may be intimidating or persuading. You get what I'm saying? That don't work in his favor, bro. I don't think they're gonna let him out. I don't think they're gonna let him out, bro. They're gonna say he's a flight risk, he's too influential, he may intimidate witnesses, all that kind of shit.
This is definitely sad. Do you think this is gonna change up how everybody moves?
It already has. You think people ain't like, oh no, that's over with. We can't do that no more.
Yeah. Wow.
It already has, bro. Only thing people could do, the fans out there, writing, act, if you can get his address, that'll be, you want to look out for Diddy posting his address where he's at. That letter, that mail will help give him something to do, something to read, something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Fans can write him. He ain't gonna need no money on his books. He don't have that problem. And shit, say a few prayers on the ones that he's deserving of. But on the flip side, we got victims out there too. So we can't say because Diddy gets the popularity vote, right? It ain't nothing on. You just got it.
With all due respect, that's his son's job to do. Like they should. Hey, by the way, something you just said came up in court. Let me read this. It says, okay, Diddy's camp has argued that victim one. Remember, I told you victim one is Cassie. It says, okay. So basically, all right. Let me read this update. Diddy's attorneys taking on the narrative that the rap mogul is a brute and a bully, seemingly hinting there's more to the story regarding the 2016 hotel hallway incident involving Combs and the girlfriend, because the prosecutors mentioned in this video, Diddy's attorneys now trying to rebut it. So it says Diddy's campus argued that victim one, which everybody's assuming to be Cassie, was looking through his phone and discovered he had more than one girlfriend, hitting the rapper in the head with a cell phone and taking off his clothing, which explains why he was in the hallway with a towel. It says his lawyer claims Diddy and the unnamed victim, which everybody assumes is Cassie, were very much in love until the woman in question cheated for years with the trainer the A-lister provided for her. Now they've reached out to Cassie for comment because this what Diddy's lawyers going at Cassie. Wow. Cassie notably married physical trainer Alex Fine in 2019, September. They shared 2 children together. Diddy's lawyer claims his client is not a perfect person, though found himself in toxic relationships, but claimed they were mutual. However, early in court, it was suggested that Diddy wrote a large check to an ex for 10 years. It's unclear who received the payment and for what reason, but even that is assumed to be for Cassie. I didn't know she cheated on Diddy for years.
It's all over this, right?
Not that it's
it should look like it's super deep, right? It looks super deep, right? Bro, we ain't seen shit. They probably let us see 25% of really what it is, bro.
I agree.
We ain't seen shit, bro. I'm gonna be real. And one thing for sure, he was out 6 months to the date from the time of the raid. Them folks, the alphabet boys, they don't come tap you on your shoulder unless they know they got something to hold you.
I said that, man. Come on, man. I know how these motherfuckers play.
Think about it. How long would they investigate him prior to the 6 months? Prior to the raid, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So right now, look, man, I don't wish nothing on him, but his victims out there, so, justice should be served on their side. I wish they could all sit down with him. I don't know if people was hurt, mentally fucked up, and maybe just work something out, but evidently they didn't take that route. But where we stand right now, if dude got a problem, he got a situation, I will tell you this. To all my people, black entrepreneurs in the music game, our moguls are falling. Suge Knight failed. We got Biggie failed. Kevin Lyles just resigned. I don't know if he's retiring. I hear my main man Mike Kaiser is no longer at Atlantic.
Yeah, I heard
a lot of people.
Atlantic Clean House. A lot
of people that we have leaned on. A lot of people that open up doors for opportunity for people that look like us are being removed and erased. Pay attention. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's the people's fault, but this is real shit. We will never ever get back to where we were if they keep knocking them down. Russell Simmons, Suge Knight, and Puffy right now. Probably some in there I'm missing. Our man L.A. Reid, remember? He got caught in the Me Too shit. You know what I'm saying? Where he was a big factor in those builds. It's a lot of people, bro, over the last decade been getting removed, erased, and that's less people act that you know. That's why you so important. I'm so important. You know what I'm saying? The QCPs are so important. The top dogs are so important. Because if a motherfucker can't get to you, there's a lot of people that can get to me. And if I hear something, I'll be like, you know what? Bro may be interested in that. Let me make a call for you. Those things are very important, bro. The things that we were doing.
Hey, no, you're making a lot of sense. But let me also ask you this too: is this a warning that maybe having too much power? Obviously, I get you with like a lot of these guys who have built, and have been really instrumental in hip hop. We're seeing a lot of them fall. But do you think that when maybe these individuals, they got corrupted by just having too much power and thinking that they're above everything? You know what I mean? Again,
yeah, they getting away with a lot. And let's be real. Fuck that. Let's talk about it. I'm finna get to my 100 side of the trenches shit. Let's get real. DJ Case played my big brother. God body taught me. Whatever you put in the universe, come back 360. Am I right? Fuck it. Let's talk about a few things we know. Okay? You got the accusations of what went on in Vegas and who motherfuckers was tied to and this type of shit, right? Boom, accusations. Then we got our man over here. We got the lady in the club clearly saying, I seen who shot me. But another motherfucker took her to hit and went and laid down and did 9-10. And now he's speaking saying what it really was, right? We got other females, who saying maybe it was some things going on, a little roughing up or whatever, right? We got the other dumbass R&B singer who came out and talked about the situation, and now the girl appeared saying this would happen and this would happen and this would happen. Look, bro, look, my granddaddy, rest in peace, right, said when I was a kid, the sun don't shine in the same dog's ass every day. You put negative shit in the universe, eventually on that 360, on that circle, it's gonna get you. Let's be real. Pumpkin had a lot of allegations that he didn't maneuver his way out of them. Let's be real, bro. So niggas can't feel too sorry for, what a man chose to do. If they look up and say, yo, they just arrested that nigga that 19 bank robbers. And they come up with evidence to show this, to show that, and show this, and show that, find a motherfucker backyard full of money. My nigga, don't feel sorry for me, nigga. I was moving, nigga. I didn't feel sorry for me when I got away. It's real shit. We can't turn this shit into some woe is me Puff. Yeah, some of us fuck with Puff. We appreciate what he did for the culture, for the music and all that shit. But it's also victims on the other side. It's victims who have mothers, who have brothers, who have children, and things of that nature who probably right now might be fucked up for the rest of their life to where now they significant other got to deal with them having dreams and screaming and not wanting to be touched a certain way because of whatever they went through. We have to include them as well. So we can't use it as Puff the music mogul, yeah, but if Puff the music mogul also had another face, and that face wasn't right, then he got to pay for that face, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta pay for that face. This is why I always say act. I'm not a gangbanger, but I'm from Paru. I can't forget that because Paru is another face. And some people remember that face. And that face did things or may have did things to hurt or harm or make somebody feel some kind of way about me. So although I may have become this businessman or this or that, I can't say where that face is gone. No, motherfucker remember that face when they see me. So I gotta stay in touch and tune with what that is. Right? And I hate to say it, but I brought that on myself. Right? And if something come my way because of what I did 20 years ago or whatever the fuck it may be, or somebody I did something to him.
What happened? What happened to Egg? Did it cut off? Hold on. Let me see. Because I don't know what the hell just happened to Egg. Did he delete this video? Let's see. Alright, it's not the internet. Yeah, I think Academic might have ended it. But that don't make no sense because that don't make any kind of sense because what just happened? Let me try to pull it up on the iPad and see if it's the same situation going on. Cause that joint just disappeared. Alright, but all in all, Diddy was denied bail. For sure. I know that for sure because it's saying that all over the place. So he's being held without bail. But what happened to academics though? I might have to we might have to switch over to the I might have to have y'all switch over to the whatchamacallit. Rabbit, you still there?
They're not permanent. Like he's walking on the good, but we got to get them out because there's also lack of bone growth, and I think that the only way you can defend when it comes to video, particularly the one that we all saw in the
what is termed in the
Alright. Alright, give me a second. I'll be right with you.
Add to it, ain't nobody out that can say that I did something to them because they was the crip or because they was from here, because they was
All right,
from
we
here.
back.
Right, I try not to add to it, but at the end of the day, Puff has done some things that people know you should have been took a fall for. And if you would have took a fall for 10 years, 15 years, would his success be that of today?
Nah.
So, that's a blessing that you was able to sit here and enjoy that continuous. Now it's time to pay the piper, my nigga. It's what it is.
No, you're making some valid points. A lot of people agree
Real
with you in the
shit.
chat. A lot of people agree with you in the chat. Hey, let me read you. Hey, Diddy's lawyer is going so hard at Cassie, even Dawn Richards. Let me read this. So Agnafilio, which is the lawyer, says, they're talking about, they basically are now painting Cassie, who they clearly have identified this is a important witness for the prosecution. They're painting her as a chick who basically finessed money and got out of a situation. They're saying she got mad at Diddy cheating, so she started cheating, and she got paid for it after the allegations, but the allegations aren't true. Let me just read what's supposedly said in court. By the way, shout out to Inner City Press. They're basically, they did the same thing during the 6ix9ine case, type out what pretty much is saying in court.
There's no law against cheating, bro, if you're not married. There's no law. New York, I think it is, but she ain't do nothing wrong. I mean, not by the law, so they can say what they want.
So Agnafilio says these two people are in love, meaning Diddy and Cassie. Victim one ended up marrying the trainer that Combs got for her. They have been cheating on each other for years. But now she got 2 kids with the trainer. Years later, she realized she had a good thing with Mr. Combs. She has her lawyer call his lawyer, say she has written a book. But if you want to buy the rights, you'll have the rights for $30 million. We have the recorded conversation. So now we get to find out when Cassie calls her for the $30 million, Diddy recorded that. It said it did not go well for her and her lawyer. And in November 2023, she sued. When he contacts witnesses, it's not to stop a criminal investigation. It's to not be seen. It's not to be seen. It's not to be seen as one. Why is it depicted as a one-sided thing? There's 30 million reasons, $1 a piece. She said, I'm going to write a book. You can buy the rights. This Dawn Richards lawsuit and Miss Harper from the same band. The lawsuit says he did a couple inappropriate things. Miss Harper said, that wasn't my experience. That's not intimidation. It's divergent recollections. There's nothing wrong with that. It says, I'm not even sure Dawn Richards is a witness in this case. My client hasn't done a darn thing wrong. We've interviewed at least 6 of these males. We asked, did it seem consensual? Now, that's assumed like the gigolos who were like fucking Cassie or whatever. Did it seem like the sex was consensual? Was anyone too drunk or too high? They all said no. Then the defense attorney continues. He says, is it sex trafficking if everyone wants to be there? No. We don't want the federal government in our bedroom. The kidnapping, we spoke to the victim. She did not use that word to us. One day, it may be heard Mr. Combs employs a security company. Mr. Combs got nothing to do with how guns are kept in his house. He needs security. In sections of LA and Miami he lives in, did they do it wrong? That's not for us to say. So they're blaming the security company. It's not his gun. R. Kelly? Well, that involved children. They can't consent. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly in this case? That considered children. The indictment did not mention kids from what I've seen. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly and comparing him to Diddy? They said Jeffrey Epstein, again, children.
Right.
Keith Raniere, children.
Right.
We have substantial bail package. Some family members are here. They love him. A $50 million bond secured by $48 million piece of property. And on August 20th, we paid off the $18 million mortgage. One day we're going to have a fair trial. We're going to have substantial defenses to each of these charges. Mr. Combs is handling this head on. He's become a punching bag. He's built businesses from scratch. His father was killed when he was 2 years old. He earned all of it. Mr. Combs has earned this court's trust. I have nothing else to say. The judge says any rebuttal to the AUSA. The AUSA says the defense counsel has his critique of law enforcement, but has not rebutted the presumption that the defendant should not be detained. 3 days after the lawsuit, the defendant is recorded saying he doesn't want to talk on the phone. It might be tapped. He uses armed security with the face AR-15 stored in his personal closet. Yeah, right. Absurd. For the record, we are proceeding on a theory of lack of consent, that she was coerced to participate in those sex acts. The judge says he wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he only engaged with behaviors in what? He wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he engaged in these behaviors with consenting adults. The AUSA says we have the hallway video. We're thinking it's still about the Cassie situation. Then Diddy's attorney gets back up and says, this is a slippery slope. The government is going to say she was coerced. She had to say that for the $30 million. We have a serious bail package. I hope Your Honor can see that Mr. Combs had done things to show he's trustworthy. Again, I'm asking you to trust me. I have my eye on it. We speak 5 times a day. I want to thank Your Honor. The judge says thank you. I'm going to take a short recess and invite pre-trial services to join me in a robing room. Look like the judge is going to consider this bail package. Wow. They're getting that Cassie, man. They're getting that Cassie.
I don't think Cassie could stop him from belling out because they've been separated for quite some time without any incidents. You know what I'm saying? We noticed there wasn't any incidents after she left where they saying he went over here, stalked her, did this, did that, did this, did that. I think the overall situation is what's going to have him in trouble. I think him contacting those people, like you just said, it's going to have him in, that's the type of shit. They're going to say he has the influence to coerce a witness, to send somebody. We need to monitor who he's talking to, what he's saying, all this old type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that one thing, they're going to use against him. If that call was made, I don't know. I don't know if they got a phone ready. I don't know how they know. But if that call was made, that's going to hurt.
On a slightly lighter note, because this is mentioned a few times in the indictment, what do you think, or what do you, if someone had to get you to think off top, what are freak-off supplies? According to the indictment, they said it was the job of people in Combs' enterprise to resupply the freak-off supplies. So to keep it always...
That's what I'm saying. The only thing that could be used against him are drugs or restraints if the people say it's against their will. But let's be real, bro. The end thing that I hear about, I don't know really what the fuck they be talking about, BDSM fucking parties, right? And I just be hearing people talk on, on my side of the clubhouse. And I hear about all kinds of shit that they do, right? So what is for fun and pleasure and what's really against the motherfucker's will, right? If you got somebody that their pleasure is to be leashed and walked around, right? That's their pleasure, right? Do they later on say, he put this on me and made me crawl?
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Well, that's the biggest thing about, obviously sex crimes is that, obviously, consent is the important thing, right? And you're hoping somebody's clear of mind, this and third, but to give consent. But you brought up a point earlier.
You damn near got to do a fucking contract.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, because even if there's no drugs involved, no alcohol, whatever, and they give consent, you do something, then their boyfriend find out, yo, you fucked so-and-so at the Fountain Blue after they brought you backstage? Yeah, I've seen women who then, while get caught cheating and trying to explain it to their partner, they say, well, I really wasn't with it. I'm not a whore.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, listen, I'm going to tell you what the secret is. The secret is you got to have that 11 and 1, bro.
What's that?
11 and 1. You got to have your woman, your girlfriend, your business partner, your best friend, your nympho, your freak. She got to be able to turn into 11 different people in one. Then you ain't got to worry about it.
Facts.
You listen. You can't have a prude who just I'm not doing that, nigga. With that, listen, you got to have 11 and 1.
You get right.
You know what I'm saying? Do you follow R&B, by the way? Because Adam 22 follows R&B.
Smart, businesswoman, motivated, all that.
I don't like following my homies.
I'm requesting that you follow my queen and you let people know how that is.
Hello, Ag.
Hey, how you R&B? Yeah, no. Hey, listen, I only do it because you're a...
Check on her name, R_ANN_B. Adam did it on his own.
No, hold on. You see, Adam, I ain't gonna lie. We black, so it's like, I talk to a lot of these rappers, and they all be getting into it over females. I like to stay away. I try to have respect, but I was trying to stay away.
Listen to me, right? Do you not have academic number in your phone?
I do.
Yeah,
all my close friends, my woman has their contacts. In the time of need, I may have time to say,
what's her Instagram? What's her Instagram?
R_ANN_B.
Okay.
You get emails and cash apps from her all the time, man.
Okay, but here's the thing, Wack. I never want you to look on your woman's page and be like, why academics commenting? Is he trying to be funny?
Listen, let me tell you something. It's real shit, because she follows real shit. If a motherfucker does not acknowledge and admire my woman, then I'm going to call you gay. Because even the gay niggas acknowledge and admire my woman. At the end of the day, she put up a picture of my nigga that's sexy and she's elegant. She ain't going to never do too much because she's my queen. I expect my comrades to like and acknowledge. Or if she put up a quote or she's just doing some talking because she does like coaching, I expect you to acknowledge it's a good look for her. You know what I mean? My build is her build. You know how I go.
Yeah, but
I ain't tripping.
But Wack, again, clearly you're not like that, and I get the picture now. But how a lot of people in the industry are. Hey.
Listen, anybody that's like that is because their woman is like that. That starts with your woman. So why you got a woman that's like that? Like at the end of the day, I expect my comrades to support me, support her, and support me. If I liked it, if it's a picture of her, right, or whatever, it's a quote or something. If I liked it, I expect my comrade. The little guy that worked, I ain't gonna call him little guy, but the guy that's always in there.
Yeah.
That films us.
Yeah.
You got on my ass, yo, Wack, you don't follow me. Oh shit. Out of respect to you. Right?
No, you're right. No. Hey, listen.
You're right, that's what I'm saying. And unfortunately, fortunately, my queen is, she's an author. She done wrote 7 books. She write my book on me now. She's gonna alter that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen. As long as me, I try to play professionally. As long as you give me the permission,
You my brother. No, you not my brother.
Yes, but again, I don't. Yo, let me tell you this. One thing I never try to do because I know two men get into it. Hey, but you know, you deal with rappers, and I talk to these rappers, and they
yeah, but listen, this is real shit. I meet your significant other that I know is act significant other. That I know what this is, right?
Hey, I met up with
if I go through the lobby or I'm going in the club, I'm gonna go over there and say, "Miss, you okay? You straight? Okay, look, we over there in that area. You need me? I'm over there. You know what your woman gonna do when she get home? See, I ran into Whack. Oh yeah, he came and asked me was I good and told me I was over there if I needed him. If I come outside, bro, and she got a flat tire, I'm gonna say, yo, that's your car? Listen, don't worry about it. I got AAA. Take my car, you get up out of here. I'll get this to you. Tell bro I send my love. That's what brothers do, bro. We don't look at each other.
Hey, Whack, hey, you see, you're a little bit older. Listen, I linked with a rapper recently, and he just told me these are people he collaborated. He said one
You
guy
wanna write a book?
Music together. He said me and that guy might never
What
work
that
together.
book gonna be about?
He said they have issues over. Yo, did you try to talk to my woman? And I don't know what the truth is there, but I said, damn, I realized two men, they will fight and be able to get over it. But if there's any type of a woman, you know, whether intended or not.
It's two things. It's two
What the book gonna be about?
My woman respects herself, so she respects me, and I act as a brother. He respects himself, and I know he respects me. I don't know what them niggas be on. I only got a certain amount of people I call my friends, right, and my comrades, but act. Not for nothing, you all academics. My woman does have a voice. She's the queen of the other side. She helped me build that clubhouse shit. She didn't help me with a lot of shit that I'm doing.
Dumb behind celebrities.
7 books out, right? What's the name of the books, baby?
I can't wait to read it then.
Rakita Bradford, right? They out. They on Amazon. Act. I'm building her and she's building me. I'm investing in her and she invested in me. By all means, I expect 100% of your support. I do not look at the life from Act as if, what the fuck Act like, nigga? I look at that as, bro, baby, Act. Adam did it. He went over there and found her on his own. I didn't know. Yeah, I looked up on her feet. She put it up. I said, oh shit. That's, you know, then when I got to the no jumper, he like, yo, man, your girl, she did some shit that I make me feel like I don't know where I'm at with my wife, because the way she talk about you, my wife ain't talking about me. He pulled her whole fucking shit, played a whole video. I ain't asking to do this, but he said, I just been paying attention to how she represents you, and I felt like he was respectful, so he put some light on. So I expect all my comrades who have some type of voice to put some light on. I'm sorry to talk about R&B in the middle of the puppy shit, but you know what I'm saying? I was just pretty much saying that my woman does everything at once. She does the freak off with me.
Hey, by the way, Whack, I'm happy you are so. Ever since you've been with this woman, I've heard you speak nothing but glowingly about her. She's making you very happy. Now I'm very happy for that. You know,
that's what I'm saying. Like if I got a request, you know, one night it was raining. I said, baby, it's raining. Let's go out the backyard. Right, and I didn't even turn the sprinklers off, so I knew they came on at like 3 o'clock. I said, it's raining in the sprinklers. But take the hit, it lay down, don't blink it. And she came out that motherfucker, the birthday suit, the kids was gone. You know what I'm saying? I was in that motherfucker, sprinklers going, it was raining. I was looking up at the stars, I said, shit, he's alive.
Hell yeah, what?
And she gonna get like that, like whatever it is, my nigga. Like I'm on the freeway, I'm driving to LA or something, and I'm looking over there, and I'm like, lay back.
I'm gonna tell you how. One, sometimes people with that type of money think they're above the law. That's one. But the reverse to that is this. The public, because like you said, public scandal. The key word in that thing is public. Sometimes us as the public forget that these celebrities or rich folks are human beings just like us. They just got a little bit more. They just got more fame and money than us. That's it. They under the microscope. When you become a celebrity, you're under the microscope and you're scrutinized with everything that you do. You can tie your shoe wrong. TMZ gonna write about it. The IG gonna write about it. This is retarded. He don't even know how to tie a shoe. So everything that you do is gonna be looked at under a microscope, and we're gonna pick apart everything that you do, and society and the public. One thing about them is they love controversy. They love negativity. So the most negative things that they can find on a person, that's what they're gonna bring out, or that's what they're gonna pick out. The only reason why this thing came to the way it is was because of Cassie. That whole Cassie thing opened up a can of worms on Diddy. Because she was the first person to ever show proof that he was abusing her. That's how this got where it was at. If Diddy would have never agreed to pay that girl $30 million within 24 hours, if he wouldn't have accepted her thing for $30 million, if he wouldn't have accepted it in 34 hours, if he would have waited like 6 months, a year, it wouldn't have been too much backlash. But because he accepted it so fast, they said, oh, this nigga got something to hide. Because he want her to shut up. So that's how he allowed himself to get into this public scandal like that. He's a regular person just like us, man. We all have crazy, wild sex. We all do kinky shit in our bedrooms. We all got our kinks. We all got all that type of shit. It's just not plastered all over the internet because we not rich and famous like these motherfuckers is. But if we was to ever become rich and famous and something like that was to happen, it'd be all over the internet. Look at Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp accidentally went live while he was having sex. And what everybody do? What everybody do? They put it all on the internet. It's all over the place. Everybody reacting to it. Shannon Sharp apologizing. Everybody, you got people on the joint saying, oh, he only did that because everybody kept saying he was gay. Like, everybody makes up their own stories when it comes to this type of stuff, and it's not cool. It's messed up. Because, like I said, a lot of people start to look at these celebrities and stuff like they not regular people. They regular people at the end of the day. They just got some clout and money. That's it. So yeah, I feel like it's a messed up thing that this man, what goes on in this man's bedroom or parties or what goes on in his house is on trial. Now the abuse shit, that's different. But what that man do with his dick, tongue, fingers, and body, that's not against the law. He didn't know that. I don't think Diddy didn't know that him flying gigolos and stuff like that across state lines is sex trafficking. He didn't know none of that stuff. I doubt he even thought about any of that. He not no dummy. Diddy's smart as hell. I don't think he would have put himself in danger to get sex trafficking charges at all. He worth too much money. He got too much going on. I don't think Diddy would have messed that up like that. So yeah.
Lay back and let me see you pleasure you. She gonna give me what I want. I ain't gotta worry about no fucking police being called. None of this shit. This is real shit, bro. If your woman is telling you no about things that you desire and you request, then you need to go work on getting another woman.
Facts.
Okay, let me throw a monkey wrench into this though.
Let my woman tell me no on something that I want her to
the
do.
Money stopped coming in. Like
I'm out.
Like Diddy was like, tonight I want to do a free call. All right, baby, I'm gonna get you a free call. Then she leave Diddy, and then now she's like, you know what? I really want to do them free. That's the only thing with women. Like like consent. You hope consent means consent. Like you're not gonna change your mind
First of
later.
all, you can't expect your woman to do everything. She can't expect you to do everything. Women got some freaky ass fetishes, bro, that you just ain't with, respectfully, right? But at the end of the day, if you looking up and you got a checklist of 10, and 7 of the 10, she don't mind giving you. You know what I'm saying? No problem. Bro, you can't be forcing the other 3. Maybe if you execute the other 7, the more comfortable she get with you, you might get tack one on. I don't know. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't force no woman to do nothing they don't want to do. Bro, if I see your list, remember you played with me that one day? And I thought you said no. What I do? All systems off. Hey, nigga, hey, everything went off immediately. You like, baby, what's wrong? I heard you say no. I didn't say no. Well, that's what I thought you said. Give me a minute to reset. If I even think you saying no. Now, it's sometimes where she wants to play the resisting game. You know what I'm saying? You know,
That's a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game.
She wants to be choked a little bit, and she wants to be, handled a little rough and, shit like that. But you got to know how far to go. Usually you have a safe word. You get what I'm saying?
Pineapples.
Yeah, whatever the fuck it is. Now, that's just what's real, but I think we on drugs, and every now and then I pour some shots down her throat. You know what I mean? If a bottle of liquor lasts me 2 years on my dresser because I don't drink. But other than that, you got to get somebody, bro, that you satisfied and satisfied you. She's the only woman that got me to dress up like a fucking cowboy. I told you that they tried to rob me, right? Did I tell you they tried to rob me?
Yeah. What happened with that?
Yo, we went to this fucking party with friends. We had to be dressed up like cowboys and shit. So I had the Versace cowboy boots with the Versace shirt. I thought I was doing something.
What? What are you talking about? You don't have kinky freak offs. Nobody said that. He said everybody has kinks. Like every woman has freaky shit in their mind that they want to do with a guy. I don't care who you are. Everybody has a freaky list in their head of where they want to do it at, how they want it done, where they want it, like, you know what I'm saying? The things they want to happen to them, everybody does. I don't care who the fuck you are. Everybody does. Everybody. If you're an adult having healthy sex on a regular, everybody has. Even if you're not, everybody has kinks. Everybody has a freaky list in their head of certain things that they want done to them. Everybody. And ain't nothing wrong. What the fuck is wrong with having a kinky freak off? What's wrong with that? If it's with the person that you want to be with, and the person that you feel comfortable with, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it at all. Y'all making that shit sound like it's wrong. The word freak off is something crazy, like something bad. It's not nothing bad. Man, the internet is making it bad. It's nothing bad. What are you talking about? It's just people having sex. What do you mean? It's people having sex. High off drugs and liquor. That's regular shit. In the hood. In the hood, that's regular. How many times motherfuckers done been at the bar, drunk, done smoked some weed, or popped some pills with a little shorty or something, and left and banged her head off in the back seat of the car? That's a freak off. Same shit.
Not comfortable. We was in like the Mediterranean shit out the way. So when we come out, I'm grabbing the little bags and the food she want to take home. She like, baby, let me take that stuff because your hands need to be free. I'm like, nah, you looking too good to be carrying stuff. The car just right there. We come out, motherfucker pull up. I see him. Whip out. Give it up. Right? Now, I think they was watching us. I had my cash money fucking piece, the big one, you know. I had my rollie. I got this ring, right? That my boy made. What's my jewelry name? Chris Jewelers, he made me a whack ring. It's a big ass ring that says whack iced out on the motherfucker, right? So she starts to panic. So I think, remember, this woman had been around me for a while. Since she's been around me, I done brought her 4 firearms, got her CCW. She stay at the range.
Good.
We do simulation range with her to where she's going through obstacles and shit popping out. She's doing her thing or whatever. So when I turn, I say, yo, calm down, calm down. So I got the shit in my hand. I said, all right, homie, let me take this shit out my hand. When I went to bend over to put the food on the ground, he said, come out there rolling first, nigga. When I said, homie, I got it, she started screaming. When I looked to like, yo, chill out, bro, the motherfucker looked her way. When the dude took his eyes off me, I heard, pat, 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 4 of them, right? I went to grab her, like, what the fuck, the niggas is bumping? Whole time, she the one squeezing. Oh!
Yeah, R&B.
Niggas got ran off by an ordained minister.
Oh, shit.
Bro, they would have made history if them niggas would have got away with that black ring and that motherfucking Cash Money West, nigga, motherfucking piece. It ain't nothing but like 4 of them, 4 or 5 of them even ever exist. Nigga, it would have been clown time. I'd have got paid from the insurance people, but it would have hurt me. But guess what, Act? I told you them 11 women in one. I didn't put a little gangster in there, Act.
She built like that then.
Yeah, R&B.
Now, what I didn't realize is we was dressed like Western, right? So she had the fucking the gun host thing on, the right, with a gun in it. I was that it was a real gun in the shit. She already had the motherfucker in the little holster. Cause she could conceal, or open carry where she at. They can't do nothing to her.
Wow.
Right? So, at the end of the day, it's like, fellas, don't force your woman to do nothing. If you married to her, she been your baby mama 50 years. If she say no, respect that. If she don't want to do it, understand one day if you force her to do it or manipulate her to do it, one day you may get caught doing something or piss her off to a point to where she don't want to be your friend and she don't give a fuck what happened to you. Pay attention to Diddy. Read the book.
Hey, by the way, some breaking news, chat. The judge is now returned. The judge said, hey, listen, it basically asked the prosecutor, do we need to wait for your partner? The Ignacio says, no, I really appreciate it, but we're ready to go. The judge says, and this is Judge Tafornsky. I'm gonna look that judge up.
Oh, man.
We'd like to see if we got a black judge, white judge, whatever, but that sounds like you should know. He said, in this case, I find the presumption that he is not rebutted, so Sean Combs will be detained. There's been violence, weapons around, coercion of witnesses, and even gentle coercion that could be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family for coming, but I cannot release him.
I told you, bro. Bro, the fact that he contacted those people hurt him bad.
It's crazy.
Out of all that shit,
we said it.
That's what hurt him bad. Because, see, you did that when you wasn't facing criminal time.
Wow.
Now they talking about this shit carry life?
Now,
what won't you do?
Now, remember, they got a conference, which is not necessarily a court date, but, clearly, I'm guessing they're going to set some type of timeline. I figured out what the conference is, because obviously they got to set a timeline for when the defense is available, prosecutor is available, when they could do exchange of discovery, have the formal, I guess this was a formal arraignment. I don't know if it was a formal arraignment, but you definitely entered a plea. It's basically almost scheduling out the trial that the judge could approve the dates and stuff like that. So they're going to come back with that, which means Diddy's going to sit in jail for at least a week. Don't know when.
No.
Yeah, Diddy's sitting in jail longer than that.
Motherfucker for 2-3 years fighting this thing, bro.
Yeah.
You think Diddy's going to be in jail for this whole time? Well, I mean, again, I don't know if
let him bail out.
I don't know if they're going to try other bail applications, right? Like.
No. You gotta go to the judge. That's the feds.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's on the judge.
Facts.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck where you go.
You gotta go to the magistrate.
No, I agree, but they try to do it. Obviously, this was state. They try to do it thug. Be like, oh, things has changed. We could verify that. You guys think he's gonna contact witnesses. We'll make sure he does have a phone or something. They're gonna try, right? But I still think that if the judge denied it on this, he probably not gonna let him out. Like, you can't change your mind. What situations could change for you to believe that? If you thought that you're not gonna let him out because he's gonna contact witnesses, why would you ever?
What's gonna change? What he gonna do?
Yeah.
The guns is still there. Him trying to coerce a witness is still there.
Yeah.
The violence is still there. The intimidation is still there. It's all there in the charges.
Do you think Diddy is shedding a tear? Maybe not necessarily in court, but he gets back to that detention facility holding.
That nigga ain't gonna eat till Friday.
Hell yeah, he not gonna eat.
Yeah, bro, his appetite is gone. Bro, listen.
Oh, yeah,
I remember what it was.
His stomach in his ass right now.
You talking about 54-year-old man? He be 55 in November. Heck, this nigga is used to the best of the best. He hasn't had any restrictions. He don't wait in line. He flies private. If people wait on him hand and foot, he got his pick of the litter of this, that, or the other. Right? Now, in the cell, when I'm coming out, all right, it's Wednesday, we bring you out Friday for 30 minutes. What? Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, by the way,
I can't watch TV? No. Here goes the phone.
I don't mean to cut you off. His lawyers and the prosecutors walked out the courthouse. His lawyers spoke to the media. I want you to hear. His lawyers is addressing the press a lot. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, hold on. Tap my bad. I'm fast forwarding. They have 2 cameras out 2 entrances trying to get to it. Hold on. Almost there. Here we go.
So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case.
Okay, so they have a bail appeal for tomorrow.
Okay.
It's going in front of a different judge, which is the district judge that's assigned to the case. You know, the magistrate judge just does the first appearance.
Facts.
So they're hoping that the other judge tomorrow gives a different opinion, but I mean.
So this is what you talking about, about him possibly.
Man, listen. All them judges conversate with each other. All of them. It's gonna be the same outcome. He not getting bail.
Have made some friends.
Shit, yeah.
This is what you talking about. And I'm gonna be real, right? We gonna see if this next situation, they grant him bail. You was absolutely right. I knew they wasn't gonna give me no bail today. Right? Now we know he told me. I knew they wasn't gonna give me no bail today, but if he goes to this next hearing and gets a bail, he was on point. Straight up.
Let me hear the rest of it.
I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think it came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again. And we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Why did it happen last night instead of today as planned?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you going to be
I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith.
Facts.
He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for 1 day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest the guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make them as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have. Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're no bail. Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail. When's the next court hearing? Tomorrow at 3:30. 3:30, same place. Bail tomorrow at 3:30, same court, different judge.
Yeah, we'll be back on here tomorrow.
He's a fighter, and he's gonna fight this. All right, I'm gonna go. I don't get into that stuff.
Where's the support? Guys, we gotta move it. Gotta move it. Reduce your legs.
Where do you work? Support for your father? Are you expecting him to be released today, or are you surprised? Sorry.
Move back. Guys. Get around. Oh, that was that.
How can you support your father?
Did you witness anything?
How do you support him moving forward?
Yes, we'll have him out eventually. We heard that same shit with Young Thug.
Yo, they got about 100 people surrounding the kids as they walk away. Wow.
You mean family and friends and security?
No. Fans and I gotta imagine press. They got security, but like a lot of fucking people. This is the biggest fucking thing I've seen.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Careful, pedestrians, careful.
I'm wondering if so you think Diddy's gonna shed a tear when he gets to it, because it's finally gonna sink.
Yo, what's crazy? I'm scared of this type of fame, but I'm ready for this type of fame at the same time. If that makes sense. Like, I'm scared of every single thing that I do because I know me. I make mistakes. I'm human, right? I'm scared of this type of fame and celebrity, but I'm ready for it at the same time because I don't watch so many people make so many mistakes and do so much dumb shit that I learned from what they did, so I ain't gotta go through that. That's crazy. But I'm ready for every single moment of it, though. I'm here for it.
Again, right? Like, hey,
hell yeah.
This might be your home for the foreseeable future.
Last night was the longest night of his life. In his mind, I'll be out tomorrow. He got on the phone, turned his light, he'll get you out, stay calm, all this shit. He walked in there and they blasted him. Yeah, that's the problem, bro.
Anything you'd like to share? Any comment?
Man, this sounds like a surreal thing. I think we consider the Combs family as pretty much hip hop royalty, right? You know?
Definitely. Definitely, bro. But I mean, end of the day, they playing to win. They know letting him out works against him because then he'll string it out. And I don't think they're gonna offer him no deal.
You don't think no deal?
Nah, I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting into a car. That's Quincy. He gets into an SUV. He's trying to get that car out of there. There's so much paparazzi that's there. Like, this shit is shut down. And if you've ever been to that federal building in the Southern District of New York, like,
no, what street is it on?
I forgot what street. Oh, by the way, that's Justin and Christian. Is that the sister? I don't know what street it's on, but like they block off a big area. There's no vehicles like in like 4 square blocks. So like you got to do some walking to get to where cars could come. They have everything barricaded. You know, obviously because these are federal buildings. They have the shits that come up that you know what I mean. Nobody can run a car into.
Jacob Javits building?
I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
I know they got a Jacob Javits building down there. They got a Thurgood Marshall federal building.
I think it's Thurgood Marshall, unless I'm tripping. Southern District of New York Courthouse. I think it's the Thurgood Marshall. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's crazy.
This shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, look, man, he got to ride, bro. You know, he got to ride.
How do you mentally prepare yourself for this?
He can't. He got to take it one day at a time.
Facts. You can't prepare yourself for jail.
Somebody like Diddy, if you don't know Diddy's mantra, he used to say, yo, I don't sleep. He works. He's always doing 20 things at a time. How does he get used to not having a phone, not having his like?
What I'm telling you, he got to go, bro.
One day at a time.
One day at a time, bro. After them first 100 days,
he going to
see him walking in that court normal.
Regular, right. Like it ain't nothing.
And we probably talking about maybe 4 court dates within that time frame. First one, he got another one, a week or so. The second one, that other one gonna be probably stretched out about 30, 40 days. He might have 4 or 5 court dates possibly with these quick too. But end of the day, either he got to take it a day at a time, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What he gonna do? Think about life?
I mean, you've done a bit before. Like
how
do you mess
you out?
But it's different. I was groomed for it, bro.
Right.
I started doing time at 12 years old. Time I was 16, I was in the penitentiary. Started off 45 days, 2 months, 4 months, 9 months, 2 years, 5, 6. After that, you know, it's kind of like you was groomed for this shit. And even at that, anybody did time and they keep it real with you. After so long, it gets old because it's so fucking repetitive.
Right, it's the same shit every day.
4 years at a
Same
time.
shit.
I see life as
Same shit every single day. Same routine every day. Go to the shower, same time. When you wake up, you pray, work out for a second, come out, go to the shower, go to chow, come back. You back in here for a little bit. You go to the yard for this hour. This day you go, man, it's the same shit. The schedule don't change in that bitch, and time feel like it's not moving. It's the same shit. So you get, your brain makes you lose it. You get tired of that shit get old fast. And you be in this motherfucker like, man, I can't wait to get out this bitch, bro. Do the same shit every day. It's nothing new. It's nothing exciting. It's nothing, you know what I'm saying? So that's why when motherfuckers fight, get stabbed up, get beat up, you know what I'm saying? When little dumb, that's why when negativity go on in there so much, everybody get hyped up because it's the excitement of it. You feel what I'm saying? It's the thrill. It give you that feeling like, all right, this shit still does happen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's on the yard 10, 15 years at a time. It gets repetitive. It's the same shit. Only thing different is people coming and going. It was like, it ain't like you're learning something. I mean, you got to deal with protecting your life and shit like that, whatever workout program you got. But other than that, bro, it gets repetitive. And for somebody like Diddy, that's going to kill him, bro. He can't sit down. That dude can't sit still.
Let me ask you this question, because, you know, and I spoke to Tory's people, and I remember when it was reported that, you know, he couldn't wait. As crazy as it sounds, if he wasn't going to get out, he couldn't wait to be sent to prison because
the county jail is fucked up.
Yeah, county fucked
apparently
up.
He was on isolation, like he couldn't even he
was right where Blueface was at.
Can't move around, can't nothing.
Man, Blueface called me
shit
last
is hell.
week whenever he got up to the penitentiary, and he said, "Man, I'm glad to be in prison." It broke my heart when he said it, because I didn't never want that for him, but I know what he meant.
Right.
This is the first time in 6-7 months he was able to take more than 7 steps without being handcuffed. Running into a door. Because they got him in the dorm reception, so now he can walk around. He hasn't been outside under the stars in 7 months.
Yep, you get that night right
Not
up
being
there.
able to run, right? He just got this little space as big as one of your
fucking
bathrooms.
bathroom,
Not your
right.
master bathroom, because that'd be pretty big.
A fucking
A
bathroom.
standard-sized bathroom. You know what I'm saying? That's how big it is. From that table to that door is about 7 steps, and it's over with. So you are goddamn right. You want to get somewhere where a top ramen soup don't cost $2 a soup.
Facts.
You get somewhere where you can go get your hygiene and get your shit and your basic needs and get your Walkman, a radio, a TV or something to watch, and order books and some real shoes for your feet and get out of that. Yeah, I mean, you know, it sounds bad, but it's an upgrade from county jail and a step closer to going home. County jail, prison, home.
Facts.
Now you're on stage 2.
Now, so do you believe that? So right now you're saying he's probably not leaving us.
Or young boys, it can go another way. It can go county jail, prison, home. Or it can go county jail, prison, graveyard. You choose that, though. Jail, prison is all about respect. For real, for real.
In a cell. Do you think that is he having time outside? Probably. Like, okay.
No, if they take him outside, he by himself.
I said that.
To a room. I don't know how y'all set up, but they take him to a gated area.
I said
He's
that.
walking around a little bit. They may give him a handball or a basketball or something if they got that out there. But other than that, go out there. You can do some jumping jacks, some motherfucking burpees, some push-ups, sit-ups. Time to go. They usually give you an hour.
Yep.
Usually out of that hour, 15 of those minutes is getting handcuffed, escorted to and from the cell.
Yep.
So you usually get a 40, 45-minute little run out there every other day.
What do you think his like shower situation is like?
By itself.
You're gonna get 180 minutes, 180 seconds.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, fuck
180
yeah.
seconds
Yeah,
shower?
motherfucker.
3 minutes.
3 fucking minutes, nigga.
Nigga, I be taking 30-minute shower. It gotta be extra hot.
3 minutes. That water hot. You ain't gotta worry about that water being hot. That shit burn your back.
And they may get a nigga 4, 5 minutes. Other than that, nigga, 3 minutes.
Wait, 4 minutes to shower?
Yeah.
180 seconds.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even apply soap in the first 10 minutes. I'm just sitting under the water.
Nah.
Yeah, but listen, man.
All the
listen,
jets
man.
me.
This ain't that.
Listen, you gonna get in that motherfucker. You gonna water down. You gonna soak.
Hey, you gonna get adjusted real quick. You get in that motherfucking shower playing if you want to. You gonna be wet and still stink. Fuck out of here.
Soap up. It's a real. Rinse off.
That's it.
You soap up the marriage. You know you really need to soap up. Rinse off.
You're done.
You know your hair. Whatever you gonna do is over with.
You're done.
If not, you gonna get out with suns on that ass.
But at least you'll have a little private shower, right? You get the handicap joint.
No.
They probably gonna
Probably nobody gonna just be in the
Get
joint.
lucky with that.
Yeah.
You know, because most of the time, LA County, boy, it be 30, 40 motherfuckers in that mother. That's you coming in on intake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't be the motherfucker standing in the middle neither.
Yeah. It ain't you ain't never going to jail. First of all, you ain't gonna do nothing that wrong to go to jail. And if you do act, you tell it on everybody.
Of course. Yeah, like, I mean, shit. They wouldn't even have to put handcuffs. Yo, I mean,
they gonna say, "Why? You worry about telling on you?" No, because I only do clean shit with academics. That's it.
Hey, Woody dropped 60. I know I gotta drop 99.
Yeah. Hey, y'all was watching Woody on the Adam, when Adam interviewed him. Yo, hey, what they about to do? Dude standing on his pin, he in his neighborhood. It just let you know the direction the streets is going. I ain't mad at it. You know, he got a little girl, so, you know, I don't want to see nothing happen to it. You know, I just give my personal opinion on what it is. You can't take it personal because end of the day, he knows some flaws in his actions. But nevertheless, he running around that motherfucker having it his way, bro. Times are changing.
By the way, Woody said something that was very important. And I wonder why a lot of other gangsters from the street don't think like this. He said, I'm not the fall guy. And I think the streets is built on a lot of times some of these niggas who don't got the money, don't got the status, you are the fall guy. You did that shooting to protect everybody else, you gotta go sit down on that charge, even though you did that shooting for him, and you gotta just take the L. And it looked like he says, I'm not taking the L on that. He says, I'm not the fall guy. I'm not the guy who just go to jail for life.
I heard that. Y'all heard him say, nigga, I'm putting in work for us. You niggas going out telling everybody, and that's how they knew it was me. But unfortunately, there's no reason when it comes to the street to justify telling. You can't say he told on me, I'm going to tell on him. He can't say you put me out there, so I'm going to use this to get out. This is the unorthodox, bipolar, weird-ass rules and regulations that somebody who probably had a half a brain made up way back when. But it is what it is. That's why I tell the kids, do not get involved in street or gang life. Go to the military, go to motherfucking police academy, go your ass to a trade school, truck driving school, college. Don't get involved in this shit, because the very same things they telling you have to do and can't do, them same motherfuckers, little do you know, I probably already violated and did and probably won't do the shit they want you to do.
Hey, by the way,
it's a fact.
You're definitely right. No, when I heard him say that, I said, he making sense, but I remember Wax saying the streets is irrational, and that's one of the best things I've ever heard you say. Bro. Which is, yeah, they got some rules that don't make sense. It really don't make sense.
But that's what it is. And the very same people, a lot of the people that's enforcing these rules have violated and broke them. And either you don't know them, or niggas is selective politicking acting like they don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's real shit. You know what I'm saying? So, the Max B shit, my man Fox, out of New Rochelle, Fox 914, FOXX at 914. He bring the paperwork on him, and I don't know nothing about Max B. I know French, but I'm reading the paperwork. He like, whack, the dude told on the chick, and I'm reading the shit. Next thing I know, his brother's calling me, Pooh Sims. He's been calling me because he heard me reading the paperwork, and I'm just reading it. But I came across what I read, and it is what it is. Like, you can't give information on nobody unless it's you. You know what I'm saying? So once you do that, they're going to put you in that lane. But I will say this, Max B has a strong following. He got fans to where although they're reading it, they're acting like they don't see it. I see this shit all the time, right? This is what I'm saying is like selective politicking. If it's going to be one way, it got to be that way. But that ain't how it works. You know what I mean? If you tied to somebody, you got a little bag, your popularity vote is there, people tend to look the other way. If you a hated motherfucker or you really can't do nothing for somebody, they gonna crucify you even if you ain't did it. That's just what it is. They try to put shit on you all the motherfucking time.
Yeah,
right? They ain't got no proof, no nothing, no nothing, right? But yet, it'd be some straight direct paperwork over here, like Fox 914 brought us out of New Rochelle, right? And on Max B, and we read it, and people coming in the room mad at me. I say, yo, bro, this nigga from New York right here, Fox 914, right? This nigga from New York. He brought this in here. I read it. I'm reading it, and what I'm reading says what it says. Don't get mad at me. Yo, whack, fuck that shit, wooty, wooty, woo. But then I look up, and they try to just pin something on you, act, and ain't got no paperwork to support it. It's the type of shit. Them bro, they do the same shit to me. I laugh at it. Me and you both get on the phone and laugh at it because we know what it is and what it ain't. But that's just selective politics. Whoever get the popularity vote is going to get the favoritism. They're going to look the other way. With this one, with Puff right now, it's like he's getting the popularity vote on one side, but on the other side, I don't know, bro. And with Kamala Harris running right now, that female president, and this shit against a lot of women, bro, this shit can start getting ugly for bro.
And by the way, chat, you know what I just realized? So the magistrate judge is your honorable Robin Tanufsky. Clearly, she's a Caucasian. Nothing wrong with Caucasian. We love white people. We love everybody. But you know, tomorrow Guess who Diddy's gonna be appearing in front of? It's a brother. I googled his name. His name is Andrew L. Carter. That's the district judge that he's gonna go in front of. Now I'm not gonna say race makes.
But he's doing this when?
Tomorrow at 3:30. So tomorrow 3:30.
And is this for another bail hearing?
Another bail hearing. The guy name is Andrew Lamar Carter. Lamar Carter.
You might be right. I'm telling you. If they let him out tomorrow, you was right. That means he did his due diligence. You know what I'm saying? With doing the right thing with certain people.
Yeah, well, again, if you guys believe in that, apparently this is the brother right here. He looks
now
like
that
this.
brother's under a lot of pressure right now, Act.
Yeah, well, hey.
He's under a lot of pressure. I'm gonna tell you why. If he let Puff out on whatever grounds, and that nigga Diddy get out, and he looks or even attempts to contact or does anything, a motherfucking accident under the influence, and something happens to somebody, that judge's whole career is over with.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, whatever judge lets him out. This is such a high profile case. Nobody wants to, and that might hurt Diddy, right? Because
hell yeah, it's a risk.
Yeah, because
even
now,
though they should, they might be scared.
Yeah, like you got to be the first. Hey, obviously, I'm relating to something that's not a criminal situation, but think about 6ix9ine. I remember I talked to every DSP. I was like, why nobody wanna
me and you both?
Why y'all wanna put him on a playlist? You know what everybody told me?
They didn't want to be the one.
They say we ain't gonna be the first. They say let them niggas do it first. We'll do it second. Nobody wanted to be the first. It takes so who's gonna be the first judge to say Diddy's getting bond? That's gonna, this guy been in office. He assumed office 2011. He's a district district court judge for the Southern District of New York. He's been there since 2011. That's 13 years.
That's the judge.
The guy's 55. Maybe he has other aspirations, right? Maybe Supreme Court justice at one point. Who knows? Now, do you think that he wants to put himself on the line to say, I'm going to give Diddy freedom in whatever mansion, in whatever new hotel he's going to be in? He's still going to have the Tusi probably, because I don't think the Tusi going to stop if they let him out, right?
Man, I mean, I don't think he got caught with a mouth to where they tripping like that, but we're going to see, bro. If they let him out tomorrow, dude rolling the dice.
Man, oh man. Hey, where you getting on Clubhouse talking about this? Because I want to hear you and your people break this down. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm about to go to a room. We got a room right now from 2 to 5. I'm going to roll over there. They've been listening to us this whole time, streaming the room back over there. I'm going to go ahead and check it out, break it down. We got a bunch of people in there. I got a few people that study law. My man Uptown, a few other people. So we're going to go over there and break this shit down, man, and talk about it. And keep it moving.
I appreciate you coming on here. I was going to say, well, whenever you find it suitable, schedule a time for me to come show some love over the side.
All right. I appreciate you, bro. I think they appreciate that, too. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to everybody that tunes in. We in the 100 South. On the 100 side of Clubhouse, everybody tuning out, keep tuning in.
And follow my man on the gram, man. It's Queen. Okay?
_THE100SHOW. And follow the Queen RBR _ANN_B. Appreciate y'all. We out.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, that was a good conversation. I know it was 2 hours, but
Yeah,
Wack
Wack,
is just
damn, Wack, goddamn. That was a good ass conversation.
I love hearing Wack. Not only is Wack older than me, but like Wack has certain expertise and insight that a lot of times I don't think of. So I like listening to him and how his mind works with certain shit. So I think we have obviously we have a friendship, but like I'm very blessed when these moments. He always extends his his time to come over here. So anybody watching from Clubhouse, shout out to y'all. Always love. Chat. Wow, this is crazy, right? We might get Myron back on here. I do know my man Bradford Cohen, the lawyer. I might hit him, ask him if he's free. Let's see. He's gonna be able to really help us, right? Let me see. Again, Diddy will remain in jail Okay, great. All right. So I hit up Bradford Cohen. Chat again. Bond denied. I can't believe that they thought that again. If you guys don't know, I'm not a lawyer. Y'all clearly know that. But a magistrate judge is not a judge that deals with the case as it goes along. Magistrate judge usually deals with maybe an initial appearance, and then it kind of goes to and it works the same on a state level too, for the most part, where if you get indicted of something and give you a first appearance, a magistrate judge, it's kind of like it's like a hearing judge. You just okay, your charges are read, blah blah. You can put in a plea if you want to at that time, and you could possibly go for bail. But you got to realize a magistrate judge, especially for a high profile case, you're not going to get bail on that, right? That person doesn't want to be on the hook if you go out and go have another freak off, right? At least the district court judge, this district court judge is going to be the person, and this is going to help Diddy though, right? So the district court judge, district judge Andrew Lamar, what's his name again? Carter. He's going to be on this case for a while, I believe, right? He works at the Thurgood Marshall building. But yeah, shit, maybe they'll get a different result there, right? Again, I still think you're taking a risk on this, especially when the prosecutor is coming in with situations and stances to say it is usual that detention is given. Like, you remand someone when there is these high profile sex trafficking. You don't let the person who's accused of sex trafficking out free, right, on bail. So precedence goes to keep him locked up. But of course, these are existential saying that word fucked up, circumstances where Diddy's offering $50 million. Not everybody who's charged with that is offering $50 million. It's offering $50 million.
Ooh. Alright, y'all. Yo, it's been like 8 hours since this is the longest live I ever did, yo. It's been like 8 hours we've been on live. We've been on live since 3:20 something this afternoon. It's 11 o'clock at night. Are you kidding me? And we right back at it again tomorrow. It's right back at it again tomorrow. Diddy was denied bail, but they put an appeal in for tomorrow. If you ask me, I think they're going to deny it again tomorrow because, like I said, these judges, they talk to each other. A lot of them is friends. A lot of them get favors from each other. I know how this work. They get favors from each other. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that this judge now, this guy right here, him right here, I don't think he looked like a gecko too. My fault. That's what popped in my head when he like a gecko. But anyway, I don't think that he's gonna put his reputation on the line with the other judges for Diddy. I think he's gonna go with the same situation that they given Diddy. I think he's gonna run with that same situation. I honestly think that Diddy's gonna stay in there the whole entire time that he's going. So he might be in there for 1-2 years. I appreciate everybody that came out, that rocked with me, everybody that popped in and out throughout the live to show love. Woo woo. Like I don't want to do nothing but had a live grow even more, have more people on here showing love. Yeah, I just want to continue to grow. I just want everybody to stay safe, stay focused, and stay blessed, and most importantly, out the way. You gotta learn from the mistakes that you see. You gotta learn from life is about lessons and journeys. You gotta learn from it and evolve and adapt to your surroundings and the things that you and the things that get thrown at you. You gotta know what to be around. You gotta know what to bob and weave and dip and dodge from. You gotta know what to stay away from. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't good for you. Everything ain't good for you. And every surrounding ain't where you supposed to be at. You know what I'm saying? This thing we call life, like I said, is a journey. And that journey ends when God sends you your final coordinates. And that's your final resting place. Got one life to live. Don't make it a mistake. Because you can't learn from it. You don't get another one after that. Alright? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. We be right back at this thing tomorrow. I don't have a specific time, but y'all get the notification if that bell turned on. The replays is on, so you can go back and watch this video. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Mess with me like I mess with y'all. And we're going to carry it the way it need to be carried. Alright? So, stay safe. Stay focused. And most importantly, stay out the way. I'm out.